Hey, Lisa, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh man, I imagine Zoom's out there too. Good Lord, you out there? Probably Marion. Like, what are you doing on this early? Oh, good Lord. But yeah, it's raining, turning to ice. Dogs are all inside. Hungover? Nah. Yeah. Well, thankful I didn't have much problems. I didn't drink a whole lot, but I did have some, but I didn't have any problems with it. So, hey, Shadow, how you doing, buddy? Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Shadow, that's awesome. Thank you, man. Rock on. It's been a good Christmas season. And I tell you what, I am all excited about this next year. I'm already making plans for the garden and the breeding cycles for the rabbits and trying to set up something for the breeding so we can start the hatchery up for the chickens. And loving this cold freeze that's happening right now because of the garden. Oh yeah, yeah, we'll get that all squared away. But yeah, I didn't get all the leaves on it. I'll probably do my burn in the spring. I might do it just before spring. Making plans to downsize and move. I got you. Yeah, camping, camper stuff is. Yep, I've done that. But it did prompt me to buy a 40. Okay, Ranger. I did. It did prompt me to buy a 40-foot container and pack it with a lot of stuff. I shelved that some bitch all the way from front to back. All right. So okay. So, but yeah. Wow. Ranger, relax. It's raining. For goodness sakes. Let me check the radar real quick. He wants to go outside so bad. You're always vigilant warrior. I know. I know, buddy. Let me check the radar here real quick. All right. So we're done with the rain, just coming in the cold. All right. You want to go outside? Hold on, guys. I'm gonna have to let the dogs out here. You want to go outside, Ranger? You want to go outside? You want to go outside, puppers? You go outside, go potty. Go outside. Come on. All right, come in. Come on. All right, there. Sorry about that. Thank you. Hey, Zoom, what's going on? I don't know what happened to Aaron. I was looking for him to be on. That's why I came on early. I was waiting for him to come on. Figured he'd be up and running, but that didn't happen. So I was like, okay. Uh, it's getting cold tonight. I know. I didn't get one either, but I've been keeping an eye on him. And not exactly sure what he's doing right now, but he's probably hungover either way. Hey, Valentine, welcome in. How you doing? Good evening. Happy New Year, everybody. It's a brand new baby year, brand new fresh outlook. Let all that pessimism and all that ugliness be left in 21, please. Just leave it back last year like it needs to be. We're moving forward. We're going to kick ass this year. Oh, so lots of things going on. I think the Patriots have gotten stronger. And I'm not talking about the shit political. I'm talking about every single one of us. I'm talking about our day to day lives. The more the reality shifts in that we're facing and really realizing these bastards are backwards, I think our whole society is getting stronger, conservative, if you want to call it that, but just, you know, neighborly, you know? I just had a visit from one of the guys that's been buying rabbits from me earlier this evening. And he brought by some New Year thing, so yeah, uh, but yeah, it was pretty cool. And I got to seriously tell you, it's just a matter of making the changes and going. Listening, finishing up a couple things. All right, man. All right, because I was gonna help you. I was gonna have you come up on screen with me. You know, -7 here. Damn, Carpenter. Damn, that's just hard. That's a hunker in kind of night around here. -7. Shit. That's a hope the car don't freeze. I think I've got antifreeze. Ooh, might need to check that. Hmm, yeah. In fact, huh. I don't know what happened there. That was crazy. Just all of a sudden kicked me out. Yeah, I just have to think about it. I'm pretty sure I got antifreeze in the radiator, so pretty good about doing what needs to be done in there. You don't put the antifreeze in, and yeah, you got problems. Well, I'm just saying the things to think about when you hit -7. You got to think of things a little differently. Hey, Muggies, it's a brand new baby year. We got a brand new baby year. So, yep, we get another chance to do it right. Happy New Year. Yep. And I'm continuing on my mission to get people to be independent, stars, maybe prep up a little bit kind of thing, but not just being prepared for, you know, things like that. And that's kind of my personal mission kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely. Rock on, rock on. Yeah, help keep our channel alive and online, guys. And we are here by the sheer support of you and Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.com. But yeah, it means a lot to me. We started this thing up 2 years ago, and coming up on the anniversary, January 14th, I believe it is. And yeah, it's been a wild, crazy ride, badass, and we have all of you now to be a part of it. So I'm kind of excited coming up on a 2 year milestone. Yeah. First time out and away from the house in a week. Oh, because the snow is melting. Oh, shit. Exactly. But this year, I want to finish a few things. I want to finish the mill building and the greenhouse around the garden. I want to get the hatchery set up. Now that we got this stuff going, and I might have a chance to have somebody give me a hand too from time to time. So, but yeah, there's a couple of things that are going to change and going to get real. It's going to get real. I get real good for a while. Um, hey Dallas, how you doing? Once I get back to a market where I can start selling my product, like the coolers and the picnic tables and the swing benches and wishing wells and that sort of thing, planter boxes. Yeah, we'll have the money to do all kinds of stuff, get all kinds of stuff taken care of. Most of it's just buying parts and pieces. And, uh, I gotta, I gotta re-go through I gotta put a tune up on the tractor, because something's wrong with it. It won't run. So I'll probably have to go through and change the plugs and distributor cap and the wires and shit like that. They've been on it for years. I've been brushing them off and refurbing them every time. Probably need to be replaced. But stuff like that, I turn $1,000 into 100,000 worth of something show for it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, yeah. for butterflies. Also marigolds and mimosa trees. Mimosa trees, nothing draws butterflies like a mimosa tree. Oh my God, mimosa trees. You want butterflies? Put a mimosa up. Just beware, you're not going to be able to control it. Patio pot gardening. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That's good too. Yeah. I was thinking about working on some of that vertical gardening stuff with the pipes and do the little cups and stuff like that. I've been thinking about doing some of that. So let's see. But so um, I keep wanting to go over and check it out, but I know what it is. My brother just had to refuel his generator. He's got one of those little suitcase ones. Yeah, he just had to refuel it. Dogs are barking at him. The puppies. But yeah, no shit. Oh, hey, also Moggies, you done any of those topsy turvy things with the tomato plants and stuff like that? Man, I really want to try and put some of that stuff together. I'm just not sure about the watering kind of thing. But yeah, I was looking at some of that. That should be pretty cool. So, um, sorry, fire in the bowl. Hell yeah. Oh, fire in the bowl. Shadow Man, you're slacking. Fire in the motherfucking bowl. 5 gallon salsa garden. Oh, okay. Now, battery, he had a kind of a soil hydroponics thing with a guttering system. And he'd take the gutter, he'd put it down on the ground, support it, cap it, and keep a water level in it. And then he'd take these containers, put the soil in them with a cup at the bottom that extends down into the water. And he'd fill that with soil at the bottom of that pot or that package and bucket, whatever he was using. and then turn around and grow in that thing. Well, the water is all taken up from the um, from the gutter because of that little cup, and it would wick that water up into the. And yeah, he kicked ass on some of the stuff he was growing. I really liked that his results there. -10. Jeez, holy shit! Thought I was getting it bad. Actually, it feels kind of warm here now. Sorry about that, guys. Shit, I'm only getting down. Looks like we're getting down to. Oh, I don't need that. Need that one. Getting down to about 16 tonight. But you guys are talking negative temperatures. I'm like, whoa, ow. I love that I don't live there. Sorry. Wow, man. Well, here, holy cow. I need to do this. Come on. What the hell? And I'm back. One of the things that I just want to remind you guys, we got to stop with the fear shit. We got to stop being afraid of things. Well, I'm afraid this is going to happen. Well, guess what? That's fear. You got to eliminate the fear from your life. If you fear it, it should be a sign to you saying you don't know enough about it. Because just eliminating that unknowing and understanding the situation, the fear dissipates. Yeah, it's always good to be prepared. Good drugs. Yeah, yeah. Oh man, good drugs. Good drugs. Fire in a bowl. Yeah. Somebody asked me once why I smoke weed, and I told them the truth. And then I was like, "Well, I'll never catch cancer." You used roofing torches to light fireworks last night. Holy shit! Well, just remember, Shadow Man, it's not good to run away from something unless you've got something to run to. You don't know what you're getting into. You know what I'm saying? You need something to run to. It ain't good enough just to be running away from a city. You got to know where you're going to get away. Yes, cannabis is medicine. And so are vitamins and spices. There's a lot of spices out there that do some amazing stuff. I like oregano, man. Singularity, get your ass up here. I gotta take care of this brand new baby. Oh, okay, I got you. There you go. There you go. There you go. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Yep. Cayenne, peppermint, lemon balm, cinnamon is amazing. You want to control your sugar levels? Cinnamon. It's crazy, but true. Hey,
Hey, what's up, man?
just going crazy.
Nice. How long have you been up? For some reason, I'm not getting notifications from anybody.
Oh, wow. Go back and delete them and refresh them. Yeah, they do that shit to us all the time.
Yeah. How long
Yeah,
have
look
you
at
been
this.
up?
About 20 minutes.
Right on. My bad, dude. I apologize. I told you I'd come up and then left you up here for 20 minutes.
Because I put out the heebie-jeebies on you.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
So how was your New Year's?
Um, good.
Right on.
Yeah. Yeah, New Year's was good. I liked it.
Mine was uneventful. It snowed for about another inch of snow. Just
Oh,
kind of
yeah?
watched it and just vegged all day.
Yeah, kind of just, I took care of some stuff around the house and um, did some talking with my boys.
Nice.
And yeah,
Nothing better than starting out a new year with a family.
well, we're kind of, held together with communications. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. Yep. Yep.
So we may not been face to face, but we are collaborating, talking, and when we can. Yeah.
Right. Yep. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Zach. Hey, Moggy. Hey, Shadow. Shadow's pulling double duty for y'all, putting that up,
I
keeping people
know.
informed about it. It's
I
awesome.
remember when other people used to do that shit, and I
Putting that up.
appreciated it so much. Remember
Yep.
Ryan Bardwell and
Mm-hmm.
Huckleberry and Kay used to put those links up for us all the time
Yep.
and promoting us, and that was awesome. So Shadow Man's kicking ass. He don't even know
Mm-hmm.
it. We appreciate that
Mm-hmm.
so much. Yeah.
Hey, Valentine.
Yeah. Kay used to keep everybody's links and stuff like that, and she would post them as they come up, like Michelle's pages and Aaron's page, and
Right.
that kind of stuff. And she'd put those up there too. And
Hey, Dallas. Yeah, Kay was good at that because she kept up on a lot of stuff.
right, if we talked about Emerald City, she'd put the links up there and
Mm-hmm.
the donation links and stuff like that.
uh, Miriam right now does a lot of that. Like anytime anybody brings up a chat, she'll put the links to like Don Bears and here and stuff like that.
Right,
So
she's good like that. Yeah,
yeah,
putting the word out, getting it out there, and bringing people in. It's awesome.
right. Yep. Hope Aaron's okay. I was kind of surprised that he wasn't.
Online, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, me too. But he might be having dinner with somebody or something. Maybe
Right.
that's what I'm thinking. He's probably Otherwise entertained, detained.
Right, right. Maybe he got that date he's been talking about.
With Cake Lady.
Yeah, yeah. He might have just needed a day off too, because you know how it is. Sometimes person's just not feeling it, needs a day to chill.
Well, yeah,
Hey, but
Dear Butch says he ran out of fuel. That's what,
oh,
and it's New Year's Day. Nothing's open. You know.
oh crap. Yep. He should have gone to his car, gotten it to start up, and charged there. He's got that car up at Bear Camp.
Yeah, but it ain't gonna start up no more. Yeah,
Now the battery's toast by now, I'm sure.
fuel junk. Yeah, it's been sitting there for 3 years. That fuel, and if there is fuel in the tank, it ain't worth a damn.
Right. Because I think it'll run, it just won't drive after he drove it up there. Because
Yeah,
apparently it was very much off road driving it there. And that thing's like a Grand Prix or something, not meant for
yeah,
off
he
road.
bucked up the cowlings and stuff like that when he did. Yeah, he about tore the rear bumper off and shit.
I can imagine the A arms are hammered on that thing too. Every bushing's
Yeah, if
probably
he messed
torn
up
out
the
of that.
cowlings, yeah, he's probably screwed that up. But
Yeah.
yeah, but it still ran.
Yeah. That's funny.
He says it just ran. It just takes up too much fuel.
Yeah. Well, that first winter he stayed in it. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. He lived out of it during the winter.
Him and that George Foreman.
Yep. Yep. Which a lot of us were nervous he was either A, going to asphyxiate himself, or B, light his ass on fire with that thing when he had
Right?
it in the car a couple times. YouTube isn't, not a lot of people in YouTube tonight, which is kind of odd. Usually about 4 or 5 in there.
Right. Well, it is Sunday night, you know.
Yeah. It's Saturday night, isn't it? Shit. Am I off a day?
Oh yeah,
I think it's
it's Saturday. I'm off
okay.
today.
Cool.
I have trouble telling which day of the week it is usually anymore because they're all running together now.
See, now since it's getting cold, I'm back to where I have weekends off for the most part. So my days aren't quite running into each other as bad, but no, I feel you. When you're going 7 days a week, it's hard to remember what day it is.
Right. Well, one of the things I need to get on is setting up the secondary access for solar panels in my room.
All right.
Because when it's cold out like this, I can't work outside. And if it's sunny, I could work inside because I'll have power. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Take
I got
advantage of that heat while you got it, or the sun while you got it. Yep.
sun, yeah, right. Because I should be able to, even if the batteries aren't any good, while the sun's up, they'll be fine running my soldering station and my silver creation station. You know, it's like a little laboratory over there, you know, kind of thing. I got one of those magnetic mixers and the vials and the corks with
Oh,
the
yep,
silver
yep.
rods and power corks coming in, wires
See,
everywhere.
you
Bottle.
could get a, so you're set up to where if you wanted to, you could start stripping gold off of computer components too.
Yeah, that's a lot of chemical I don't want to mess with.
Yeah, the
That's a
acid,
lot.
because
Yeah, there's a lot
to
of
make it
chemicals I don't.
right, and to make it worthwhile, you have to make your own acid. And that gets
Mm.
hairy.
Well, I can make the acid in the if I wanted to. Once I start doing the hydrogen process,
Yeah.
because you use baking soda in the water as an electrolyte.
Oh,
And
okay.
once you electrolyze that, you're making sodium hydroxide.
Okay, right on.
Okay, that's what, and then that's, that's you making sodium hydroxide with an iron based component. So NASA2, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? Sodium hydrochloride.
Nice.
And but it's got the stainless steel. So you have some decay that comes off of the stainless steel. Not much, mind you, but enough to taint it. So
Nice.
you have that in the middle of it too. But if you can filter that out, and then once you filter all that clean, then you've got straight up sodium hydroxide. And well, that's some serious acid.
Mm. Yeah, I've seen it work. One of my brother-in-laws, God, I bet he's recycled a couple thousand computers and all this stuff, and plus a bunch of like industrial equipment that has the computerized pieces with the big knobs that are gold plated and stuff all through them and stuff. I don't know
Mhm.
how much gold he's gotten out of it. He doesn't really say, but he's had to have gotten a lot of gold out of some of those things. It's not much, just the sheer amount that he's done. He's he's got to have a chunk tucked away.
Right, right.
And that's weird because it actually by the when he's done it ends up as a powder, and then he's got to put it in his little forge. He's got a little forge that then melts it into a little mini button each time. So it's pretty wild.
But yeah, yeah, yeah. We get some of the stuff done and get into my hydrogens again. Right. Because I'm serious. I want to put that, I got to put that together. I got to get that going
Well, if you get a hydrogen fuel cell going and run strictly off of water, you basically have eternal power.
because I can create the hydrogen from the energy, a portion of the energy coming off of the generators.
Right.
Yeah. I already got a little 30cc rat engine,
Mm,
weed eater engine, right?
nice. Yep.
Okay. And it's a 4-stroke. So it's got the oil reservoir already
Nice.
treated with the ZMAX. The fuel system's already treated with the ZMAX before I put it in the storage. So upper and lower is already treated and ready to put into the kit. And I've already got the mounts. I've already got the alternator and a magnetic. I got a magnetic core alternator generator.
Oh, right on. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So already got the pulleys for it. Everything using a Chevy water pump as a baser for the system. So I can just mock up the
Keep
engine.
keep
Yeah,
fe- and keep feeding it as it runs. Nice.
I can put it all together in a in a in a box. That I can make it look like an engine, so
Oh,
it
right
all
on.
sits inside of there, right?
Right on. Nice.
But it'd be a big generator. You put wheels on it, and you could roll it around, and you just take it over to somebody's like propane tank.
Yeah.
Once it's up to pressure, disconnect it, take it somewhere else,
Okay.
and fill up another tank because it's
Nice.
like it runs itself. And then when you're not using it to fill up tanks, you just hook up the electric to it. You know what I'm saying? You hook up
And
electric
then
to pull electric off of it for lighting, 12-volt, straight up.
lighting your computer, heck, even TVs anymore with these LED TVs, they pull nothing
Right,
really.
and you could write it right into a battery set for buffering, and then put an inverter on it,
Right.
and just run it until you don't need it anymore because it'll run until it runs out of water, and that takes quite a while.
Well, and even then, you've got a live well. So,
Right.
I mean, you can pump up enough water, through part of the running to have a reserve and then just keep doing that, or you run your well completely off of solar too, right?
No, generator. And when I run the
Generator.
well, I have to run the generator. Yeah.
Okay, so just plug into that
Yep.
and then keep a reserve. Nice.
Right. Right. I I learned a lot about solar the hard way.
Nice.
Because I didn't have anybody going, you need to get this, you need to get that, and here's a deal on this. And
Seeing
that's
it and that stuff interests me, but like when you guys start talking about it, typically I'll just mute myself and listen because I don't know enough about it to. So I just listen and learn.
right, right. Well, I watched videos I could and tried to do the DIY thing myself, and I did, and
Nice.
I built it up from next to nothing, and next thing you know, I'm you know buying the best gear I can get. At the time when I built the system, they didn't have these full system controllers.
Hey,
You
real
know,
Don.
so,
Right,
uh-huh.
right.
Hey, Don Martineau, how you doing, buddy? Helicopter man from Florida. Ooh,
No,
that's
I
right.
get.
We need to text Florida.
Oh
Um,
yeah, what was happening last night? Was he having connection issues? He tried to
yeah,
come up a couple times. That or he drop kicked another laptop out the window.
right.
That's still one of the most epic videos anybody has put out.
I know, right? It's just so perfect. And then Tommy
Just
made it into a meme and just made
done.
it explode. That was awesome.
And he's calm the whole time. Dude just walks over, opens up the window, boots it out, shuts the window, goes and sits down.
Yeah, I'm done. There you go.
Yep.
Take your mouse with you. Shut the fucking window.
Uh,
You're done.
I got one. If it wasn't only 6 months old, it would have ended up like that. But I just went ahead and sent it in to get worked on.
Do. Let's go there. Uh, search. There we go. Oh shit. Okay. Let's see. Back out here. Go there, and then
They're saying on the news right now that there's 3 people missing in Colorado now with these fires. So fortunately, it sounds like there may be some lost life, and it sucks.
oh no shit.
But it could have been a lot worse. I mean, when you think about it, uh, Boulder, I mean, literally lost an entire neighborhood with this fire, so it could have been a whole lot worse. They did an early evacuation and it worked out, which is a plus.
Sorry, I'm trying to get this link up.
No problem. Hey, Don T, or my bad. I'm Burn Pony wants to be called Gumby.
All right.
Yeah, real. I haven't got a definitive number, but I know out in the country, everything in its path it's burning up and taking out that entire neighborhood. And Boulder's a big town, so a neighborhood, it's it I'd say probably 400 or 500 houses just in that neighborhood, let alone. And when I say country around there, you know how it is. Country around big towns, there's only maybe an eighth of a mile between houses, so
Oh yeah.
so they're still pretty packed in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 91-year-old woman, and then there's an elderly couple too that they're looking for. it it moved fast, like really fast with that wind.
Oh
There's
yeah.
one thing they're showing on the news that looked really weird, and it was way away from the fire. Like away from the fire. I don't know if there was a second fire that started or something, but there was an old like abandoned barn that was up in flames that contributed to the fire, ended up burning itself. So they had to split up, and yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it makes you wonder. Hey, pizza. Definitely. Happy New Year. Haven't heard from Aaron. Apparently, Deerbuck said that he ran out of fuel for his generator,
Yeah.
and that everything's closed today for him. So he's
Right.
out of
Maybe
luck for the day.
he just might be out of fuel. That's all. Yeah. Well, Happy New Year, Pizza. Yeah. Man, brand new baby year. So we get to leave all the bullshit behind. And hey, dear Butch, Happy New Year, buddy.
Yeah, 2022. That's why last night towards the end, I enjoyed that y'all were one. I'll reiterate what you were saying. We It'll be what we make of it. We can't just slump down and say, oh, it's going to be cruddy. We've got to, each one of us can make it good for ourselves.
Yeah,
So,
we can make it better for
mhm,
ourselves and for the people around us.
right.
Absolutely.
It may not, be as quickly or as easily, but you can make it a good year.
Yes.
Unfortunately, so many, will come into it and they'll already be down, and it's going to be a bad year for you then. If you go in with that mentality, you know,
Shed off that old skin.
yes, yep, let it flow off like water, right?
Yep, it's time for a new coat.
Right, right.
Yep.
Sometimes, sometimes, and you almost need the bluntness, and sometimes we need Don here to he may be pretty blunt, but sometimes he makes sense that because sometimes
Well,
that's the only way it gets
sometimes
through.
it's needed.
Yeah, yep.
Sometimes it's needed.
And I don't say that lightly, but but yeah, no, it is because if people keep what do
Keep
they say?
doing what you've
The
always done, you always get what you've always got.
precisely, exactly.
Okay.
And
Um,
the
yeah.
definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
It's like if it's that bad, maybe you need to get away from the internet for a bit for some of the people. You know what I mean? So
Yep. Let me go check the dogs. I'll be right back.
right on. All right, people, start typing in chat so I can answer questions and talk to y'all.
Yeah. Hey, pizza, where you at? What's the temperature out there?
Your place or I hope not. Real Donald or Martineau. But I think it's almost all but guaranteed there's going to be. I mean, what is it? 5 seats, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 5 seats in Congress is all they need, and of course they're tied in the Senate. I I don't see any way that they don't both go red, which will make the remainder of Biden's presidency limited on what he can do, as long as there's not a bunch of rhinos left in there that screw things up. Dang, 75 pizza. I'll trade you. We're, we're right now. Let me double check. We are -6 here right now. Deer Butch is 13 below there. I think our low tonight is supposed to be about 18 below. My heater's definitely been running a lot more today. It didn't get over 2 degrees, so. And I'm not sure what our wind chill is. I haven't even checked. I don't think I want to know because we got a pretty healthy wind out there right now.
Yeah, it's gonna get cold as shit tonight. So
Yeah. What are you looking at there, Emerald?
16.
Nice. Butch has got me beat. We're -6 right now. He's at -13.
Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah. I think at 3 a.m. it's supposed to get down to -18. That's supposed to be our low. We didn't get over 2 degrees today, though. 2 degrees was our high.
Holy shit. Ours
Yep.
was like in 40. So
Nice.
mhm.
Wow. Zach says he was at 80 degrees.
Nice.
See, I've got to work into the cold slowly, and I've got to work into the hot slowly. When we get the really cold nights and then it warms up into the 70s during the day, it messes with me so bad.
Yeah. Well, I don't really care what temperature it is, except for my hands. Personally, that's my hands. Once they get cold, I can't hardly do it. They're just nubs
See,
on the end of my arms. You know what I'm saying?
yep, I'm that way with my hands and my feet. If my hands and feet get cold, I'm going to be worthless until I get them really warmed up.
Right. I can't hold on to a tool.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I'll take a drill out and I'll be using drill, and then my hand will just let go. And next thing I know, the drill's on the ground. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
And then, like you say, it gets to that through cold and it feels like you're missing part of your finger. It feels like it's just a nub there, so you can't really control it.
Right. It's just another skin tag or something. You know what I'm saying? Just
Right. Yep. Dang, real. He said 8 mile an hour wind. It feels like 77. He's hot there too. Dallas is -10.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. Oh shit. Yeah, what's
Getting
up,
some
fuckers?
cold fronts moving through.
Yeah, it finally stopped raining, so
Nice. We ended up picking up snow again. It snowed most of the day. Nothing real heavy, but I bet we got another inch. Maybe 3 inches total of snow. The crazy part is, like last night, the 2 inches we got before sunup last night, within that first half hour, I bet we got an inch of it, and then it slowed down, and over the next 10 hours or so, we got the other inch.
right. Wow. So it was just little by little, huh?
Yep. And then today, half the day it snowed. Had a total probably about 3 inches, 3.5. Wake up, dear Butch.
Oh wow.
Dear Butch said he's yawning too long of a night last
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what he's saying.
night. Cool, Zach. Kind of surprised more people aren't up here or in here. I figured is everybody be winding down already.
Oh, somebody wanted up. Oh my big puppy.
That dog's gonna be massive.
Yes, he is. He's just a baby. And there's Ranger. There's Daddy. Yeah.
Right, Don.
Oh, goodness
On a
gracious.
on a on a plane, Zach. Oh, you mean to get to the U.S.? Yeah, I hope she gets here. Dallas says he's got a fire going. Stay warm.
Good deal.
Oh, dang. I'm sorry, Butch. I ended up coming up live last night for a while. And then, yeah, I didn't go back during the mountain time. I missed the mountain time. I was trying to keep up going back and forth and I did not do so well. I did for the first 2 time zones, but after that I did. Hey, ivermectin. The bots are out today. Nice. Badoo.
Let me let Ranger out. He wants to go back out, otherwise he's going to keep bargaining like this. I'll be right back.
Right on. Yeah, I kept up fairly good at first, but I was bopping back and forth, and then when I went up live, it was harder to go back and forth. Is a YouTube bot. Right on, ivermectin. If anybody's in YouTube with a sword and you want to squash them, I won't be upset. It's all good, Zach. It got busy last night on panel.
Yeah, it did. It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was a good show last night. I
A
was
few
really
were
proud.
overly chatty, but you put your foot down and got that back under control.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, we're not going to go this way.
Yeah. Don't keep talking over everybody. Give everybody else a chance to. I was like, thank God.
Well, he does that when he gets drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, so God bless him.
Oh yeah. And after you brought it up, he he's stoked. So all good. Hey, Nightingale.
Nightingale, welcome in. It's Sasha, how you doing? Here, let me grab a link. Come on up.
Yeah, they were telling me in chat that they're like, you should go up and introduce yourself to Nightingale. I was like, I have, guys. I've
Right?
talked to Nightingale before.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Nightingale should come up.
Yeah, come on up. Sasha, come on up. There, Butch.
Alice.
Grab a link.
Come on, guys.
But yeah, we had a good show last night. And but you come and think about it, all the things that are coming together. I got in the conversation earlier about
You
what
too,
the rift,
Jason. My bad.
transiting the rift, talking about transiting the rift would
Oh, and
bring
our
about this. Mhm. Say what?
with our place in the universe, you mean how we're
Traveling through space, and that
right.
25,600 year event is getting ready to happen. Okay. Now we know there was a date that was Isaac Newton had done a lot of research on of when the age of Aquarius would start, and he came up with a date of 2060. Okay,
Uh-huh. Okay.
which means that would be the period of time after the transition.
Now, that's where the date of Aquarius would end.
Nope, officially begin.
Okay, I thought it already began, but I'm not familiar with a
Now
lot of that stuff. So
no, we're in the transition time.
I
There's
got you.
there's like 20 years or something. They're not real sure about back and forth, right? About
Right on.
events and stuff like that. So,
Mhm.
but they're saying that what I think that what that date was he was trying to come up with a date of the beginning of the new era of Aquarius. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
And so,
um,
so much of that, so many people are scared that it's going to be destructive. And,
well, it
just
is.
a new age doesn't necessarily have to mean you got to
No,
destroy the old to get the new. It could just be a new, you know,
it's not about destroying the old. What's happening is this is a natural cycle. Just like a volcano will explode on a cycle, just like earthquakes happen on a cycle. This is a cycle that our solar system has
cyclic.
to
Yep.
deal with. And it is destructive period. It is it's a the great destroyer is what they called it in the ancient texts.
Oh,
Do
I
you know what I'm
got
saying?
you. Yep.
Okay. That's what they called the transit of the other star. You know what I'm saying? You want to call it a comet, but they called it a cross in the sky because it actually glowed in the sky during the day and made a cross in the sky. And the planet, that's why they called it the planet of the crossing, because they understood that it was coming through on a regular basis every 3,600 years. Every 3,600 years. This was known. This wasn't like something that was, you know,
And
but
a lot of that, even with the Aztec calendars, it makes it definitely interesting. Oh, dang,
the Mayan
Nightingale, I hope
calendars.
you get feeling better. Sorry, I had to respond to Nightingale. She's not feeling too
I
well
hate
this
to use
evening.
the word Nibiru because of the connotation of Planet X and that it's an independent planet circling our sun, which is bullshit. The reason it doesn't fit the profile of a planet is because it's not a planet. It is a brown dwarf star, and it has planets around it. It's itself. It's supposed to be like uh, bigger than Jupiter, kind of thing, like 5 times bigger than Jupiter or some shit. But it doesn't give off any light because it is a brown dwarf, and it is a young or an old dying star or something like that. I don't know.
We are definitely traveling around the universe. It's not traveling around us. Real, my opinion. I think I
From
think
our
by
perspective, it wouldn't
everything,
be any different. Correct. From
yeah,
our
I
perspective,
think
it wouldn't be any different.
right. And from everything we know, we're being slingshotted around.
Right. But um, there are 2 stars in this solar system, and every 3,600 years, this destroyer comes through and wreaks havoc on the Earth. And that's been known for, well, now we're finding out thousands, tens of thousands of years. You know, because the Mayan calendar went back 25,600 years. That was the reason for it. It was to mark that period of time. And, so yeah, that's kind of what the deal is.
Definitely an interesting thing to look into. I always like that type of stuff. And and even to give it the basis of that we're traveling through the universe, um, frequencies throughout the universe are different. I mean, depending on where we're in line of like a black hole, if we're in line of a uh, uh, like a red giant star or a white dwarf star. There's different frequencies flowing through different space areas of space, so it makes one, when you talk about a lot of things that it'll affect the earth, it stands to reason
Right. Now,
that it
Don was saying you could call it a failed star because it didn't ignite. But I think the scientists conjecture on it is that it just doesn't have enough mass to stay ignited on its own. But once it gets close enough to Sol, yeah, it ignites. And
Because
yeah,
the white what do they call it, the white dwarf or whatever, those are the pulsars. So that's the end of the life of a star, correct?
I think so. They become a neutron. Yeah,
Yeah,
emitter. Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah.
collapse in amongst itself, but they become like extraordinarily bright.
They become extraordinarily bright, or they become an extraordinarily black hole. Right. I think they just become portal, open, going out, or coming in. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
I think they're two sides of the same event. Yeah.
So what do you think a black hole is? Do you think it's like,
It's the entry point
okay, I got you.
to a transit, wherever it may be. It may be the epitome of a wormhole situation.
Cool.
There's some theories off of some of the drawings in some of the caves where they think the things look really strange. They think they're maybe representations of some ancient alien or something. You know what I'm talking about?
I
Where
got you. Yeah.
the funny things, but the drawings were more described as maps, because of the markings that are around them and the markings within them were showing that this is kind of the functional design of what they theorized to be a black hole, if it was a gateway to somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? To another reality or another universe, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
Um,
Yep.
but there are those neutrons, those white holes, because basically that's what they are. They're like light emitting holes in space. You know, might
Yeah.
be the out point of that transit, of one of those transits, but the black hole would be in the other area. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing.
Right. Right. And
Um,
and as I said before, just because I don't necessarily agree with everything doesn't mean that I don't think those are really good theories and outlook. Because I mean, I don't I'm not even close to knowing even a fraction of what's going on. So to say that something's impossible, I'll never say that, because to be honest, anything's possible.
well, Don, I think of it like this because I try to stay with the Occam's razor kind of outlook on science as far as it comes to planetary and star science. I think that the cores of all of these entities, the stars, the planets, things like that, are the same power. They're the same source kind of thing, just different sizes. Like, okay, so you have a power core that is this strong, so it makes a planet. Okay, it's strong enough to attract enough material from the space around it to make a planet that big, because that's the amount of stuff it's able to track and hold and affect as it's going around space. A star simply is a bigger power source, so it's able to draw more stuff in, and then when you draw that much more shit in, it cycles into becoming a star. You know, the gravity source is so strong in the center of it that it's able to hold all these gases, and they combine and they ignite, and then they form, you know, it becomes an engine kind of thing. Same power source. No, if it's stronger than that, it becomes a black hole, because it's just so strong that it can even suck in the light. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. Bend time and space and photons. You know what I'm saying? It even its power source is so strong that its electromagnetic influence is able to draw in so much stuff that it just becomes a black hole, a rip in space kind of thing. So that's That's at least my theory on that. So
Cool.
you get to that point, and then you can explain the core of the universe, because such as it is above, it is below, kind of thing. But it makes sense in natural science, and it makes sense in theoretical science. So I I tend to think that kind of stuff is possible. Yeah, I don't assume much, and I don't, you know, judge people on what I think about what my theory might be, because it's just, that's arrogance, and I'm more open to information than that. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to put together the best guess I got.
And well, that's the sign of a strong mind. Arrogance actually is a sign of a weaker mind, because people that know they don't know, or can realize that they don't know everything or whatnot, that's actually a sign. So yeah, that's a good way to be open to. Yep. Because
It's the only way
if
to
you
learn.
close yourself off, it's, hey, frog.
Right. It's the only way to learn. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? Because if you think you know everything, you ain't open to learning anything.
Right. Right. And you're in deep doo doo.
Right.
Mark is in chat. How's your new year, Mark? Frog, I mean. Yeah, I hope Nightingale gets better. Well, at least you're here with us in chat, Nightingale. We'll accept that.
Yeah. Yeah. Where you seeing
Right.
Nightingale? Because I'm not seeing her.
She was
Oh, that was back a little bit.
yeah. Yeah, earlier she was talking about how she wasn't feeling well. She didn't really want to come up because she had to take some allergy medicine and felt a little
Oh,
loopy
yeah.
after that. See, now I think that'd be fun to have her up here if she's feeling a little loopy, because we could razz her. But hey,
Because the theory is that it's so strong of a magnetic force, drawing in so much and has influence over so much, that it actually warps space and time in itself. Its physical, its physical mass gets lost in between the realities that it connects.
I
Becomes a
like that.
wormhole into a, yeah, it collapses so much that it moves itself out of this reality.
I like
Does that
that
make
saying: "When you're green, you grow. When you're ripe, you rot." A lot of truth to it. I had a really good Christmas, and so far a good New Year. Mainly, I had a good New Year because I didn't do a thing today. I literally vegged all day. I just kicked back, relaxed, watched the movies. That's it. Keep up those vitamins, Zach.
Oh
Said he's
yeah,
starting to
keep
get
up
a
the
cough.
vitamins. Yeah, and the fluids. Make sure you drink extra fluids, man. That time of year too, starts drying up in the wintertime. Air can't hold the moisture that it was.
Nightingale chicken. Oh, I'm joking.
But it's not its physical mass that actually is the problem, because at that point it's actually creating its own influential reality. Okay, so yeah, before you could get to it, you can't get to it from this reality. That's what rips the hole, and you come out on the other side. The
Don,
the engine.
Don, oh, my
Yeah,
bad.
go ahead.
Oh, Don T was here earlier. I wonder where he is, because his head's exploding. He's wanting to come in and tell us how wrong we are.
Okay.
you know he's out there. Just the vein is sticking out on his forehead and all. He's just,
But yeah, that there's Ghost. What's up?
oh, I thought it was Don. It's like, oh,
No,
yeah,
no, no.
darn it.
Yeah,
What's up,
Hey,
nobody
Bill.
nobody here but his chickens.
Right, right, right. But yeah, no, and see that that explanation fits for the sun, if it's for the planets. The model fits all across the black holes and what other entities might be out there. So it just because if they're all made up of the same thing, it's just different sizes of the same thing. If it makes sense.
If I remember what it's called, I think they called it spatial reality or something like that. It has to do with like that you're constantly interacting with other realities because like literally every millimeter or whatever, less than that, but literally you're all in line every direction. So there would be like no black hole to lead to another reality. The realities are here, they're just a little bit off in presence. So every day you're it's a cool theory, but I think they called it spatial realities, and it's an interesting one. It's hard to grasp, but once you kind of do, it's definitely interesting.
Correct. Correct. How? Yeah, there's no explanation yet for any of that. But you know what? The event horizon is a different. I mean, that event horizon it basically marks the boundary between the positive and the negative forces of that power source. So, just like the universe is if you look at it, it's mostly a flat plane, or the galaxy, I should say, with a lot of arms coming off of it, spinning around the core. Well, most of that, above and below is fairly empty because, generally, yeah, it's all based around that central plane, around the the event horizon of that. That's why it's event horizon, because you have positive force above it, negative force below it, and that is the boundary. Just like in our solar system, that's that boundary around the sun, because it has an event horizon too, and that's why the planets are in that area around the sun, because that's its gravitational event horizon, or its electromagnetic event horizon. I gotta quit saying gravity, because gravity is just a description of the effect of magnetism. So, and right, gravity is just a descriptor of an event that happens in the process of magnetism.
So I'm just on the gravitational plane.
Huh?
I'm on the gravitational plane. I don't know where it's taking me, but
If you know about magnetism and the toroidal plane of magnetism, like on our planet, our magnetosphere, okay, that's kind of the point of that. That is kind of the same model of our planetary magnetosphere. The same model works for the solar system. The same model works for the galaxies, and the same model works for the universe as well.
no, I understand electromagnetism very well.
So,
There are fields.
electromagnetic fields. Right?
They're fields, and they have waves, and they have wavelengths.
There's frequency involved, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Positive to negative.
Everything in the universe is that way.
Mhm.
Everything has a yin and a yang. No, there's a positive and negative. Everything has a current.
Yep.
Everything has a current. Yes, sir.
So that's why the SEG is so important. If you know what that is.
No. No, I don't.
The Searle effect generator. Look
What?
it up. The Searle effect generator.
Searle?
Searle. SERL.
Oh, what is that?
Theoretic magnetic engine. Yep.
Jaden, welcome in. Ivermectin got me contemplating the alternate reality and multiple universe theories. So my silence, I'm listening, but my silence just means that I'm taking in what you guys are saying, but also in deep thought. So
Right.
I'll just listen to you guys.
So I've heard you in deep thought.
Sasha. Yeah.
Deep thought is painful, so I don't want you to hear the screaming.
Right. So don't hurt yourself. Good Lord. But yeah.
If I have a stroke, I got 911 on speed dial, so we're
Well,
good.
the whole reason we got into this is because we travel through this event horizon, the midpoint of it anyway, every 25,600 years. And this is what they call the Great Rift. They referred to it as the Great Rift in the Mayan Codex. And it was supposed to be rather drastic this time because the planet, the crossing of the star, happens at the same time as when we transit the Great Rift. The Mayan calendar ended because they considered it time to be unstable during this period of travel to the Great Rift, because the nature of time is different here than it is in normal transit. So, but that's why their calendar ended, because they considered it would not be accurate any longer from that point on. Now, once we transit, according to them, as soon as we transit the rift, the Great Rift, and emerge the other side, a new calendar would have to be built because the planets may be in different locations in the sky. The stars will be different in the skies. Our orientation of our South Pole to the event horizon will be directly opposite of where it is now or had been in the past, because it's moving. We know about this because we heard reports about how they had to recalibrate the flight systems because the planes weren't getting where they were supposed to go. Well, they've done corrective actions and they're monitoring it and they're making updates on it on a regular basis now.
So what do you know about the Mandela effect?
Huh?
What do you know about the Mandela effect?
Well, it's I don't know. It has some merit, I think, potentially.
Seems like
Just don't step on a butterfly if you go back in time.
Butterfly Effect, you remember that? Yeah. That movie was crazy.
Because you can offset everything in the universe, huh? By stepping on a butterfly if you go back in time.
Yep. That's the theory. Hey, Max.
Well, that sounds something like Star Trek, you know. They aren't supposed to interfere with other planets, cultures, and things like that. Because they're in a different time continuum. So
Right. Well, there were references of the time before Noah, and there, if I remember correctly, they had a thing in there where the sun rose in the east, not in the west. And
what?
Hopi, I'm going.
On what? When did the sun rise in the opposite side?
Time before the event of Noah,
Oh, okay.
in the days before Noah, the sun rose in the east, and after the great flood, it rose in the west.
Well, it looks like a lot of the continents, when the tectonic plate shifted, a lot of them were actually turned upside down.
I don't know about all that, but yeah.
Well, yeah, no, not turned upside down like literally the substrate became the surface. Not that, not flipped upside down. I'm saying the plates went like went clockwise. When the plates shifted, they went clockwise.
The going. Oh my bad.
I don't know. I don't understand what you're trying to say. But
I was going to go back to the Star Trek thing real quick. And actually, I know this is sci-fi. The cool thing about that is it actually makes sense because they don't allow themselves to mess with any planet that is well under them in development. Because even the sighting of a advanced spaceship or something like that these people are, I mean, it could create a new religion. It could create, I mean, it could alter their entire future from what its natural progression is. So
That
I always
was
thought that was kind of cool.
well, that was the prime directive. That was the prime
Yeah.
directive. All the sequels of Star Trek, it was not to interfere with the progression of that culture or planet, because the slightest thing could change everything, the direction they headed.
Right. I always thought that was one of the coolest parts of Star Trek, to be honest. The thought that went into, writing that up, and it's just part, it has not a lot to do with the story itself. It's just a part within the story. It just shows, yeah. Except I'm a Trekkie, so I've always liked that.
I am too. I am too.
You are right
Yeah.
on.
So that was the actual prime directive, though. It was not to change anything on it, because
Not to interfere with the development of a society or a planet. Yeah.
if you think that way, imagine if there's other extraterrestrial observers that might be thinking that about us too.
Sure. I can see that.
It makes you contemplate that if there is life out there, that might maybe why they haven't. I mean, think about if we saw science, us today, imagine the science of us in 1,000 years. If we were to picture that science of 1,000 years, we would see it as magic, and it would alter everything about what we are excelling for now. So it just, I don't know. In my opinion, it makes a lot of sense. I think it's pretty cool. Except for the fact on a lot of the episodes of Star Trek, even when the world's getting destroyed, they just allow it to get destroyed. It's like, I don't get that one, but okay.
Yeah.
I'll get away from science fiction now. I like my Star Trek. Hey, Woody.
A lot of concepts started. Who's that? Oh,
that's not Woody. It says wrong. That would be Dawn.
Happy New Year.
Oh, is this thing on?
Yes, Happy New Year, Don.
Yeah. Happy New Year. Hope everybody's cool. Everybody's happy, healthy, horny, cool
Looking
stuff.
forward to doing a better job this year than we did last year. Yep.
You know what? That's not a bad idea.
Right.
But I just wanted to jump in real quick and say one real short thing to sing. You're wrong.
I wasn't even talking through that. Oh, that your head was exploding?
You've been wrong since you began today. Mentioned.
I think it makes them feel better just to say
You
that.
started off wrong.
Yeah, you're just
And
wrong.
it went off the rail from there. So I mean, it was wrong. I mean, it was just wrong. After that, but that's why you keep people like me on staff.
So so let's get into some specifics. Because
Actually,
I'm not.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm done. Thank you very much for your time. Have a wonderful
Because I
evening.
said I didn't say anything in that conversation. That was all that. So come on, let's get into some specifics here, buddy.
Nah, it's all good, man. Right.
I know it's all good.
Welcome in, Gedden. How you doing? What sort of speed would make me a bit travel sick?
Let me go put this this magnet on this camera outside and point it in a different direction. I'll be right back.
All right. But yeah,
Real dog.
back to this though. The transit through this Event Horizon. Now, this is one of the things that always kind of, how could you explain some of the stuff that talks about in the Seventh Trumpet? And it starts with blood and fire falling from the sky. And if our southern pole is attracted to this Event Horizon, then there are a lot of other things that are attracted to that Event Horizon, a lot smaller than what we are. And I think it would probably be like dust and pebbles and smaller rocks and stuff like that. But you have to think, we're going to be traveling through this Event Horizon. And if there's that kind of a situation there, we pass through it, all that dust and the small rocks and stuff like that would be as fire, blood, and fire falling from the sky. Stop and think about it. It really could look like that or feel like that when we go through this.
Yeah, real Don Martin now. Yeah, the new Star Treks are based on that alternate reality. They're kind of doing like the comic books like to do. I get it, but I wish they would have stuck to the original course, because there's a lot of Gene Roddenberry. Like Emerald, I think you're the other one that watches the Andromeda.
Yeah, I've seen all the Andromeda stuff. Yeah,
that's a Gene Roddenberry. I mean, there's so much more they could have gone on with his books instead of trying to rewrite it with an alternate universe. I like the new movies, but it's disappointing that they went that route for an alternate universe, because then it changes everything. So everything we watch in the past, basically now they're saying, well, that doesn't actually exist. So with Star Trek,
and I was totally disappointed with what they did with Caprica and the Battlestar Galactica. I was completely disappointed what they did with that series.
Yeah, I get their theory, or I get what they're going on, because there's that theory that some type of advanced civilization crashed here, so they went for that big. It was supposed to be a big thing at the end, and I mean, we kind of all saw it coming at the end of that. But yeah, they got so far off, and they were robots. They were not human. That got weird in Battlestar Galactica, where they made them to where they basically became human, and Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's saying don't watch the latest sequel of The Matrix. It's a total waste of money.
I heard that too, and that surprised me. I heard they got way off on everything.
Yeah, it'll just ruin everything what you've already seen on The Matrix. So don't waste your money.
See, every time they try to
justice warrior. Don't spend your money. It's a fucking social justice warrior, goddamn indoctrination film.
Exactly.
I heard they
Yeah.
went woke.
Yep.
That's what I was told. They went woke, and it ruined it.
Woke is an understatement. Fucking
Nice.
off the rails.
That sucks because that was a good series. The first three, they should have left it alone.
Yeah.
I mean, they should have left all that shit alone. Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
But no.
No, I'm not going to go see it. You guys
No.
can't. One, I'm not wasting my money. I don't want to
I
be
don't
one
want to. I
patronize
don't want
woke.
to ruin the other Matrixes because
I'd
I really
rather
like the
steal it.
Matrix.
I'd
I
rather
love
steal
the
it.
I like the original Matrix anyway.
Welcome in, John Sua.
John, how are you? Shout out to Nightingale. Shout out to
Hey, John.
Ivermectin. Shout out to Dallas. Shout out to Real Don. He's the real Don. I'm just some kind of scallywag that, you know,
You fake ass. No.
yep, fake ass, no good, left wing. Whoa, ooh, no,
No, don't go there.
You said that. I did
Not
not.
go there.
Don't blame me for that here in like 3 days saying I said it or anything.
do you remember when Singh called me a fucking left wing liberal? Oh yeah, I remember that. I was there.
Yeah, everybody will agree with you too. It's like, wait. Too funny.
But yeah, no shit, man.
said, yeah.
So, but when we merge out the other side, our South Pole will still be pointed towards the event horizon, but we'll be traveling away from it on the other side, which will effectively flip our planet, and the sun would rise again in the west.
I don't know.
I do. I mean, you look at when the way the Earth is spinning, if you run it through the point where we're grounded to, it spins and then travels away. It's still going to be pointed to that event horizon, but we'll be on the other side of it, traveling away from it. And effectively, we'll flip every planet, every star on this side of it.
Didn't they say several years ago that we were supposed to like flip or something? Some people were saying we were supposed to flip our poles.
We're at that scale now. Right, and that's been proven geologically now.
But I thought that was supposed to happen a couple of years ago.
That was the polar flip.
Yeah, the polar flip. That's what happens when we transit the rift. As we transit the rift.
I mean,
It's
I mean, Bernie sticker. Come on, John. Bernie sticker. John says I got a Bernie sticker on the Jeep.
Oh my God. Hell no.
Bernie sticker on the Jeep. Man, I'm a little slow. I apologize, but I mean, come on, John. I thought I didn't think. I know we weren't the best of friends, but I didn't think you hated. That's okay. That's cool. I get it.
But you know what, Don, we really wouldn't.
I come across it a little leaning a little left sometimes. I get it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Wiz.
Well, I was responding to Don Martineau. As us being on the planet, we're really not going to see that much of a drastic. I mean, yeah, it's going to be destructive, but I mean, theoretically, we wouldn't even realize it was happening if it weren't for the changes that take place during that time. It's not going to be like, I don't think it's going to be overnight kind of deal.
See, what about
They may have
what
Huh?
about tectonic shifting though? Because if something like that were to
everything is
happen,
disrupted.
there would have to be some extreme tectonic shifting, correct?
And potentially, yes.
Okay.
Potentially, yes. So, yeah, it may be fairly destructive. Well, they did call it the destructive, the Great Destroyer. Is that all that stuff is in disruptions in our electromagnetic fields for the solar system or our planetary electromagnetic field? Yeah, it's disorientating like that. There's going to be some changes because they say the oceans will slosh in their basins and all that kind of crazy stuff. Mountains will disappear and appear in other places. There's lakes and oceans will dry up and others will replace them in disparate areas.
See,
Things
I
like
think my bad.
Go ahead.
Oh, I think we'll continue to see like furthering, some of our storms worsening and stuff from natural progression within our environment and stuff like that. But I don't, in my opinion, I don't think we'll see anything massive on a massive scale, massively destructive. I think we'll continue to see, whatever, no matter what we do, the oceans are going to rise and everything. So when these lefties talk about the oceans rising, it's like, yeah, it's going to happen, regardless what we do. But I think a lot of that could even speed up and everything, and a lot of the severity with this, a lot of the severity of our storms as our climate continues to adapt itself. We're going to see as climates change, you get worsening storms and everything. So even some of that's going to get worse and everything. But I don't see anything like extinction level. You know what I mean? Does that make any
Correct.
sense? Okay.
Yeah. Right. No, I think that there will be quite a bit of loss of life for those that are in the affected areas. You know what I'm saying? Because there's not going to be anything you can do about it. There's just certain things that are, projected to happen. More like the whole state of Illinois and half of Kentucky, Tennessee, and Mississippi goes away. You know what I'm saying? Louisiana becomes a bottom of a delta,
There was,
yeah,
there was one, my
but
bad. Oh, there was one scientist I got a kick out of. He said that with all these people complaining, like, well, how are we going to stop, these cities or all this money from being lost in these cities and everything? And he said, we're not going to stop it and we're not going to reverse it. He's like, just quit building cities right next to the ocean. And I thought that was, the most legit, I guess, of all the advice that was given is quit building these cities close to it because those are the sea levels are going to rise. Quit putting all this money into that.
right. If nothing else, just at least temporary, right.
No
So
multi-trillion-dollar building sites, at least, anyways.
right, because what's happening to Earth is not just happening to Earth. It's happening to Mars. It's happening to Jupiter. It's happening to Uranus and Saturn and its moons and Jupiter and its moons. These things are happening across the board, all across our solar system. So this isn't like driving your SUV down the road caused this shit. I don't need to change out my
Now, hold
fucking
on.
light bulbs
Now,
because
Hold on.
Max, absolutely, we've seen.
What's
Go
happening
ahead.
to my Uranus? What's happening to my anus?
I'm talking about Uranus.
You
I
said
said the
this is
planet.
happening to Uranus, and I know I only caught that out of context, but
I ain't talking about your ass.
Max, Max, with
Okay.
what's going on
All right.
now, actually the world has seen much worse. They're proving now that they've seen worldwide flooding. They've proven that a lot of the storms we have now, they've seen way worse on massive scales. I mean, the different tornadoes, different hurricanes and stuff like this. And geologists are proving that a lot of these storms. So definitely, yeah, the Earth has seen, our planet has seen much worse than what's happening.
So next thing you're going to tell me, Sing, is that global warming is a thing. Is global warming a thing? Is there
Yeah,
science
it's a
of
natural
global
thing.
warming? It's a natural,
It's a
but
natural
It's
thing.
not a man-made
not a
thing.
man-made thing. So it's not, you
Right.
know, it's not me out here burning fucking V8, you know, V8 gas in my SUV, hydrocarbons
Not
and
cow
all that
farts.
CO2 into
Yeah.
you know,
It's-
not my farts, cow farts, anybody's farts. It's just
The
fucking,
amount-
it's a natural
The amount that humans are putting into the atmosphere is actually minuscule compared to the amount that volcanic
pales
activity
in comparison to one day of fucking volcanic activity.
Yeah,
Correct.
and the rise in volcanic activity right now is causing more than anything. Actually, the on a scale from the time that we began the Industrial Revolution until now, we've actually put a fraction of that in there. Really haven't increased much. It's so not discounting.
Okay. No, I was just
your
checking.
your
I
guys'
was just
opinions.
tracking.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good. I agree
Okay.
with you. 100%.
And these crazy bastards, I always kind of contemplated this. These crazy bastards want to kill off a lot of the population. Why would they be against global warming and raising sea levels?
The universe,
Right.
I live under the concept that the universe wants me dead.
Yeah, right.
do.
That's true. Right. We just live in the pockets of existence between the catastrophes.
And
Forests-
every day that
Forests
I'm
and
able,
ecosystems are disappearing because of large scale burning for farming, though.
Well,
I mean, you've got the Amazon. Sorry, I'm referring to chat, guys. The reason our forests and ecosystems are deteriorating is human impact, definitely, but it has nothing to do with the cars on the road and the carbon being put into the atmosphere. That has to do with the fact that they're burning it down, but burning them down more and more. And you can look all across the Amazon; they're burning thousands of acres a year to be able to create more farm ground and stuff like that. So the impact, a lot of the impact we're seeing, yes, is human, but it has nothing. Has a minimal amount to do with the carbon that we ourselves are putting into the atmosphere.
It'd be like $1 on 1,000.
Right. To be honest, if we kept better care of our oceans and our forests, this wouldn't even be a conversation.
I think it's arrogant for us to believe that we can affect the
Nature of the planet. Yes.
nature of the planet. I really do. I just, you simply have to get up next to or within a mile of a fucking volcano to understand the power that it possesses, to understand just how infinitesimally small and insignificant you or anything that fucking
Or the
you
entire
create
human
is
race.
going to be. Exactly.
Exactly right.
I
You know what?
agree. I agree, Max.
I just think it's arrogant for us to think that we could do that.
I like
Yeah,
the
right.
Iceland,
It is.
Like-
That's me.
like the Iceland
that's just me.
volcanoes. Like the Iceland volcanoes when they erupted and shut down Europe for 2 weeks. Okay, they estimated that the first week of its eruption spewed out more carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and other elements into the atmosphere than all of human creation.
Yeah.
And since its existence,
And see,
all of its
and I
effects.
agree with Max that it's inevitable. Anything you do is going to have an effect, somewhat, but it's so minuscule. It's not worldwide. It's so minuscule. There's really not much comparison. And I do agree that the ocean is our number one carbon scrubber. So are our forests. And that we need to keep better. We need to be better caretakers of some of that stuff instead of dumping trillions of dollars into a non-existent propaganda thing going on, whatever it is with the global warming. And I hope this doesn't get
how can we get China on board?
Oh, they won't. China's the one behind a lot of the Chinese companies are some of the main funders of some of the U.S. climate control issues. And
Yeah,
you can
What's
look
it
that
gonna, what's
up.
it gonna take to get Greta Thunberg over to our side? I mean, how big a check we gotta write?
I don't know that's possible. That's a willful sale.
you
Yeah, if Smiley was
volcano.
here, he'd have an idea. I'm telling you,
You'd have an idea.
Smiley would be able to.
How dare those volcanoes ruin Greta Thunberg's childhood? How dare
Oh,
they?
we can. We're doing it with the oceans and the forests, though, not with the carbon we're putting. That's truly my opinion based on science I've seen from both sides. A lot of the science I've seen from the side of the lefties that have the global warming initiatives that try to say that we're causing all this and everything. For one thing, it's a natural process. And for another thing, we're not affecting it in a large enough scale to matter. So when it comes down to it, their numbers, they have to skew their numbers to get everything to add up. To where a lot of these scientists on the other side, they're usually using the data from the cooling effects in the ocean and everything, and the warming effects in the ocean and everything. They're taking all this data, putting it together, and it's showing that humans really are not making an impact. It's just a lot of natural things going on, the volcanic activity, and the main impact that we are, and even they will tell you the main impact that we are having is with a lot of this global trade and a lot of the cheap materials and stuff that end up going out into the ocean, hurting our oceans and everything. And plus the fact that we're destroying, a lot of these corporations are destroying forests for profit. So, and the good thing about America is when we take down trees, we replant twice as many.
Right. And the planet has self-correcting mechanisms in its way too, just by nature. These volcanoes are going off and spewing all this sodium and all this stuff into the atmosphere. Well, guess what? Plants love it.
And don't get me wrong. I mean, yes, it's inevitable. We not only should, but we need to get away from fossil fuels because they're not going to last forever. But we cannot shut down everything. And I mean, if we shut down everything with our fuel production, people would not be able to get resources. We cannot shut down the entire system that we're built on and start from scratch. We've got to progress into it.
You know how we get off of that? And this is going to sound crazy. We get rid of the patent processes and open up the patents so that anybody can create them.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a better patent sharing system with that type of stuff. I do.
I'm sorry, but yeah, free market says the patenting system is a way to restrict free market.
How do we stop China from stealing our
Doesn't matter if they take it or not. It's who produces it. It's who's allowed to produce it. See, somebody comes up with a great idea that could save mankind. Tesla, hello. Turn around and lock down. Somebody locks down, buys up the patent, and locks it down. Nobody's able to produce it.
They do it all the time. Yep.
Correct. They kill these people. They disappear these people. They pay off these people to take their brilliant, life-changing ideas and lock them up into a cabinet so nobody can see them or use them or function them.
Okay.
And
For a guy that says that comes on the screen and says we're too negative, we got to stop this doom and gloom shit, dude. That's all that is.
What?
That's all that is that you're saying. There's doom and gloom conspiracy
about the patents. About the patents?
About the patents, about the Tesla, about disappearing people. About
that's not doom and gloom. That's actually happened. I know the guys in Illinois that invented the carburetor. They invented a carburetor that would aerate the fuel differently than the carburetors do now. And the engines were getting like 80 and 100 miles of the gallon on fuel. and turn around and those guys, one was killed and the other guy just disappeared. So, I mean, I know that
One was killed, the other was
personally.
disappeared.
Mhm.
Dude,
And look what they did to Stanley Meyer.
I don't know who the guy coming in is, so I'll let you guys click on him if you know him. I don't know who he is. There's a guy in the back.
Oh, that's Jason. He's
Oh,
just
hey,
got a,
Jason. Sorry, I
got a-
didn't recognize you.
he's got a hat on. But no, it's not doom and gloom. I'm not trying to doom and gloom that.
sure
But
it
there
is.
have been those people,
People getting
that
disappeared because of patents.
it's happened.
That's fucking
Yeah,
There is corporate chicanery going on.
right. It's just that has been
I was
one of
muted.
their ways of controlling the technology. That has been one of their ways of. We're hearing.
Somebody's
I
got
think
playback.
we got you with some talkback going on there, bud.
I'm loving the Nibiru banter here.
Yeah, but we're hearing ourselves in the background on your set.
Oh yeah, let me mute that.
Please.
Okay, is that better?
Max, sometime I'd like to continue this debate.
Honky Kong.
I enjoy that debate.
I was gonna say fire in the motherfucking bowl.
and I'm searching diligently for a fucking good Bernie sticker.
You already have one. Don't deny it.
Oh, I muted one too many. Okay, so I got this one up.
Well, it sounds to me like you either learn how to you make an effort and try to learn how to play the game, or you make an effort to try to change the game.
Right.
And that's a tricky part because and like we were talking about the other night, you got to enter yourself into the game to be able to, the so-called game, to be able to win it too. And that's one thing I don't want people to be, take it too much to heart. And there is corporate chicanery, but there's still, I mean, the American dream still exists.
Right.
And I don't think anybody was taken away from that.
I think the trick is with the hydrogen and the new technologies, the Tesla stuff, is it's not about making money. As soon as it becomes about getting rich and making money on it, you destroy it, because then it locks it down and there's no way it's going to get out because, well, nobody wants it out there.
So what the fuck else? What else would it ever be? Tell me. Why would you expend your time, effort, riches, whatever, to develop whatever for the greater good if you don't think you're going to make a shit ton of money off of it? Tell me who develops that without the idea of making a shit ton of money. Tell me who does that.
No, but not a lot. There's not a lot of it out there. That's part of the problem.
I'm a greater good kind of guy. I'd love for, peace on earth, goodwill towards man, and everything to be cheap and free, and the world not have bad people in it. But
nobody's saying, but you have to, you have to say that you can't be reimbursed for materials and your time and stuff like that. But I'm just saying, the technology itself, trying to.
Well, I'm asking you, who do you know that would do that? Just what you just said, reimburse for your time, your effort, your materials.
Right.
What are you going to reimburse me at $15 an hour? I mean,
well, you set that time, you set that on your own scale. You know what I'm saying? It's about free market there at that point.
Not to change the subject, but about 6 months ago, I lost a cat, and that thing just came walking into my house.
You died dead, gave it up for dead, huh?
Yeah, either there's a pet cemetery and that thing came back from the dead. I'm a little concerned if I want it in my house now or not.
Pet cemetery, baby.
Hey, I want to
Ah,
say Happy New Year's, and my shit was muted when I first got on, so I don't even know what y'all heard me say, but Happy New Year's, guys.
Happy New Year.
definitely.
Happy New Year's.
Dude, that's kind of creepy though. I got my door shut right now in my room.
He's
That
so
cat has
freaked
been
out.
gone 6 months.
Oh wow.
Anyways, carry on. That's just pretty wild. So I had to share it.
Wow. Keep it outside and feed it outside.
I just know I'm not letting it in my bedroom with me.
Right? Yeah. We don't know what kind of bugs it's got.
I've heard of it, but I never got to play it.
Right. And you never know if, what it caught, like you say, what it caught
Oh,
out
okay.
there. It's not
Right.
frothing at the mouth or anything. So good there. It looks okay.
No, because I've got the hydrogen generator that I built, I designed, and working with the information that I had. And it's pretty productive. So I'm getting ready to reopen that scale, but I could get reimbursed for my costs in creating it, but to try and lock it down and get the patents on it and all that stuff
I think
would just
the
restrict. It would
and
restrict everything.
I don't want to speak for Don, but I think is what he was alluding to is that's really close to socialist ideals,
It
is
is kind of,
forcing. You know what I mean? So it is freaky to think about. So
but free
it's
market does have that capability for benevolence. It used to be a big thing to do a big project for a town or a big scale upgrade for your surrounding community.
right.
That was one of the things that's why they named wings of the colleges to the people who donated the money to have them built.
Right.
Or the hospitals and shit like that. Those were all benevolent
And
acts of
no,
generosity.
I get it, and I wish people were more like that. I truly do. But yeah, that's a tricky one. It's hard. I can see
It
the
is difficult.
opposing angles on it. It's a difficult one. Max, real quick. The world also has built-in ways of defending off, like with the oceans cleansing, with the forests cleansing, and stuff like that. So it has its natural built-in abilities to fight off. So you're talking about if one cell gets infected, the body also has built-in protections to fight certain things off. So yeah. And so, I mean, so if you want to compare one cell in the body, it's a similar thing. There's ways that the nature accounts for certain things. And
Right.
the amount that we're doing truly is so minuscule on the entire end of all the carbon that's been put in. It's just, from what I've seen and I've read, it doesn't truly doesn't. If you could show me proof that, hey Tim, if you could show me definitive proof that what we're doing is doing this, not political proof, I mean scientific proof that proves that we're putting this much in and it can only handle this much, because the numbers that they have right now are scaled, even though the skewed numbers they have are scaled down enough to where what we're putting in on the scale of things is nothing. So it's, yeah. So if you've got information that I don't have and you want to share it, I'm free. I'm open to look at anything.
Welcome in, Tim. Happy New Year.
Howdy,
Happy
Tim.
New
New
Year.
Year to you.
But yeah, I understand what you're saying, Max. But we have defenses in our bodies. The planet has its own defenses built in, and things happen here on a scale that we're not even sure. We don't even know if oil is a non-renewable type of
Hey,
material.
Carpenter.
Because why do they cap off wells and then years later they go back and they refill themselves? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know about, but the
Yeah.
we're inevitably, oh, I don't know, but we're inevitably working away from fossil fuels anyways, and we have to as a society, because they will not last forever. Um, um, and my main thing is we cannot shut down the entire system that keeps us all going and productive to try to restart or reignite. I don't even know what
The
their
trick
plan
of it is
They
they
just want to
found a
shut
way
it
to
down.
take these resources and turn us all into slaves to them. That's the part. You
Y'all
know,
seen
I
the
can
new,
understand.
new Matrix movie? I hadn't seen it
What?
yet. There's a new Matrix
No.
movie. It's kind of a hippie.
Yeah, everybody's saying don't watch it because it sucks. It's too woke. Bunch of woke bullshit.
Yeah, still be funny to watch though. I'd get high and watch it.
I'm disappointed for Keanu playing a part in it if it was woke, because I thought he was just kind of non-affiliated. That's why I liked him. I thought he kind of stayed out of roles and stuff like that. But
Right.
To me, at the end, if people are paid and played, I don't hate the person. I just hate the game they're in. That they.
I'll still watch his movies. I'm not one of those people. I probably won't watch this one if it's ultra woke, because I really don't want to pay money to watch something that tells me how big of a POS I am. You know.
Well, I get that.
Right. Have you ever seen Keanu Reeves' movie called H2O?
I never did.
I haven't.
Look it up sometime. See if you can find it. It's pretty badass. It talks about the hydrogen stuff that I'm talking about.
Oh, the power, hydrogen power.
How to turn water into hydrogen gas.
Oh yeah.
That's what I heard, Max, and I don't want to watch it for that, because everybody I've talked to that has seen it said it ruined the entire, even the storyline just screwed everything else up. So I don't want to ruin the other Matrixes.
Good out of it, you know. There's always a seed to equivalent seed of benefit to every adversity or
Right.
shitty flick.
No, but them trying to put electric into everything. Where do you think the electric comes from? You know what I'm saying? It comes from what they call fossil fuels.
51% from the coal that they're so angry about. But also, have you ever seen a lithium mine and seen how many millions of gallons of water lithium infest or pollutes? So you can't say one is entirely better than the other. You know. So I agree. I mean, they want us to trade it in for this, or for electric cars, and want us to mine all this lithium. But lithium is not the when it's mined, it's strip mined. I don't know if you've seen some of those mines in like Kazakhstan and stuff like that. There's a reason why they're doing it
New
in a lot of
Mexico's
low.
got one. Yeah. That's
a
pretty
lot of
badass. A wooden
Wood
pocket
grain,
watch.
wood grain
Pocket watch.
That pocket watch, baby. It's about
That's
85.
badass.
I get it half off where I work. Yeah, it was the last one. It's a discontinued item. Anyway, I didn't mean to cut in.
Yeah.
I really like the hydrogen. It piques my interest what you're saying about the hydrogen stuff. Probably my brother knows way more about that shit than I do.
But as far as the tech itself, getting compensated for time and materials of producing it, obviously. Trying to lock down the technology is what gets people killed. You know what I'm saying?
I've shared links on build it yourself hydrogen stuff. I've shared links with it. So
right. And I mean, you can build it on your own and utilize it and all that jazz. Like that guy did it on a simple lithium-ion battery in a soda bottle. You know what I'm saying? On a small scale. But I'm talking about putting it on a scale to where it's going to be able to fill the energy needs for a home. You know,
there are some negatives to hydrogen, but there are far less negatives to hydrogen one of the concerns is the NO2 that it produces. So nitrous
How does that produce that?
nitrous oxide 2. It
How does it
produces
produce that?
in the electrolysis process when you're when you're burning it. Excuse me.
No, the only exhaust off of the hydrogen.
You get NO2. You get
No.
NO2. Yes, you
No,
do.
you don't. No, you don't. You get sterile water vapor. Sterile H2O is what comes out of it. Everything else is burned off in the recombination explosion.
Yes, and NO2 also.
Well, I've never heard that. I've never seen any documents or any reports on that at all. Because they used it in sterilization process of water.
I want to reiterate real quick. 2022 is going to be a great year, and it's going to be what each of us as individuals make of it. It's up to you how good of a year it's going to be. There's things going on we don't agree with and stuff, but for yourself, you can make it a good year.
Yep, you can.
True to the motherfucking that.
Right? Right.
I was actually going to change my name to Honky Kong Jr. It's actually a name my buddy from California.
Honky Kong Jr.
We made it up. We made up Honky Kong. We'd be on a Call of Duty and we just make up crazy shit.
That's what threw me off as a name. I was like, man, I don't recognize that name. I'll let one of these guys bring him in.
Eventually, I'll find one pretty much standard name. I got some, but it's just I like to have.
But
fun.
I want to utilize it. But you can utilize it. You can. The thing is one of the features of it is that it actually cleans the air. Because when you separate the water and you take in air for like burning it in an engine, you have the fuel production input, okay, the fuel input, and you have air input, and it actually at 2600 degrees, when it is the temperature that it burns at its core in the explosion, although mind you the explosion may not be so big inside of an engine, just enough to, you only put in enough fuel to make the engine work. So, but that 2600 degrees, it sterilizes everything else out, burns all of that out, and turn around and its exhaust vapor is sterile H2O water vapor. You can use it. You can burn hydrogen inside the heat, and it'll actually moisturize your environment at the same time. So,
well, I'm going to do what I can to try to find that video that I watched about it, and it showed NO2. I'd have to drop off the panel here to do it if you want me to do it. But
it might have something to do with an electrolyte or electrolyzer that they put in the water to accommodate the acid. But you can utilize salt. You can utilize. I know if you.
Why it does NO2 is because of nitrogen in the atmosphere. It's
Sure.
Nitrogen. It combines nitrogen and oxygen, which creates NO2.
Well, 70% of our air that we breathe is nitrogen.
Right. But it does say, they were saying that was a negative. I don't know in what scale it is, because to my understanding, nitrogen is completely inert. It's not anything. I mean,
Right.
It's something you need in the atmosphere. So NO2 would be nitrous oxide. That's nitrogen and oxygen combined. And that's one of the byproducts that comes from, just like H2O.
Okay.
But this is NO2.
Yeah, I've never seen that raised as a concern in any of the papers I've
Apparently,
read about
this guy was concerned about it. He said he had some concern about it. But overall, it's better than anything we've got right now. And you're right. I thought.
Yeah, I hear you.
I would like to point out that Emerald ticked on off this time. It was not me. So
I did.
no, I'm joking. You guys are
Oh,
debating.
I
I'm
was
just
like,
kidding. You know,
Carpenter says
just
they call it
messing
green
y'all.
energy because it costs so much money. It costs you a lot of green.
So burning hydrogen the hydrogen gas has to be combined with oxygen, which creates H2O. It converts it back into H2O again, water.
Mhm.
So
With the proper amount of heat and
Yeah.
pressure, it recombines.
yeah, and he's trying to make it look like, he says there's a lot of positives to it, but he's trying to make it look like there's negatives to it. I don't think it is. I think it's a disinformation channel or something, maybe.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Because right, but even if it did, it's an inert gas. It's not a poison. It's prevalent in our atmosphere anyway. You know what I'm saying? So what would be the concern?
You wouldn't see, even with NO2, if you had tons of NO2 in the atmosphere, it's something that's natural occurring. It wouldn't make a difference one way or another.
What is that?
Can I make a quick statement real
I
quick?
was just trying to show some fireworks going off. Keep going. Sorry.
I was just, if all this is about global warming, then why are they dumping trillions into the so-called study of the effects of global warming and not dumping these trillions into the advancement of hydrogen, of nuclear fusion? I mean, we'd be so much beyond if we put that type of money into the research of this stuff. We'd be well into a lot of it.
All of it is all padding the pockets of their constituents. That's what it all is.
Yeah.
There you go.
I agree that most of it is diversion of funds. I completely agree.
Yeah. Fiat money. Money they printed out of thin air.
I mean, the simple fact of how much China has gotten from us alone in money we've literally given to them to supposedly help with their climate, we've got to question, because they've made no alterations, no commitments and everything, and we've given them tons of money to alter it. So that should make people ask the question. And I remember, you guys remember in 2010 where they talked about, they were a lot of the scientists with the global warming, when it was really getting on a roll and everything, they had a lot of people in a panic saying the North Atlantic North Atlantic current was slowing down, and it was going to be completely, if we didn't stop using fossil fuels immediately, it was going to basically come to a stop before 2020, and that the entire planet would be engulfed in storms that would be like extinction type storm. Remember all that in 2010 when they're talking about the North Atlantic current?
Right.
And here we are, 2020, and the North Atlantic current is as strong as ever.
Okay, Max Cade, you say NO2 is nitrous oxide. That's what I said. As far as its toxicity, that's what the dentist gives you, the laughing gas, is not nitrous oxide. That's what that is.
Okay, I get it now.
The toxicity is what makes you kind of like if I remember right, I think what you're talking about, Bill, that you mean the toxicity of it is what gives the effects as kind of a tranquilizer, kind of like with mushrooms and beer and all that stuff. It's actually a slight toxicity in it that actually alters our system for buzz.
I don't know. I don't know anything about that stuff. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I'm just saying this guy said it had NO2 and he had a concern about it.
Oh yeah, I was just yeah. My bad. I thought I was agreeing with you.
Now, somewhere behind the sacred silent secrets, silence and schemes.
I don't have a concern about it because I don't know. You know, all I know is I think hydrogen. Personally, I'm on the hydrogen train, man. I want to see hydrogen be used. I don't think there's gonna be hardly any toxicity coming out of hydrogen.
And see, that's where Emerald's point about patents comes into play, because a lot of that, there's smaller items that they've got locked down in nuclear patents that make it illegal to purchase that are useful in the production of equipment for, am I correct, Emerald?
Yeah, there's
This
that.
is what
as
I've
well,
read about
right?
them.
There's that
Yeah.
as well. But for the most part, yeah, there needs to be a change in the patenting process where they can't lock these patents away from them.
I definitely absolutely do not think our government should be able to lock down patents and hide them away. I think that should be completely illegal. I understand for the benefit of military type stuff, keeping secrets and stuff like that. But for certain things that really, I mean, I can't remember what it is exactly. It's something to do with the electrode or something that they use, if I remember right, that creates more of a, oh God, if I can remember the names of stuff.
It's a frequency that they apply to the electricity.
Yeah, and there's a certain type of electrode that gets more of a reaction that they would be like to use in it, but it's locked up in something to do with some weaponry, and it's illegal to purchase or whatever.
Right. NASA uses it. NASA uses it to provide oxygen and fuel for their spacecraft.
And that type of stuff, I don't think it should be locked down. That drives me nuts. I think it's cool when, like, God, that's a tricky subject though, isn't it? Because, you think about medical then. Imagine if there was medical sharing, how advanced would be. Imagine, it's a tricky subject. I get both sides, and I don't know on that one.
Yeah, well, it's not doom and gloom. I don't see it as doom and gloom.
No.
But there's
and that carburetor is a real deal. That carburetor is a real deal. In 1973, there is a 1973 carburetor that is patented that's owned by I can't remember if it's which one it is now. It was bought by one of the original oil companies. I think it's like BP is actually on the patent paperwork now as ownership of it. And there's a carburetor. And you can't definitively say this is the one that had but it leads credence to it because they own patents on stuff like that they go out and buy and tuck it in. And yeah, so that's legitimate. That one, there is a lot of legitimacy behind that.
Right, because all you got to do is research the story behind Stanley Meyer and the water car. Research his situation, and you'll see what I'm talking about, because he died shortly after a few visits with the Pentagon, and he refused to give them exclusivity on the patents.
Yeah. And I know I'll be accused of being a fence sitter on a lot of the subjects, but it's not that I'm a fence sitter on this, like this one. It's the fact that I don't know. I don't have enough information either way, and then there's so many pros and cons to each. But when I get down to it, and the fact that I believe in a free economy, I gotta say patent sharing would be bad. Forced patent sharing. It'd be good if, like, our medical industry would actually get back into wanting to provide benefit for people and share it openly, willingly. Right.
But then there's certain things that they know that can't be patented that they absolutely outlaw. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There's cures for cancer that they won't produce because they can't be patented, because they can't be locked down, and they can't be made scarce.
Well, if I can remember the name of that, if I can remember the name of that material that they use for the electrode and some of the more powerful hydrogen generators.
Platinum.
Yeah. And since that's right. Thank you. God, I
Platinum
suck at
is the
names. That should have been.
most desirable metal for an electrode.
And it is completely locked down and illegal for a basic person to I can't remember, not completely locked down, but the legalities are questionable for a regular person to purchase it to build their own generator, or for a company to purchase it because it's locked down for the use of military equipment and everything. So I mean, there's some things like that that drive me nuts. So I completely agree on that. Nope, not agnostic. Religion is one thing that I'm pretty conservative on. I'm a firm believer.
Yes, it does, Don. Yep, the sodium dioxide. Yep. Yes, it does.
Hello, guys.
What's up, Night Stalker? How you
How's it
doing?
going, man?
Happy New Year.
Welcome in, Night Stalker. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys. It's been a
Yeah.
fucking heck of a two or 3 weeks.
Yeah, you're looking more and more like the wizard of the Live Free or Die Hard.
What can I say?
You know what I'm talking about?
I think so. No, I mean, I think I've seen the movie Live Free or Die Hard, but like,
Remember Silent Bob? He went by the moniker the Wizard. He was the
Okay.
guy that he was communicating with when everything went down.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can be. I'll be the wizard from Live Free or Die Hard. Hell yeah.
Yeah, you'll see what I'm talking about. He's just a closet technologist, and he just, yeah,
I
Was-
feel that.
yeah.
Bill,
Yeah,
where'd Bill go?
I just had my black lights up, so I was like, oh fuck it, put them back up both in.
Right, there you go. But yeah, where'd Bill go? That's the question. He'll be
That
back.
is a really good question. Well, I don't
Might
know
have
where
got a
Bill
call.
went either. I'm like 0 for 2. I don't know who the Wiz from Live Free or Die Hard is, and I don't know where.
Well, it's not your fault. It's a brand new baby year.
It's true.
True.
One day into the year and already fucked.
Right.
I-
Right. You just as soon as you stop learning, it's over.
Emerald, have you watched our numbers when we get into these good discussions? They start popping up. They go up, and then when we pull off the discussion, they go down. And then we pop up there. People apparently like the intense discussions.
Yeah. Yeah. The
They
reality
really
and
seem
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So what you're saying is I should pay a bunch of trolls to come in here and give us stuff to talk about, and so that way we
Negative.
can get heated.
negative.
no, it's okay.
Abort.
That's
Abort.
okay.
Fire in the bowl of that.
But I'm saying when you can take fire the bowl. When you can take water and a solar panel and create the fuel you need to run any internal combustion engine or any gas using appliance, and in a more efficient way, and you don't have to buy the fuel for it once you get the system set up, what's the big deal? You know what I'm saying? But that's what
Don't
what
be
I was
saying
talking
that, Wiz. You're just gonna get all the Arabs after us next.
Some of this on its face, when you look at it, some of it really does make you question if it's just like, and I've heard a lot of people with the concern about weed, that a lot of the reason it hasn't been legalized is because of taxability. If you put hydrogen generators out there where people can basically fill it up with water, it makes you wonder if a lot of the holdup on that is because they don't have the taxability on that water.
Right. They can't control what falls from the sky. They can't grow. They don't like weed because it grows like weed. It's like a weed. It grows everywhere.
And that's sickening if it's something that can help out society and help out mankind. That's sickening that a structure would put taxability or monetary income ahead of, but we all know there's
Well,
know,
look
our
at what
government.
happened to Tesla. Look what happened to Tesla. That's exactly what happened to Tesla. They couldn't stick a meter on it.
Yeah, well, and Edison
They
went on a
couldn't control the
campaign with
source.
it.
They couldn't
Yeah,
control the source, and they couldn't charge the public for the use of it. Because once you
E-
built the device, it worked. And it didn't need any more maintenance. It didn't need any more fuel. It didn't need any more bullshit. It just always fucking produced energy.
right, right.
Okay? Because they couldn't control the source. So they said, fuck you, and we're not using it because we can't control the source.
Edison himself, and a little known fact, and Emerald, you'll back me up on this. Edison created the electric chair on accident because he was trying to discredit and make Tesla's AC current look horribly dangerous and everything. And he was frying animals. He even fried an elephant. He'd fried dogs and stuff like that.
Right. He
And
turned
that's how.
Tesla into Frankenstein.
Yep. So unintentionally, he developed the electric chair, and then when the government came to him about something for executions, a new way to execute, he actually still had in mind trying to destroy Tesla, so he created the electric chair. And the first execution with an electric chair went horribly, grossly wrong. By the way, it was
Carpenter.
good.
Tesla called it radiant energy because it's everywhere. It's in everything. We're within its field because it's a field of electromagnetism from the planet. It's the effect of our surface of our planet rubbing against the atmosphere. It's that sort of thing. So yeah, our planet is, our mantle is mostly metals. Okay.
Still, it's kind of funny when you think about it, because currently we are using alternating current. We are using Tesla's design. That's what the world runs.
It made radio. It made radio possible.
Yet in schools, his name is barely mentioned, and Edison, who created DC, is mentioned constantly and taught about in schools. Yet Tesla is barely mentioned in most history classes.
Well, Edison didn't invent anything. Edison didn't invent anything himself.
Well, a lot of it was. Well, even the DC current was based on, because Tesla was actually a one of Edison's helpers or subordinates.
He hired Tesla to improve the technology. Yeah.
And Tesla actually tried several times to get him to advance his ideas, and Edison refused to, just kept him working under his foot. So Tesla went on his own.
Well, he didn't give a shit about any of his inventions unless they could make a dollar.
Yep. And the thing that nailed Tesla was the precursor to General Electric. Actually, maybe been General Electric back then. I don't think it was. I think it was like General Engineering or something.
Yep, General Electric, and then you had Westinghouse was their competition.
And they bought it out, and the oil guy, what's his name? The original oil baron, Rockefeller. Thank you. He came in and was going to commit complete economic sabotage on GE. GE could not fight back. They were not big enough to fight Rockefeller. So Tesla signed all rights over to GE with no. They didn't have to pay him a dime, so they could still do it. And then Rockefeller ended up still winning, and GE didn't develop his stuff as quick. But Tesla signed off all monetary future profits because he wanted to get it out there for the benefit of people,
to the public, right? Now, Carpenter Patriot says that unexhaustible. We use it and put it back at the same time. Tesla said that is said to have made a working prototype. Yes, he did. He made multiple prototypes. In fact, Pierce Arrow made a car with electric motors that ran on his energy device. It was the size of a bread box.
Colorado Springs, actually.
And that's how you got the glove box, because the actually, I think it was something to do with that. But they had that. He put the device in a compartment on the dash, and the antenna came out from there, and you didn't have to fuel it up. You could drive it everywhere. Pierce Arrow actually made a car for that, but the actual device was removed after his death because he kept the car.
Can you
he made-
imagine, like, what they would be able to do with today's technology?
Well, let me show you. No, I don't have to imagine. Let me show you.
Well, I meant like Tesla, like them, the people in general, like the people that invented all this stuff, like the cool ass shit that we don't get to hear about because, like, you know, people don't want us hearing about this stuff. You know, they turn it into
Well.
like they've turned like we have like the Focus and like the Leaf and all this shit, but you have to plug in that car like you have to charge the car up by itself. These guys had like actual solutions to like everyday problems, and yet we can't use them because people don't want them being used.
Correct, because they can't control the source, or they want to do, you know.
Well, the
so
thing
they-
is weed is very taxable. Look at Colorado. I mean,
but
it
they can't.
sucks.
Right, they can't control the source, so they can't make it a scarcity, which has been the model of
But it's
their
not
type
supposed
of.
to be. We run as an economy on scarcity products. Like how
Correct.
like, if we can make a shortage of this product, then how are we going to make the most money? That's their problem. Instead of just saying, hey, like this is good for us because we can make a lot of it and do a lot of things with it. You know, like you can use hemp a lot. Like you can use like you can make diesel fuel out of hemp. You know, so I mean, it's good that it doesn't run out. They just not good for money, and that's fine.
Oh shit! My browser's crashing.
even the hemp seed here is highly taxed, so it's a very expensive crop. They make it a very expensive crop to grow. Even
And
hemp.
that's fair. I'm completely okay with them taxing it all. You want to tax
See,
it, fine, because we
I
can
think
make
they
more money.
overtax the hemp.
They can make more money off of finished hemp because you can make everything out of it. You can make sails, you can make clothing, you can make like
I
don't know,
agree.
you can make you can literally make everything out of it. There is no like the problem is how how high is too little with hemp, in my opinion. So, I mean,
Even
I
biodegrade. Oh, we lost Emerald.
he'll
Jesus,
be back.
everybody's taking.
He said his browser was crashing.
He slipped off. He'll probably be right back.
I saw a cool thing that there's companies producing. I don't know what they're using out of the hemp, but they're producing biodegradable plastics out of hemp now too.
Yep. The problem is you can't tax something where there's too much. Like you don't know. There's endless possibilities.
The original. I wish Woody was up here for this. The original reason that a lot of hemp and everything was outlawed was actually more to the fact that a lot of the cotton growers had more influence in Congress and stuff than the hemp producers, because hemp was always used in like ship rope sales and stuff like you're talking about. So it actually became a political thing that hemp itself was outlawed more than anything.
Yep.
Have you seen this? This is an old article. Night Stalker?
I'm looking at it.
That's an old article, man.
Hell
Actually.
Yeah. Truth about the mysterious Tesla tower in Texas.
That was dated December 12th, 2018.
And that's like 4 years ago now, guys.
Right.
3 years ago in like a few days.
Take care, Real Dome.
Oh, Don Marno's taking off. God bless you, buddy. Dream well, Patriot.
Yeah, I'm not much longer.
So cheers,
I think it's
Don. Happy New Year.
I got a while.
We all.
But I'll post that link here. Oops, that's not it.
The Tesla team.
Yeah. I mean, check it out. There are newer articles out too, and there are different articles out about this thing as well. This is just the one I had in my my research folders. by.
Just dope.
You find some
But what?
interesting information when you look up the companies that's operating it now.
Good old red stag here.
But it's massive.
That thing is huge.
I was watching New Year's Eve fireworks show. It was some tower that looked just like that, but I forget. God, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Biodiesel is cool if somebody wants to create it themselves, but on a mass market, it's the same as ethanol. It becomes a drain on everything. Here in Colorado's not meant to grow corn. We're the wheat belt. It's meant for like dryland wheat. They started popping holes in the ground and pumping out a crap load of water in these corporate farms when these ethanol plants went up, and most of that corn goes to ethanol. And the amount of energy with natural gas, actually, if you just take natural gas, the amount of energy that goes into creating ethanol compared to the amount of energy that they get out of ethanol is 0.01% gain. That's all the gain they get. The amount of energy that has to go into creating it to the amount with corn. Now, if they use cane and even possibly sugar beets, there's more sugars in it, so it would actually create more. But using corn, originally ethanol was supposed to be just for the excess corn that we had. We had an abundance of corn, and a lot of it was just rotting, so they came up with the ethanol, and then they expanded into this whole green thing. But the amount of water that they're sucking out of the ground to keep ethanol going, and then they make it sound like, well, it's to feed the world, you know. And no, not when 51% of corn production goes into ethanol. And ethanol, if any of you have ever put it in your vehicle, less power, worse fuel mileage, you don't gain anything, at least go mid-grade. Okay, I'm done.
Well, if anybody's eating fucking that much corn, I'm like, don't get me wrong, I like myself some corn on the cob, but there's no nutritional value, actually. Just a funny.
Right, Max. It would take an unbelievable amount of crop to produce enough to fuel ourselves. It's a no-go.
But you know what? It goes all the way back to Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin actually produced an engine that ran on hemp seed oil. This potbelly stove that he created, the famous one he made, that was to burn hot seed, hemp seed.
Okay, now. Yep. Woody, yep, absolutely. Sugarcane is used in South America, and South America's got it down pat. There is no excess because they actually burn the cane stalks after they get the sugars out. They burn the cane stalks to help. Wait, just a second. They burn the cane stalks to help, like, bring the water to a boil and stuff like that for their energy. So, I mean, they've got it pretty well figured out down in South America, especially Brazil, I believe. Am I right?
Right. Yeah. Yep, I've heard about that.
I'll be right back. I got to turn a puppy out, apparently.
All righty.
You guys want to laugh real quick?
Do what?
You guys want to laugh real quick?
What's that?
Here you go. Look in the private chat.
Yo, anybody know where Apex has been?
In his own world.
I gotta say,
Playing
hey,
Apex.
Happy New Year, man. Come on.
You know what else corn can be used for, guys?
Right.
But Happy New Year, Apex. I know.
Happy New Year. What else can it be?
And it can be used for this. Look at that, guys. There's something wrong about having a site like this.
From Federation USS Enterprise.
There you go. We're watching Corn Pop. Corn Hub. They needed something else to do with 51% of the 51% of the thing. So they have Corn Hub. Hey, Honky. I don't know what happened to my sound. It went.
Somebody's asking for a StreamYard link in Twitch. Where's Wiz?
Wiz is currently, he's here somewhere.
Scene got bumped off too.
Yeah, he was here somewhere.
Well,
Here, it's right here. I'll put it in the I have it on the channel paste. There you go.
How's it going, Night Stalker?
no, Wizard go.
I have no idea. I think he disappeared. I
Well,
think he went behind the curtain for a second. I put it in the private chat. I know that.
oh no, now he dropped out. And Canoes, I haven't seen. I guess he might have family or doing something. Hope everybody out there is doing good tonight. Sure, we'll get some people up in here soon. I'm just in and out. I got a little company here, so I'm in and out.
Well,
Oh, what's going on, Ghost?
all right. Just hanging out here with you guys. I don't know. Everybody dropped out.
Yeah, I'm
But-
sorry. I feel kind of rude. I'm in here, having to mute myself and unmute just because, I'm having fun with several people, and I don't want to cause it to go over the talk here by me going and chatting in the background. But yeah, I'm just here. Oh, kind of tired. I had a long night last night.
Oh yeah. Did you have a good New Year?
Yeah, just blew off the fireworks. I went and spent like $50 and bought a couple different fireworks that were pretty decent. I showed one of them on here, off my cell phone. I was just showing it earlier, but anyway, it was pretty good. We got pretty crunk, just drink and smoke and hang out by a little fire. Had a little, what do you call it? 50-gallon, just a barrel fire. What do you call it? A burning barrel.
Burning barrel.
Yeah, we always got the burning barrel back there. My
Is it
buddy's
cold?
house.
Is it cold over there?
No, it was warm. I mean, it was warm all day. Now it's been raining all day, and it's gonna start getting somewhat cold. I think it's gonna snow tomorrow or something. So
Yeah, yesterday I was talking to Florida Explorer and he said it was 80 degrees down there.
dang,
He's near Jacksonville.
that must be. I mean, I don't know. It could be muggy. I mean, it was almost too hot here, where you're like, for wintertime, just didn't feel right. But nothing major.
Yeah.
We've seen warm winters, but
Have you?
it's called El Nino and La Nina.
This is supposed to be a La Nina year.
Yeah, it's a thing. I mean, that's what I learned in school. like how plants need carbon dioxide to grow. Little boy. Oh, I wonder where Colonel's at. I bet he's still sleeping in. He probably partied over there in Holland.
Yeah.
There were some pretty cool shows that I was looking at with a friend of just different fireworks shows.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Budai has a really good one, and just different places around the country.
Yeah.
That's okay.
What have you been up to though? What'd you do for New Year's?
Stayed home.
Yeah, stay safe, stay home. Yeah,
I mean, yesterday I had a lot of errands I had to run, bills to pay, things like that. So that's cool. Yeah, La Niña. La Niña Chiquitita.
Can't you actually pepperoni in the app, bastard?
I'm gonna play a little tune for you.
This is simple.
The truth we might have seen, and the love we might have known, on the wings of carelessness, unto infinity has flown. Oh, it's been years since I did that. And I've got more to it, but I've actually right now I'm blanking out. I know the words, but I would have to literally go back. It's actually a song, a poem my father wrote that I turned into my own song. So it's kind of a sentimental song. I forget, didn't really have a name for it yet. It's just a poem.
Are you a fan of Neil Young?
Oh, I love some Neil Young, man.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, I'm pretty much, I like all types of music. There's not, I mean, depending, it's mostly older stuff, but you know, I just like a little bit of everything.
It sounds like you could do a Neil Young if you pick through his music and find something.
Yeah, that would be cool, man. I wish I'd have done a lot more guitar back in the day. I should have already learned how to play very well by now, because I think I could have done something with it. Still could, I think. Like being the president of the United States, I still fully think I can do this. I got this.
We all could have done a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I was into basketball big time and just different things.
Yeah. I thought you weren't, didn't you say you were a ice hockey guy?
No, that could have been someone else.
Oh, I thought you said you did ice hockey.
And the Wim Hof method, the Iceman, that's probably what you're thinking of. The breathing technique. I don't know. Yeah, the Wim Hof method. That's the only kind of ice hockey I like.
Maybe it was somebody else on the stream that said that they were into ice hockey.
I'm into it. But the one time I went and skated on the ice rink, I was a kid and I fell over. My mom was with me too. We're on the ice. I don't know if I was pushed over. I think I just slipped. I fell down, and somebody came by and went right over my finger and sliced my finger with the metal blade of their ice skate.
Oh.
From then on, I didn't really like going ice skating.
Yeah.
The one time I went and did it, and I gave up after that.
Yeah, I got booted off. I don't know what the hell happened. I restarted my whole computer.
Oh, yeah, bro. Oh, I was going to ask her a question.
Old man taking a look at my life.
Pop up in here.
Remember that song?
Yep.
Which
I'm
one?
a lot like you.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Let's El Smokio some mucho gracias. I agree, Carpenter. I'm about to do that. You pack a bowl. Hold on one sec.
Mucho marijuana.
Oh man, fire in the bowl. Rock on. I'm just
Mucho,
messaging text and to Singularity.
mucho
Brought to you by
marijuana.
Farms.com.
Yeah, .com.
Mm.
Some mucho gracias. Yeah. Yeah. Fire in the bowl. You know, no, but we're getting to talking about all this Tesla stuff, and it gets me thinking, man, because I've even got the materials to build a radiant energy, according to a radiant energy antenna collector array that was straight out of the patents from Tesla. And I've got all of his patents saved up on a library I created that's hosted on my web space.
Did he ever figure out how to harness gravity to use as energy?
I don't know.
Harnessing the gravitational field to use as energy.
Yeah, the field, collecting the energy off the field. That's what the radiant energy is. The static electricity is the radiant energy.
Oh, not radiant energy. Gravity.
So that's a different deal.
Yeah, I'm saying gravity itself is an energy.
Yeah, he figured out a way to do it through water displacement to turn the wheel, but there wasn't much horsepower in it. He couldn't get he could get torque, but he couldn't get horsepower. He couldn't get he couldn't get power out of it. You know what I'm saying?
There's been people that have been working with magnets too.
Yeah, there's magnetic drives. He built one of those too as well. Yep, that's in his patents. He called it a magnetic motor, and all you had to do was slide this array into the metal housing that he built, and it'd spin up.
This is the biggest search that's been done for my entire lifetime, is people trying to figure out a way to create perpetual motion.
Yeah, if he's in couch lock mode, so that's why he's about done typing. You need a link? Okay, gotcha. Come on up, you two. Get your asses up here, Max. Come on. Oh man, fire in the bowl. I'm doing another one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh,
by the way, while I was out,
one more time.
While I was out on waiting for my system to reboot, I made another one of those candles. The Crisco candles.
Oh,
Yeah. The one I got currently burning.
Eskimo.
Yep. It's simple. It's a picante or salsa jar. You know what I'm saying? And it's identical to this jar, the one that's burning in there right now. And it's been burning since 12 a.m. on the 27th. So day after Christmas, I fired it up after midnight. And it's been burning ever since, and it's still got, it's only down just under half right now. It's already been burning. This one I made tonight, because if that's the case, it's got 3 or 4 more days, so I needed a backup when that one goes out. So I just made another candle, and I'm using these instead of the vase. The vase only lasted like 7 days. So I was like, no, I need to find a better solution. And these things here are burning Well, it's been come Monday. It'll be 7 days, but it's only using 1 pound of the
Crisco.
Hmm.
There's only about a pound of Crisco in here.
Crisco, yeah. That's crazy.
You're right, but it burns for 7 days and it heats up that pot that I've got in there. And yeah, even if you put the plate, Bill, even if you put that plate on the top of that terracotta pot,
Yeah.
you still got to block that hole. Is I took a pie pan, one of these,
Yeah.
and I turned it upside down and I put it on top of that bottom terracotta pot. And then I put the plate on top of that. These
Oh, I've
aluminum
got one of
trays.
those little foil cups. I
Right.
saved one. I saved
Well,
one. Let me see where mine is. Hold on. Huh. It's funny. Yeah, I got like the same thing here. Is this about it's
Yep, about the same. Yep.
yeah.
It's kind of a pot pie. It's a little more than I've got, but a little bit bigger. But that's it. Yeah. I put it on top of the terracotta pot to cover the hole, and then I put that plate, which was normally the water dish that it sits on top of that there, and it made a huge difference. That whole thing is getting a whole lot warmer now. So
You're
it's capturing that heat.
you're pretty sharp at you've sharpened your skills on that end of the cord, I would say. I'm more of a city boy, but but that's pretty
What's
cool.
that?
I love learning about that stuff. I was into candles, like making candles, but not like long burning.
Oh, I'm all 100% of all about the functionality. I don't really,
Oh yeah. I
you know,
totally agree.
I'm all about the functionality and the fuel efficiency.
I'm about simplicity, minimalist, to some degree. And
So that 1 pound
little
cost me
flexible.
about $1.10, $1.10, $1.15 for a pound of Crisco. Okay. And if it'll last a week, that means I heat that area up for $4 a month. So I'm like, that you can't beat that.
No sir.
That means I can run 2 of them for $8. For under $10, I can run 2 of those candles
Throw out a link
all
there
month
for
long.
Carpenter if you can.
Do what?
We need, I guess, throw out a link for Carpenter.
Oh yeah. Gotcha. Oops, let's go in this there, and then this there, and then gotcha.
Hippies were right. What's up?
The hippies were right. Yeah. What's up, guys? Come on up. You got it. But no, and that's what I'm saying about all this stuff. The hydrogen. If I once I get, if I can go through that and get that stuff set up, would answer a lot of questions, a lot of problems.
Finally.
A lot of money.
How's
What's up?
it going?
Check it out, man. I made another candle. The salsa jars are better than the vase. They take less fuel and they burn it for longer.
Mayonnaise jars, they'd be good.
No.
Carp, you should come up
Anything with
too
a
with
neck
Max
in it.
and Woody.
How much
what?
money does it take to make that jar?
This candle,
Yeah.
about $1 worth of Crisco. Okay. And 1 taper candle.
Woody.
So I got a taper candle that is the core of this thing. And that gives me the wick. So I get 4 of those taper candles for about $2. So it cost me about $1.50.
It's pretty groovy though. It's improvisation.
I thought you were coming up, Woody.
Yep, it's I think so. I really do. I think it's awesome. It's the best solution I got. The closest I can get to it from bought candles is those dollar candles, the tall glass candles from Dollar Tree. They burn for 3 days, and they cost $1. So I was looking at, you burn 2 of those, and you're looking at $8 a week. This is $8 a month. Instead of 20.
Motherfucker. Are you still playing that paper?
Yeah.
I gotta get on that. I wouldn't mind watching you play it on this one if you want to, but
Yeah, but
You got a lot going on over there.
Bill,
you guys.
what were you saying?
Sorry.
I don't
What were
remember.
you saying?
I don't remember.
Okay, so it's another fire in the bowl. That's a fire in the bowl. I don't remember. That's fire in the bowl. And there's Woody. Hold on. There he is.
I got here just in time, it sounds like.
Yeah. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, brothers and sisters.
Oh, geez, Woody's here.
Just start seeing the viewers go up now.
Flew in and fucking caught me.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It probably will because I'm out of the text or out of the chat now, so they can actually.
It's all good, Max. Yeah. Let me show you what I did. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just gonna say I'm a little concerned actually because Woody was equally as excited about my penis the other night as Lisa was. So
that's a little worrisome. Yeah.
First of all, that is how rumors get started. I was way more excited about
Hey,
your
there you go.
way more excited than she was. And for the matter, we'll talk about my New Year's resolution later. Wink, wink.
This is the candle I built. It's just a simple wood base with wood posts standing up, holding the pot on top of it. Used a vase in the middle of it. And I got the clay pot on top. And then the clay dish on top of that.
Hell yeah.
Just a simple little thing. I mean, I didn't make it all purdy and everything, but I just wanted to get functionality and find out what my parameters are.
Yeah. You ever heard of the YouTuber Made by One Man or One Man? It has something to do with basically the Edward Leedskalnin pyramid. Well, not pyramid, but his house that he made down in Florida. The Coral Castle. And basically there's a lot of information that goes into I forget where I was going with that, but
that Coral Castle is interesting. It makes me think that guy uncovered some type of ancient known secrets of
got information from where he grew up over in where was it? Not Puerto Rico, but like Peru or somewhere like that. I forget.
Oh, okay, well that makes sense with a lot of the megaliths that they compare it to and everything, and the fact that he moved a lot of those multi-ton units where it had to have been just him moving them. So it's definitely interesting.
Well,
he probably stuck a bunch.
There was a story of these kids that has kind of gotten some fame to it. These kids went up there and snuck up there and was checking him out. They came back saying that he had snow cones in his hands and it was moving the stones. Now,
that's interesting where we talk about.
Well, there's the black
frequency.
box,
Well, no, you have those cones. Remember the handbag people?
Yep.
They manipulated stuff with cones. And there has been cone tools that were found that are inscribed that they were used to build cities or something. You know, what projects they were used for. When and they were used in building of, you know, these massive things or something. So this cone, whatever these cones are, some kind of focusing force or frequency or something like that, possibly. You know what I'm saying? So, but it leads credence to that anyway.
Yeah.
You talk about those ancient mysteries. They're I used to always get, when I was talking to 8th graders, I would say something to the effect about treasure, and I kind of bait them all lesson long about treasure. And then if I had time at the end of class, I would fit in a little story about Oak Island. And the kids would absolutely get fascinated with Oak Island. They would run with it. They would look it up on their own. They would bring in theories. It was really neat to hear what these kids would come up with. And I remember, I never forget the one day I talked about it, and they're like, you know, there's a show now. There's a show on the History Channel. And I'm like, and I went and watched it. I thought it was a little sensationalized, but I have always been fascinated with what in the hell is down there that is so protected. Jesus.
Yeah.
The layers upon layers, and the fact of what somebody put them, the dangers they were put through to put that there. It's just, it drives me nuts when some of the people say that, oh, it was just there as a joke or a deterrent. It's like, nobody's going to go through all that with the tools that they had and the dangers that implied. Nobody's going to go through all that for a deterrent or a joke or whatever.
Pretty sure the only way that could have been built is if the people that built it are still down there. That was built on a one-way trip, and they knew what they were doing, and that's what makes me think it might have been Templars or something with deep religious conviction, because that would be something they would do. They would go on a one-way trip, sacrifice themselves, knowing that there is no way that anyone else could get in there from the top.
I agree, because it's got to be religious. Because even for a king or queen, most people aren't willingly going to go down there and sacrifice themselves for it. But for religious beliefs, it's a common thing for people to sacrifice themselves to hide something. So that makes sense to me.
Well, the Templars, I go back to the Templars because there is a missing fleet of Templar ships that was unaccounted for, with tons of all the wealth that just suddenly disappeared. But they were also a group of knights that swore their bodies to be sacrificed in the name of the God, in the name of the church. So they'd already written themselves off as holy warriors to begin with.
Right.
And well,
what's that got to do with Oak Island?
Oh, my bad.
You're trying to say that they might have ended up at Oak Island or something?
They had the architecture. They had the Masonic background. They had the wealth, and they had
the ships were capable.
The ships were capable. And if you look nearby, the Knights Templar symbol, the cross, has been incorporated into the Native American tribes from that time period.
And it appears that with a lot of stones that have been carved into, that there was possibly land markers inscribed. Even I believe down into part of Minnesota, they found large stones with inscriptions carved into it that almost look like land markers, with like the Hooked X, which is very Masonic, or from the Templar times and everything. So
and they got
a
the
lot of
runic languages. They got the runic writings, the runics, the runes that they found.
Yeah. The Hooked X is my bad. Go ahead.
Nothing. I'm sorry. I was just agreeing. I was kind of go. So I shouldn't do that. Sorry, I forget where we're.
Oh no, it's all good. But the Hooked X, it's runic, but it's different. It's like similar to the X's they used in runic, but for that Hooked X is unique, and I can't exactly remember why. Maybe you guys can touch on that Hooked X.
I don't know.
This
The only
is
thing I
hard.
know about runes is Bluetooth was an actual king, and the Bluetooth symbol, if you separate it, is runic or the runes or whatever for Bluetooth, the king.
Oh, nice.
So if it's superimposed on each other, but it stands for Bluetooth. That was actually his symbol, the king.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
But yeah, that's
Bluetooth.
There's a building, and I believe it's in upstate New York, that is a multi-sided stone small building, and that like a lot of the people from a lot of the original settlers and everything, even in their things, it makes it sound like that building was there when they got here. And a lot of archaeologists now say that, oh no, they would have built that, but it's nothing like anything a lot of the settlers built, or nothing, of course, like any of the Native American tribes up, in those areas would have built. So there's interesting things that show the fact, but they're very similar, especially when you look at constellations and stuff like that. How the moon will light up certain keystones in it and stuff like that, and just the fact that how the keystones were put into place in it, it's a lot of that's Templar type construction.
The
Yeah.
guy that built the Coral Castle, some of the stones were over 20 tons that he moved to build it by himself. He was only 5 foot tall. He was from Latvia and born in the 1800s.
That's right.
Yeah. I was just reading it just for a second there. And I'm going to go back and read more about it. It's fascinating. I never.
Oh, it is. I did a pretty, reading up on it. I read up on it quite a bit.
Well, he said from his own writings that he had discovered the ancient secrets that they used to build the pyramids.
There's a lot of actual information that I'm not a mathematician, but I've seen information that I cannot really transcribe.
Well, he started talking about magnets.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
about
Sweet 16, his Sweet 16.
What?
You know about his Sweet 16?
No.
The number 16 has everything to do with it too. But and then it goes into a lot more than that. That's just, it's like he had a lot of clues hidden all around.
He was born in 1887.
Yeah. He'd ride a bike around, I forgot, he got sick or something in the end, but
He didn't have any help. He didn't tell anybody how he did it. He did it all by
there's
himself.
some kids that were watching him though, and they saw this tripod way up in the air and a black box on top, and I think they probably saw some stuff going on, but the feds raided his place after he died and took a lot of information and crucial stuff, I'm sure.
It said that nobody saw him building it, and he was very standoffish about his privacy and everything.
Mm-hmm. That place, I'm surprised it doesn't gain more recognition, honestly. I don't know. That's just me.
Well, I mean, these are Stonehenge.
Nobody, you ask 9 out of 10 people if they've heard of either the Iceman, Wim Hof, or the Coral Reef Castle, they say, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, let's look at a modern connotation. Let's even take away from that. Let's look at the Georgia Guidestones that are erected.
There's another one. Yep.
With an outline in every language telling you exactly what's going to happen. You would think at very least that's worthy of discussion.
Yeah. I guess it's something that we as individuals have to inquire.
And let's not forget that those Georgia Guidestones, nobody knows where the hell they came from. That is a massive structure that undoubtedly took engineering skills. And I think there's all kinds of Masonic imagery and symbolism in there too. But the amount of just cost, just to troll people is, I think, at best, a stretch.
Yep.
It's like, oh, go ahead.
By the way, a lot of the things like Georgia Guidestone is exactly what Bill Gates said in a couple of, numerous speeches he's given.
Hi, Lisa Battiato.
Hi, Lisa. I was gonna chat leverage leverage and pulleys makes sense and everything. The ability to grip and cut the way he did, and to perfectly balance like he did calls into question some of that. But I think it's one of those things that kind of like Carp said, it's worthy of discussion and worthy of looking into all aspects of it. I mean, it'd be kind of, I don't know, in my opinion, it's ignorant to cast off all views as, in a sarcastic way. I mean, we need to look into it all, because to truly understand anything, we're going to have to look at all aspects, because to be honest, it's probably nothing like any of us think. It's probably well beyond what any of us think. We, with what we know now, we automatically jump to levers and pulleys, which is completely plausible. Woody, the ability to, let's not bring, I'm not an aliens person, but the ability to grip on some of those stones and be able to do it even with one guy, the leverage and the pulleys and everything, even, is questionable. I just want to point that out. My opinion.
There was a professor that came on and he did a deal saying that he could recreate it. And the guy made a very compelling argument. But the underlying text, the whole thing was that I couldn't get past, was this guy had an entire team of engineering students working on this as a project. Some of the greatest minds in America, it took them as a project to make it happen. And this was a little old disabled man by himself.
Right.
This is what it says. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
It says here, during a bout with tuberculosis, we're talking about Ed Leedskalin from Latvia.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they had to fix that rotating door. It had broken, and they tried to fix it, but they couldn't fix it near as good as it was because it rotated. It's a huge stone that just rotated. However, he put it on this little tiny thing in the middle where it just turned perfectly. But they couldn't restore it the same way it was originally built.
I guess if you want to, Mrs. Smith, if you want to imagine that, hey, it's up to you.
Fire.
The boring of the holes in a lot of this type of stuff that in my opinion needs to be called into question is the fact that there's no scoring lines on a lot of it. Even with our diamond bits today, and even with hammer and chisels, you get scoring marks. And there's a lot of these ancient stones that have holes bored have absolutely zero scoring marks, even under a microscope, which really creates a lot of questions.
Even a diamond saw, can't cut like that.
I guess my mic shut down.
Yeah, I was going to say you just went quiet.
Yeah, I was talking. I was saying, "Can you hear me?" And nobody could hear me. So, when I go out of the stream, I still am up on stream, but I went in through something different, and I was able to talk to you guys for a minute, and it shut me down for some reason.
No hell. Well, I'm glad you made it back. Swiftly back in to hit this bowl.
Yeah, I can't talk to you while I'm reading something. Apparently, it won't do it. Yeah.
Erosion. You mean perfectly spaced holes that were implemented for the construction? They just found rocks that were eroded how they need to be. I'm a little confused on that one. I'm sorry. I'm responding to chat. I'm confused. I'm not sure what she means by erosion. I mean, erosion happens, yes, but a perfectly drilled hole, especially when there's multiple holes in its specific plate or placing that they have them.
So it was apparently had something to do with while he had tuberculosis, the treatments they were giving him that they were using magnets, and it was after that it clicked in. He came from a family of stonemasons in Latvia, and the experience that he had with the magnets or whatever caused him some weird life-changing event. Who the hell knows? You could go in and read it. I mean, it's probably a lot of people have heard all this already.
No, I like all that stuff. I like all the views. It's interesting, and I still stand by the fact that, and I know a lot don't agree with me. I don't think it's necessarily like a lot of people talk about ancient aliens. I think there was an advanced technology prior to what we believe there was, and it's not like our technology. I think it was maybe more Earth-based or nature-based. Sorry, I spoke, but nature-based, and maybe not even technologies, but maybe techniques that we don't know of that they possibly use. As for the pyramids, there's a lot of sand erosion, but as for the Sphinx and everything, that's specific float lines from water erosion.
Yeah, I was just going to mention the Sphinx about that, because I mean, they'll date things back and then they'll say there was erosion, but there is, but then there's other outlines that are like it's not just because there's erosion is why things would be exactly like they find the thing under the sea where what is it called over in China? It's like it looks like a pyramid under the sea, and they think it's just made by the water cutting through it.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
I'm of the mind that they knew how to manipulate frequency and sound.
Yeah. And that's the whole thing. They do take away the sound frequency that we would normally find more peace and happiness in these days. That's the whole 432 hertz conspiracy, though.
So a burial site with nothing buried in it that's 1,000, or I believe maybe it's only a couple hundred kilometers away from the Valley of the Kings where they actually buried him.
That's some trippy stuff. See, that I don't know about.
You know what time it is, though?
Pie.
It's time for pie.
Yes, sir. It's time for pie.
And Mrs. Smith, I'm not trying to discount your opinion. I'm just retorting with the same type of sarcasm. So
Where's wind and sand? What you saying? Pyramids. The pyramids are sanded down. Well, originally there was concrete on the outside. There was a concrete that made them
A
smooth.
limestone block cover.
And that was taken away. Also, the top of it is really missing, and I would like to have known what that consisted of. There's a lot of theories, a lot of different things, but the top of that pyramid would go the element that it was made out of would go a lot to explain what the actual purpose of the pyramid was.
Well, guess what?
Was it a conductor?
Several tablets talk about that,
I know it does.
and it tells you what it was, and they tell you where it is.
And how the beams of energy that come out of the top of the pyramid work.
I
don't know if it went so much into that. I don't remember that specific.
I would love to learn like, because I believe the Emerald tablets are something similar to like Sanskrit, correct?
I guess you could call it something like that. Yeah. No.
I would love to learn the language and decipher it myself because my concern with that and some of the clay tablets we found, even with the Sanskrit writings, there's several interpretations on it. So that's what confuses me, because you'll read like Sitchin and then you'll read somebody else and then stuff like that with the clay tablets, and the translations are different.
right? Well, look at all of them. You know what I'm saying? The truth is in
Good
there
evening,
somewhere.
battery. He said he's a step closer to a solar generator, which is awesome.
Oh, nice. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's all fascinating. I mean, the fact of, and really, even if you think about the cap on the pyramid, even if it's stone, but with a high crystalline structure within the stone, that speaks volumes of what it could have been.
Wow.
Carver says we just need to find someone who was there and ask them.
Bill, you were here in the 1800s with Pelosi. Were you back then?
Oh, Maxine Waters.
Oh,
He
my
got
bad.
intimate.
Maxine Waters, not Pelosi.
Right, he got intimate with Maxine Waters.
It was Maxine. She molested me.
Mhm.
Tried
Don't
to.
make me choke on my liquor, my red stag.
It was 1897. It was
Wow.
traumatic. Oh, it was traumatic.
I
what was-
agree, Max. Oops, sorry.
well, she was just as ugly back then. She looked exactly the same.
But I believe we get closer and closer to the truth when we still are able to have these discussions and have these debates, because I think that's where I get to the point that that everybody's opinion, especially if it's based on stuff they've seen or read and everything in events that they've read about. I think they're all valid to get to the correct answer, and that's why I say I know I probably won't be, but I hope I'm alive when we even get to the point where we understand, a tenth of what our actual complete history was. I mean, there's so many unknowns.
Yeah, we got food stuff. I forgot all this.
So, battery over in the comments in the chat mentioned Mayor Mayor Lightfoot in Chicago, and I would just like to point out that they hit a historic mark in Chicago last year. I think 800 confirmed dead. So can we maybe take a toke for all the deceased children under the great leadership of Mayor Beetlejuice? And a friendly reminder that white supremacy is the greatest threat facing our nation.
Whatever that is.
Alrighty then.
Well,
Fire in the
enjoy
Bowl brought to you by SausageGravyBiscuitFarms.com.
For all your cannabis seed needs.
Rock on.
Right now, you can get a 2-for-1 Mayor Lightfoot and Marion Barry crack special.
Nah. It's a little below the belt there.
Also a Democrat stronghold who let a mayor get arrested for crack and a prostitute that he was threatening to beat and reelected him.
Thank you, Shadow Man.
Colorado elected a senator, our ex-governor, that actually refused to go to court because he knew he would be convicted of funneling funds to himself. That were, when a lot of the funds were, ironically, they were from taxes on our marijuana industry, and a lot of the money actually even went into his personal finances and to a lot of his own personal projects and stuff like that he was working on politically. And he refused to. Some of the state senators brought him up on charges, some of the Republican ones, and he refused to. He got a no-show for court. And our Genius Front Range elected him as a senator for Colorado. That is our new senator, ex-governor Hickenlooper.
But he's down with the weed, right, man?
Oh yeah,
Well,
he made a fortune in personal cash.
Hey, the road to the White House is built on not dreams and overcoming adversity. It's on hard stolen cash.
A lot of truth to that.
Prove me wrong.
Right.
And I will, and whatever you say, I'm going to say Kennedy's and then rest my case.
Well, even if you go to the fact that a lot of these NGOs and different things, they get a lot of the, depending on who's in power, they get a lot of kickbacks. They know that when they put millions into a candidacy, they know that money's coming back to them tenfold, probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think as much as the voter rolls being cleaned up, one of the things we need to work on and is important, if not more, to be honest, is campaign finance reform. Get the big money, get the big corporations out of it.
Thank you, Battery. That was a profound thing what you just said right there.
Yep. Ignoring them is why it's fucked.
Yeah. No, that's it. That's it right
Yeah.
there. I mean, nobody's holding their feet to the fire. We keep rubber stamping them back in over and over again. You know?
Or putting ourselves in bubbles. That's right.
I mean, Biden got the rubber stamp for 45 freaking years. Think about it. And he never did anything. And here he is. Nobody holds their feet to the fire. He never did anything for anybody. Not for unions, nobody.
He never worked a day in his life except politics.
I mean, even if you were on the left, and even if you were a Democrat voter your whole life and grew up a union man and all that, could you honestly say that Biden or Clinton, that either one of those clowns ever did anything for unions? They don't do anything for their own people. And the union supported them. They don't do anything for their own people. And they still get the rubber stamp.
Yeah.
So it's exactly what Battery said.
I got some pyramid shaped pizzas that just came here from Domino's or Pizza Hut.
What?
No, I'm just
Whatever.
kidding. Pyramid shape.
They're triangles.
Yeah, they should. They should have triangle shaped pizzas.
Right?
Pie. It's a really thought out pie.
Whatever.
Pepperoni and what else do we get on it? Babe? Beef, onion, and extra cheese.
There you go.
Yeah, why not? That sounds good to me because I've been starving.
Well, go feast, my friend. Yep.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
about
smoke
that
a cigar. My mind is still on the reality, the multiple reality thing from earlier, so I'm stuttering too much. So I'm gonna smoke a cigar. We'll be right back.
Dear Butch, where you been, man? Come on up. Hope you're doing well tonight.
Dear bitch, you need to come up on stream.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Come on up, Butch.
Woody's still around. I love hearing him banter on. He's a good guy.
I'm here. I had to take my pupper dog out.
Cool. I'm gonna check on this pizza guy that'll be around.
Oh, rubbing it in that he's got pizza coming. I see it is.
Yeah. I
I'll
don't
share-
even live in delivery range of a Pizza Hut.
Hey, it's one of those catch-22 things and be broke the next day. You know what I'm saying? All this food and good stuff, you spend your whole paycheck on stuff around here. I'm telling you.
That's why I don't ignore politics anymore, Max, is because it's true. I mean, you don't have a right to express your opinion if you don't vote.
Somebody just got on the chat. I don't feel weird leaving. It's just how they gotta come in and just chill now.
Yeah. All right. But yeah, what's up, Butch?
Hey, how's it
How you
going?
doing?
There he goes.
Rock on. We had you up on the screen while you were chatting with us the other night.
Oh, did you? I had you guys up too for a little while.
Rock on.
How's it going, everyone? Hey, I had a guy come in my show tonight. I was doing a show tonight. I had a guy come in and followed my channel. His name was
Yeah.
Butch.
It was what?
His name was Deer Butch. I'm like, what the fuck? I know this other guy named Deer Butch. He has 2 underscores in his name.
Oh yeah.
fucking with people on other shows that I watch and pissing them off, and I keep getting texts from other people's messages from other people.
I was just going to say, careful with that. I had several people out there for a while using mine singular, because I've been singularity plurality since the beginning, and several times. I mean, Emerald, remember from Ron Gibson, even they come in as my name. There are several people, and some of them would even have like a similar picture and stuff, and they'd just start ripping on people. And then I'd be in another room chatting, and people would come in, dude, what are you doing? It's like, I'm not over there. But yeah, heads up with that.
He did it. He did about 3 weeks ago. He's been on. He's had his subscript.
No.
He's been. He got his name about a month ago, and he fucked around in a bunch of different channels that I watch. I know who the guy is, and he came on my channel and actually followed my channel. Can you believe that?
Oh, wow.
Where are you? So I called him out, and he didn't say anything. Wouldn't say anything. So I banned him and I reported him. And I go on this other channel. He sent the link to another channel. I go there and he's talking shit about people on that other channel. So I go on the other channel and they blocked and banned him right away too.
Good deal.
I'm just waiting for someone to go after me and trying to get my channel blocked. Piss me off.
I think that's weird because I keep getting banned for asking hot tub models if I can smell their belly buttons. Is that the same thing, or I want to get banned if I asked you that? As a matter of fact, I think I have asked you that before.
You can come on my channel and smell my belly button. I don't care.
To be honest, I'm kind of holding out for Aaron DeTire's belly button.
Well, I shower more often than he does, probably.
You're not setting the bar too high there, brother.
I know. Well, I'm a simple man too.
This
I hope
is
AA Ron DeTire's
actively tried to electrocute himself on camera with a vest that he bought for $3 off some shady shit someone sent him.
So yeah, from China that gave him sunburn. Yeah, Aaron wasn't on tonight, guys.
Dear Butch, one creates two, and everything multiplies. So every person that votes, they affect two people, and two people see them vote that maybe didn't vote, and then those two people will vote, and then those two people each affect two people, and that's how I see it. That every vote is very important because you're influencing other people around you to vote too, and the importance of it.
Well,
So
you know what?
definitely
It's boiling down to if you don't vote, the Democrats will vote for you.
Use my name.
If you don't vote anymore, somebody's going to vote for you.
Not until you die, luckily, but they'll.
Yeah, if you're dead, well, you're definitely a Democrat.
And they'll be 200 or 300 years old sometimes.
Mm-hmm. I'm not hearing a large death count of voters for the Republicans, though. That's a funny thing. They all the dead vote for the Democrats.
No, after the Republicans die, then they become Democrats.
What?
Sorry.
What? Sorry for what? You
No,
fart?
I'm getting notifications. I've been in and off on Twitch all day today, different channels and stuff. I learned how to use Discord.
Oh yeah, did you see our Discord channel?
No, I was on Discord on Corey Adams' channel, so I'll have to learn your Discord now, I guess.
Let's see if I can find the link.
No, don't bother. Not now. Maybe another time.
I was going to just put the link in chat
Well, go put it
I
in
can't get that
chat.
link to work, Wiz.
for the Discord.
Yeah, I've tried to link several times, and just for whatever reason, maybe it's just the way I have it set up, it will not let me join that deal.
Absolutely, Max.
Oh,
Everything
wow.
we do affects something. The argument comes into the scale of effect that we have with our contribution to like carbon and stuff like that, as opposed to our destruction of the health of the oceans and the forests. And I think our biggest issue is the destruction of the health of our oceans and our forests, to be honest. well over the fact, and the fact that we can't shut everything down and halt civilization. We need to progress into new technologies, and we need to use the technologies we have now to progress into those technologies. If we shut down 100% of our usage, and because no matter what, the sun only shines so much and the wind only blows so often. So right now there's no way we can maintain surge points with the electricity on wind and solar. So we have to use coal, and we have to, and to be honest, I mean, we've got to start even looking into the possibility of nuclear still, because nuclear is not, and that's the confusion with a lot of people think of 50s and 60s style nuclear technology, and our nuclear technology is well advanced beyond that. It still comes down to the storage of spent fuel cells, which is a problem, but at the
I
same
put
time,
that link in private chat for you.
Thank you. See that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I got on a long rant. I should let you guys talk. Sorry
No,
about that.
I totally agree. I think nuclear is the way to go. It's safe and clean, effective. Fuck solar and wind power. It's a good supplement, but you're never going to go straight solar and wind. Doesn't work. Look what happened to Texas last year.
Actually, that long. It's only good for about 10 years.
Right.
Solar and all of that is all going to have to get disposed of, and it ties up a lot of land. Could be used for something more efficient.
Oh yeah, Max. I do agree that we do affect it on some scale. I just think the scale is the question. We aren't creating enough of an effect to cause what they say we're causing. There's natural components that are causing the effect more likely, with the uptick in volcanic eruptions like we were talking about earlier and stuff. I mean, what we're injecting, and I'm all for like large cities. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for them coming up with like public transportation and everything. It's just that these people on the left have got to understand that us in the rural area, we cannot function off of public transportation. It does not work out here. We've got to have our pickups to work with. We've got to have our cars and stuff like that. And we can't have electric. We're far enough out to where we can't drive somewhere and then spend 2 hours charging the car before we could drive back.
Right.
Public transportation is actually all it's cracked up to be either. I mean, I have it here where I live, and I see buses and trains running empty all the time. No passengers on them.
It doesn't pay for itself, so it's a waste of money.
It's a waste of tax money.
Exactly. It's saying I agree with you. I mean, I'm a contractor. Last week, for example, I put on 5 days, 780 some miles. You can't stop and charge all the time.
Right.
24 hours my truck was running. 26 hours my truck was running, according to my little thing on the dashboard.
Yep. Well, here's something to think about too. You know, I think that all the public transportation that's out there, they need to be privatized. I don't think it's a government thing. I don't think the government should be subsidizing that stuff. I think it's a drain. It's a drain on your taxes.
Okay, now Shadow Man's got the proper link for the game Discord channel. Not me. Try that one.
Thank you. Can
I'm on here. Why would I do the Discord?
Can I address the something Max Cade put over in chat a second ago? He's mentioned that how we affect Earth and how this is any different. One thing affects another. One of the many spiritual experiences I've had in my life was whenever I was much younger and was indulging in some recreational hallucinogens, and I came across this book called Sand Creek Almanac by Aldo Leopold. And if you have not read that book, and so how nature interrelates with each other, it's truly a wonderful, wonderful book. It really just shows the harmony and how the simplest things in nature interacts with each other and creates that butterfly effect that we have learned through history to work in harmony, and through industrial technology and what we call development, we've actually disassociated ourselves from it. And we're introducing things that are not supposed to be there into this natural habitat that will have, in essence, a butterfly effect of negativity throughout the entire world. Sorry, that's my hippie rant. I'll be quiet.
No, that
No, I
was
agree.
beautiful.
And we do. We influence a lot in a lot of ways beyond that. And going, Mac was talking about can't make. Of course, we should always strive to make it better. We should see ourselves as caretakers of this earth, but we've got to follow the science, and the science cannot become politicized like it has with climate change. How climate change has. There's opposing opinions out there, and we've got to be able to look at all of them and then decide, not to have one side shut down.
No,
The
we're getting
fact.
shut down.
Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead. I just
But-
said we're
but-
getting shut down.
Yeah, and I agree that we need to be better, but to be truly better, we need to look at all the science and approach it right, not take one as fact and the rest as garbage when the numbers actually back up some of the rest. I mean, there's a lot of it that, us as regular people don't understand, I'm sure, but definitely we should strive to be better and strive to get new technologies, but we can't, excuse me, coffee burp. But we can't shut down society and shut down these progressions just because a group of people say something's going to happen. I don't know.
Global warming is
I wasn't
buzzword,
saying that,
yes, anyway. You look, turn the clock back 50 years, 60 years. Our Earth was a shithole. United States was a shithole. Garbage. Watch some old movies and old TV shows. Garbage everywhere. Hey, rivers on fire. Shit like that. We've cleaned a lot of that up. We're conscious of what we've been doing to our Earth. Now other countries aren't, and that's part of the problem. And global warming is a bunch of BS. It's all politics.
And we should never
grab.
we should never stop trying to clean it up and to do better things. And I don't think we have. And they're saying, and that's my biggest frustration with a lot of this argument is like we have prospered a lot in our ability to clean things up, and people are becoming more awake to the fact of less littering, less plastic, less use, and stuff like that. So I mean, we are the part of it that worries me is the fact that someone want to just shut down society basically and start fresh with different technologies that will not sustain it, or with different sources of technologies to create energy that cannot possibly sustain us.
Can I just ask a little question here, Mr. Smarty Pants Singularity? Okay.
I wouldn't go that far. I'm just a talker.
Well, no, I mean,
You're all just joking around.
we're talking about the environment and everything, right? And we all want clean air. We want clean water. All of us
Right.
do. There's nobody here. I don't think there's any one of us that doesn't want that. But the thing of it is, the approach to it is all wrong. It's all wrong. Ask any of these people, your Greta Thunbergs or any. When was the last time you grabbed a shovel and planted a tree? We've got.
Shame on
Completely
you.
agree.
We've got a country. You drive across Nebraska and out there where you live, a lot of it's barren. There's no trees. A lot of it just doesn't have any trees. Now, Nebraska, they did win the Arbor Foundation award or something like that because they planted those natural fences along the roadsides and everything.
Yep.
But and I think there's some kind of a cedar of some sort, a juniper. But the thing of it is, I mean, we've got a lot of country. Driving a truck, you'll see what I'm talking about. We've got a lot of open country that nobody's, I mean, instead of bitching about it, grab a shovel and plant a tree.
I completely agree with you. And most of these people like Greta Thunberg and stuff like that, and the Hollywood actor, the guy that was in that movie that he got attacked by a bear. What's his name? Leonardo DiCaprio. These climate czars are flying around the world in private jets, doing this and that, burning, and they're not out there and they're spending their time condemning all of us regular people. And the thing is, Emerald and I were talking about this this last spring. I spent $2,200 on trees that I planted.
Do you know?
And
I am a member of a local Arbor Foundation thing here in my city where I live. I am a member of it. I have been out planting trees. Yep. That's what I'm saying. You know, I don't care. You know, you can complain about them cutting down the rainforest and everything. You start planting trees. It's been proven in Phoenix, Arizona. The climate changed in Phoenix, Arizona, because of all the agriculture and all the trees they planted there.
Now, see,
you get more rainfall.
The validity of the rainforest and protecting the rainforest, I think, is still there, though. But yes, we do need to take it upon ourselves too. And that's what the USA is good about. The USA gets hammered on about this, but like I said, every tree we cut down for lumber, 2 trees are planted in its place, and oftentimes 5 to 10 trees are planted in its place.
I know.
And we do this rotation crop, and Canada does a similar thing. And you're right. A lot of this, and it's funny how the evaporation of water works. Like because a lot of times in the desert, if it rains, a lot of that moisture doesn't even reach the ground. But when you put a green covering over it, then it reaches the ground. Plus, the roots help sustain it. And I've seen what you're talking about, and they've done it in Africa. Actually, streams begin to form in some of these areas.
Exactly.
Because the groundwater, those roots help sustain and keep it from evaporating straight out, and then that gets an excess amount of groundwater, and then streams start to form. That's really neat stuff. And if you can, do you remember the guy that's doing that? Because a lot of people here would enjoy those.
So I say Max K. If you got 60 acres north of you, I'd be over there touching it.
Sing, you're in the high plains, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Colorado. I was reading something the other day on the old prairies. You know, the back in the day when our central part of our country was all prairie land, and I'm kind of in St. Cloud, Minnesota here, included in that. That was part of prairie country. And you talk about trees all the time, but a lot of these native grasses were very good at storing carbon and stuff, and deep roots.
Absolutely. Yep.
Right.
Yep. And actually, all the trees that are in these areas are actually brought here by man. Right. These areas had no signs of large scale tree areas, except for around maybe some rivers.
Right.
And let's not forget that trees are going to be. We're going to quit using trees for paper altogether in the very near future. We're going to a paperless society. So when you take away from all the notepads, all the doodle sheets, all the stuff we just throw away, and it's all digital, that will save a ton of trees. It really will.
I still got to have my paper though.
I agree.
Yeah, well, they just shouldn't be cutting down forests. You know, I mean, like if hemp had been, made easily industrialized, then everything would have been cool.
And large scale Amazon destruction should actually concern us all. And one thing I'd like to see the U.S. try is exactly what Bill was talking about some of these desert areas that are being reformed with low moisture, low lying. They don't get real tall, but low lying trees that they're putting in. I would like to see a mass effort on some of the technologies of them being taken more seriously and trying this on our own areas. Even like the High Plains Desert, what they call this area, started up here and then moved down to more actually desert areas. But you can't just go out in the middle of a desert. You got to work from the edge and then work in, because in the middle of the desert, the surrounding areas will actually create enough heat and evaporation and everything. It'll just kill off every plant.
I think we need to arm the Peace Corps. I'm tired of those hippies sucking everything off, sucking all the money out of our economy. Let's put them to work down there. Let's let those little hippies barricade the damn rainforest with some M16. Show their work.
It's sadly becoming to the point because when people hear about that it's being destroyed by farmland, I think it's being underreported, to be honest, because it's thousands and thousands of acres a year they are destroying. And the rainforest, the Amazon is, I believe it's like 1/4 of the world's lungs of the oxygen production.
Well, you get to a certain point in our country and you don't see trees anymore. You start driving west, right, and you hit right about Kearney, Nebraska, and it's all just no trees. From there on,
there never was trees there. That's the thing. It's not meant for trees. That was prairie grass. That was grassland.
I mean, and let's be honest, you've been there. Do you think trees want to stay in Nebraska any more than anyone else?
I tell you what, forest management has become a lot better than. I grew up in Minnesota, and they clear cut most of Minnesota at one time. The northern part of Minnesota, the southern part was all grassland. But forest management has become so much better nowadays that we probably have as many or more trees than we did back then.
Well, anyway, the point what I was saying, and instead of bitching about them cutting down the rainforest, which, that's still a bitch. There's a good reason for that, but we could actually be planting trees to make up for what's being cut down until the cutting stops. We could be planting.
But that's what they're doing.
I completely agree, and that's what I was saying. I wish the U.S. would put more resources in. The U.S. the federal government owns so much, even agricultural land. It's insane. There's a lot of land around here that's owned by state and federal government because of tax repossessions, whatever, for a multitude of reasons. There's a lot of pasture and farm land found around here. They could start planting trees in those areas, and I think it would be a phenomenal idea. I wish the U.S. would be able to just plant thousands and thousands of acres of trees to offset what they're taking out, and then it's within our borders to where we'd have more control over it too.
Definitely. Plant the trees, save the world.
It only hurts the lumber industry to clear cut everything and just leave it barren.
Well, right, and leave it barren.
Plant more trees so that they have something to harvest in the future.
Well, I've been transplanting cedar trees like a madman. I got them. I'm making a hedge out at the edge of the road so my front hedge would be cedar trees. You know what I'm saying?
I do a lot of Norway and Scotch pine, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. They're good shelter for deer and stuff, so I've been planting a lot of those on my land and stuff.
Right. And I've got an orchard worth of trees for peaches, plums, cherries, apples. Yeah.
I've got an apple orchard. I love my little apple orchard. I only have a dozen trees, so it's not. Is that an orchard?
I haven't got a pear tree and a mulberry bush.
I have a pear tree and a cherry tree.
Mm-hmm.
And plum trees.
Yep, peaches, plums, cherries, apples, pears. Yep, I got a
partridge.
A pear tree. Yeah, I only need one pear tree. Yep.
I love my pear tree.
Well, Deerfield, maybe
all my pears.
Maybe it's different over there where you live and everything because I know where you live. I mean, not your address or nothing. But when you get out of your state and you get into a state like mine, they clear cut a lot of trees to create pasture land for ranches.
Well, that's different. That's not.
Yeah.
That's clear cutting land for farming. That's not forestry. That's a whole different matter.
All right. I'm not getting my point across, I guess. I'll shut up.
No, go ahead. Please speak. I apologize. No, I'm serious. Please finish. I apologize for interrupting.
Sing to us.
But anyway, wherever you are, and you know what? I'm of the mind that I'm not planting trees for just planting shade. Okay, if I'm messing with it, it's going to produce materials or food. You know what I'm saying? Mostly food. If I'm messing with it, it's going to produce something I can eat. You know what I'm saying? Whether walnuts or hickory nuts or peaches or plums or cherries,
Right.
mulberries,
Mm.
all that stuff. If I'm messing with it, it's probably going to produce a food. You know what I'm saying?
I like that you keep the livelihood there going. It's, not everyone here, and I know there's not. I watch a lot of homesteaders, but I don't know any personally, so I'm not like a real outdoorsy. I mean, I'm an outdoors type of dude, but I don't.
Right. I got
You know
you.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
Hey,
It's
But
just
no,
really cool.
I'm of the mind that I'm going to do what I can to, like I planted blueberry bushes in with the rose bushes because they take the
Yeah.
same kind of soil. You know what I'm saying?
And see, when I did commercial landscaping, I learned a lot of cool stuff, and one day I want to apply a lot of it. It's just it really feels good to get out in the dirt.
Well, we got raspberry bushes and black raspberries and all growing wild here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's just insane. But so I've started. I would grab the little plants rather than mow them down to clear off an area. I'd grab the plants, transplant them together, and we're working on putting together an orchard for the raspberries and the blackberries.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Right. So
Keeping it healthy, bountiful is what I want to say. You're keeping it bountiful.
mhm. I'm also creating a barrier, right? Because they all got thorns on them, right? I'm creating this barrier wall. I don't have to build a fence. I build a barrier.
Yeah, people don't want to go running through those thorns.
No, they don't.
I hate them. Trust me.
They hit them. They hate them, right?
When I did
And when you
landscaping, I ran into a lot of sharp shit.
and when you manicure them into a hedgerow, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't need a fence.
Take care, battery.
Yeah, take
All
care,
right,
battery.
battery.
Good night.
Dream well, buddy.
Indian grass was my thing too. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm looking at starting bees in the spring, and I want to do honeybees. I got like 6. I gotta have some help down here, man. Hands on kind of stuff. I get a little money coming in, and then
There's a lot of times I pray for you, and I wish I could just come up there and do stuff.
Right.
Like if I won the lottery, I'd probably just come up there and kick it with you.
Rock on.
At least for a little bit.
Right.
Hey, man, I'm here to help.
Right. We'll get you a cabin rolled in. We'll roll you in a cabin and all that shit, Or a camper trailer kind of deal.
Oh yeah.
Hook you up.
It's real. So.
Mm-hmm. There you go. I know Bob's already brought down a camper trailer. He's got a pull behind, 30-footer, 35-footer, something like that. Yep, he pulled one in down here, and he's working on it. He got it, traded it for an AR-15.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty sweet. I mean, well, he
Yep.
needed the AR more than he needs that.
Right. So he got a badass. Right. He's hooking up solar on it. Yep. So we got that coming together.
Yeah, I was hearing one of the guys in the chat saying, I think it was Battery talking about the solar generator he's building. I thought that was super cool.
Mhm.
That's one thing I wish I could get going.
Right.
I don't
But you
have
can. It just takes getting started. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Researching it and see what you want to do.
And
See what
just
you want.
building capital for it. You know, that's what.
Sure. Looking for pieces because not all of it has to be bought. You can start collecting up wire and maybe some crimpers or the lug ends and
Yeah, I've
piece by piece, little stuff
tools
like
and
that.
stuff. I've got tools and stuff. It's funny. I've got quite a bit of stuff. I just don't use half of the things I've got. Every now and then, I like getting out my circular saw or something, and I go to town and do some little carpentry stuff and this and that. I need to get into electrical. I really feel like either electrical or maybe carpentry.
Electrical pays better.
Speaking of that, carpenters call fire the bolt.
I say I agree.
Hey, I'm all set.
Capital agree.
I could use a good night's
I
sleep.
could just pack it.
Yeah, right. There you go.
Wild Ghost, he's
Oh, hey, I see.
lurking.
Hey, Carpenter.
Singularity says that effing red button. Go ahead. All right, I'll get you the link. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, we lost Sing, didn't we? Well, there's a big scum in here. God damn it.
Oops, wrong link. Hold on.
I got like 20 minutes. I'll probably hop off.
Yeah, I was gonna say about 12:30. I'm gonna have to call it down.
Yep, cool. Sounds like a bet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's been a heavy overcast day, so I had to run the generator today too. So I was like, damn.
Yeah.
But yeah, it won't be so bad tomorrow on the system because it's gonna be colder than shit. The freezer outside ain't gonna run worth nothing when it's 17 degrees outside. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even going to get above freezing tomorrow, so we're looking at 26 for a high, and so I figured that I won't have much of an electric draw. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Dude, yeah, you gotta pull it in on it's like almost like you're on a Star Trek Enterprise, and you gotta make sure you reserve your.
Right? Yeah, you got to budget your fuel. Yeah.
Keep your capacity as high as possible.
Correct.
And things functioning.
Sorry.
And keep it all functioning. Yeah. So, but yeah, keeping me on schedule a little bit too as well. So yeah. Right.
What's Singh doing? Is he off pledging allegiance to the flag or something?
I don't know. He's muted right now. He's still muted.
I sing pledge allegiance to this flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, all one nation under
One
God,
nation under God.
Yes, sir.
with liberty and justice for all.
For all.com.
Oh, he's over in chat. He laughed.
Oh, there he is.
Moggy Cadio, welcome in.
Hey, Moggies. Oh, that's enough for me.
Turn it up just a little bit. Could hardly hear you down there, dear. How's your night? I love that flag and everything set up. It's like a little man cave or something.
No, this is my studio until I get something set up in the basement.
That's still cool.
Here's the door to my house right here.
Right.
And over there is the garage. Over there is the beer fridge. I got everything I need right within my reach. Just how it should be.
Hey, you and Irish are the only ones that got the nice microphone set up. I know.
Shit, I lost my pot. Sorry. Hopefully
don't do that.
Yeah, hey, someone gave me this microphone. It's pretty cool. Does it sound okay or am I too quiet?
Oh, it sounds pretty good.
All right.
I think it's mine that's a little low. I've got my volume down a little.
I feel like I have to do something to look at least kind of legitimate.
Have you been drinking a little champagne yet?
Hey, yeah, no, like I popped this last night. It's still almost full. Little
That looks
barefoot
nice.
bubbly.
Oh yeah, the barefoot.
I popped it last night.
Nice.
I had a couple pulls off of it. Let's see if it's any good yet.
Mm.
Yeah.
Take a little rip out. Swig to that.
Well, I had no one else to drink it with. But you got, you know.
I drink it to it. Cheers.
Cheers. All right,
Yes,
here,
sir.
I'll do one more. It's so cold. It's like
Ching.
55 degrees in here.
It's how low?
It's like 55 in my breezeway here.
Oh, that's not too awful, I guess.
No, it's up. Considering the fact that it's 16 below outside, it's not too bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is kind of an unheated space. I just leave the basement door open, so I get a little residual heat coming up.
Got the
But
little
this is my
dry.
smoking room. I don't like to smoke in the house.
Yeah. I keep the window open, and I'm probably, I don't know. It's one of those things I'm looking at quitting soon, but
I say that every time I buy cigarettes. I'm
Right.
only buying 2 packs because I don't want to buy too many in case I quit.
that's the toughest addiction to ever quit for me.
Fucking ain't
Started since I was 14.
Yeah, I think I was about 14, 15. I quit for 2 years, and that addiction never goes away.
It's hard. I've got a couple friends that quit it, and they're doing really good in life. You know, I mean, they quit all the smoking. They still maybe drink a little, but yeah,
You can't give up the good stuff.
can't give up the good stuff. It's yeah,
This is what keeps me loose, man.
it
Come on.
definitely keeps me chill.
Yeah, I just checked. My temperature is 14 degrees here right now.
I'll trade you.
I'll trade you. No shit.
I don't know. I've got my window open here. It's still like 40 or something. It's not bad.
It's 14 here. Everything's ice.
Chuck.
But it gets sub-zero. I mean, it goes below zero a lot of times.
How much snow did you get, Wiz?
It's still
None.
56 degrees.
None.
None?
None.
We got about 6 here on the other side of the state.
It's supposed to snow here tomorrow, so it's supposed to be coming. Supposed to hit the southeast a little bit. Good old Tennessee. I don't know where else might snow, but
I'm looking at the radar now, but we didn't get any snow here. Got a little bit of freezing rain.
yeah.
Well, that's because you haven't been up on your roof doing your rain dance, your snow dance.
Right?
Yeah, they say Deerbush could turn his mic up a little, but I don't know if that was something he already looked at.
Well, okay. I'm sorry.
Can I wish happy birthday to Eleanor, who's a first-time watcher, who's in the audience?
Hey, welcome in.
Happy
Cool.
birthday.
Hey, welcome. You said Miss Lady Pizza's the newbie.
Happy birthday, whoever. Who is it?
Eleanor.
Happy birthday, Eleanor.
Happy
that.
birthday.
Birthday.
And Happy New
Miss
Year.
Lady Pizza.
And Miss Lady Pizza. How you doing?
Somebody whose birthday is today. It's my ex. I totally forgot till you guys just said that. I'm like, oh yeah, it's my ex's birthday.
Well, all you gotta do is go to the crawl space and say happy birthday to her.
Oh, she's happily married and having kids and all that. And I really, other than saying hello, I don't really care to say much. Usually how it
Oh,
is.
wow.
Yeah, you don't really care to say much. I mean, past being acquaintance, I'm not one of those guys that like hangs out with his exes. Like, I pretty much that just creates more hostility for the one that's around you. Yeah,
Oh, badass.
unless you're just like really good friends or something. I mean, it can be a thing, but I don't have that thing. I don't care for it.
Rock on, Max. Thank you. Max made a contribution.
Thanks, Max.
Yeah. Rock on, buddy.
I still need to contribute, to be
Yeah.
honest. I'm
Let's not
poor
forget
motherfucker.
that the Wizard is working for tips today. Put your hands together for Wizard on the center stage.
Double.
Oh, shit.
Those puppies are not going to feed themselves. Center stage.
Thanks, Max.
I'll put another one up on the
Mom is
screen
on
just to
deck.
give the sympathy vote.
See, now you got to go till the top of the hour.
That's right. You got to give everyone an opportunity to chime in now with their tips.
You got it.
Skin to win in this game. Skin to win.
That's right. You got it. Right. Shit, yeah. Literally, it'll help keep me on the air.
Yeah.
Right. Rock on.
I think we need to put Wiz in a thong. And
No,
a trench hot tub.
you keep all that fantasy to yourself now.
2-2.
Ain't shit ain't gonna. We ain't gonna play that.
Sometimes desperate measures are required to keep things on.
Right.
Call 'em.
Well, no.
Take one for the
And
team.
I'm
You're a
keeping
real
my
patriot.
clothes on too.
Call him Wizarant or something like that. You know.
Ramp, exactly.
Hey,
So-
we should do a shirtless stream again.
He can put a red-haired wig on.
I got a wig.
So Carpenter, what does that mean? IA squawk.
OnlyFans.
Just put
Roast
one of those
chicken
lamp
a little bit there for a
shade, lampshade over your head.
He was giving you guff about your mic seems to be squawking again.
No. It was Ghost was squawking. Not
Yeah,
me.
that it goes for that. Oh. I didn't mean for you to. Oops.
No, he didn't have to shut off. I wasn't picking on him.
No. Whoops. My fault. Sorry. I was just.
No riding pickles in a hot tub. Rated G.
Someone else- Oh, yeah.
Ain't none of that shit going.
No,
Oh, rated PG. I'm sorry.
we could do the ASMR thing.
Carp, I have that problem a lot too. My typing suffers.
I don't want to lick this microphone. It stinks like smoke.
Hey, I type for shit too, Carpenter.
I didn't mean that, Phil. I just letting you know. My bad, dude.
No.
Oh, I gotta look at something. Bitcoin, see what Bitcoin's doing. Down 8%. Wow. Overall, looking pretty good though. Up 355. Yeah, Bitcoin is here to stay, and definitely gonna keep some investments in that. I know people do a lot.
I'm investing in a different kind of future.
I'm just a newbie. I have very limited knowledge of it. What's that?
I'm investing in a different kind of future involving. I want to invest in people.
That's smart, and that's part of the thing too. I mean, Bitcoin can do only so much, but then what you're talking about, I'd like to hear more, honestly.
Well, I mean, that's the helping the individual, helping to. Well, the core thing is for me has been my brother veterans. You know what I'm saying? And doing what I can to help them. And the ones that are around me where I can make the biggest difference in their life, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it kind of developed out of being a single father for me, in my mind. You know what I'm saying? Because I have 5 godchildren. Okay. And they don't have, I mean, they didn't have somebody there to just give them the right information, teach them the right way, even if they didn't like it at the time. Like I said, I just recently got 2 more calls from 2 of my boys thanking me for raising them the way they was, the way I did.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Amen.
You know,
Amen.
so
Oh, go ahead.
so that I want to carry that all forward.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I want to be able to.
You've done a beautiful job of that so far. From what I'm
Sometimes being raised up hard also means you were raised up right.
Yeah.
There's a difference between being raised up cruel and being raised up hard. Hard develops character.
I'd agree with that.
I mean, it took 2 days for him to explain it to me the way he wanted to. But he was like, man, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known none of this. I wouldn't have been able to do any of this. I wouldn't have known about it. I would have been ready for it.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? He's like, because I hadn't talked to him in a while. John didn't call me for like 6 or 8 months. You know, we haven't really talked much in about a year. And he came back and he's like, man, he got his shit together. He did it. He said, it worked just like you told me, Pop. Just like you taught me. You know, it wasn't for you. I'd have been lost.
That's awesome, man.
You know, so
that's too. There's a legacy that you're leaving behind for sure.
Right. You know, and that's what I'm talking about. I want to invest in people.
Mm-hmm.
I want to invest in the right people for the right reasons and help them build the life they desperately need.
And that's like here. I'm going to put some money into you guys here, and I've only invested $20 in Bitcoin on Cash App. It's not even anything like everyone can go and do this, and it's just there. You could invest $1, you can invest 10, 5, whatever. I put 20, but it's there. And things crash and fail. I know they probably will, and they definitely will. It's just a matter of when. And if there's a backup reserve that could control Bitcoin, then they could still run it. But that's a whole separate issue, topic. But,
Right. But your return on investment is the rest of their life.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I'm saying? To where a return on investment. Now, I've had investments before, and I've made quite a bit of money out of the stock market at one time. And, I understand now how that works and why it's there. But I've learned to invest in the long term of things that really matter. The money, yeah, sometimes it can make a difference. And sometimes it becomes the problem.
Well, I totally believe that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, but that when you help an individual retouch themselves and rehab themselves, you know what I'm saying? And put them on a good track that works for them, not for anybody else.
And that's what I've learned from you guys. And that's why I like hanging out with generally. I know veterans that are staff sergeants, even not from just in here, but just other people, 2 other guys that were not even in here. And I just like hearing the reality of what life is, at a more genuine form, that you're connecting with people. And that's why I hate how Veterans Affairs and all that just trash the veterans and don't give
them. They do. Yeah. And that's why I won't go 501c with all this shit. Because if I did and I've helped a veteran, they'd have to register that I helped them. They'd have to register that they're here and that they're, and it's a complete control bunch of bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want them to have to register anything. Our purpose is not to get them more involved with the system, but to help them become more independent without any of that bullshit.
Hmm.
You know, and I
Mhm.
mean straight from the basics. You know what I'm saying? All the way down. Some of these guys are homeless, living under overpasses and begging on off ramps and shit like that because they got nowhere else to turn.
Right.
Yeah, there are the scammers that are out there, but you know the difference when you talk to them.
Oh yeah, you can usually frankness of purpose to me is easy
Right.
to find when you're honest yourself.
Right, because I'll take one to a Subway and I'll sit down with him and buy him a sandwich and talk to him over it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. You can sense when people need help, no matter their color. Man, I cry for a guy that I only could give $1 or $2 to, and he's not the same. He's the opposite color of my skin, but I just
Right.
shed
Right.
tears.
If I could offer him a place where he has a cabin where it's already complete self sufficiency.
Yep.
He walks into there and he sets up gardens. He's learning about whatever craft if he's got woodworking or metal skills, or if he wants to work with the animals or the gardens and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? If nothing else, landscaping and some of the construction for building on cabins again for somebody else. You see what I'm saying? That
Mhm.
kind of thing. We're learning those skills where they don't need. I mean, they're learning a craft or a trade. You know what I'm saying? In the process of contributing to our group and our society.
It goes
That's
back
what I'm.
to No, it goes back to the Greta Thunberg. Like, I had this thing. It's like I don't see her out picking up trash with a crew of little girls and boys out there. And so it's just people need to go and do honorable things that are like keeping trash off the ground. That's one of the most basic things, but it's hard to run a whole society. You got millions of people, and everyone thinks they got their freedom to loot or trash or steal. It's just hard to bind the moral principle into society,
Right.
no matter what they believe.
That's racist.
And as far as investing anymore, I won't invest in the stock market any longer. I
Yeah.
don't really believe in the Bitcoin thing because it's tied to the reason I don't invest in Bitcoin and all these cryptocurrencies is because they're tied to the web, because they're tied to an electronic society.
Something that's going to be ultimately run by someone,
Something that's ultimately going to be fucking destroyed when we have to face these nature-made damages.
I look at it like buying a lottery ticket. I put $20 on a lottery ticket, and I'm going to let it sit there.
Right.
But
Well,
I'm not in the game of Bitcoin or any of the investing, really.
Well, if I do investing, it's land, precious metals.
Exactly. I've got my money in land right now, land and properties.
And that's
Right.
smart.
I like precious metals. Something you can hold in your hand. It's got to be something. Yeah.
Will
Something you
Rogers
can put in your safe at home.
Will Rogers said, "Buy land. They're not making any more of it."
Right.
But
Correct.
what is land when I don't know.
The longer you wait, the more expensive it gets too.
There's a certain amount of like owning land is not really owning land if you've looked into how all the property taxes. I mean, they're never going to go away.
You find a place that doesn't have property taxes, or at least not big ones. Like I said, I've got a large plot of land here, and I pay $500 a year.
And that's what they're trying to get rid of.
Well, there's still places in this world where that can be done.
I mean, just looking at it from, the land grab and back with the Bundy Ranch.
I'm still thinking about selling everything and buying a mountain in Puerto Rico.
I wouldn't go to Puerto Rico, to be honest with you. I wouldn't go anywhere that's an island.
No, I'm gonna buy the whole mountain, so it's all mine.
$30, yeah. Last January, you'd be a millionaire.
You know what the problem with a mountain on Puerto Rico is?
Well, wait,
It's probably a volcano.
I know. I got offered. I got offered to go down to Puerto
There is there's an island right now for sale in the Mediterranean. It's kind of got a shady past, but there's a Jewish gentleman that will not be using it anymore.
No.
The Palma.
I think that's that Epstein feller.
That would be that Epstein fellow that did that. For the record, did not kill himself.
Right.
But I would like to say that I'm sorry to the Maxwell family for the loss of their sister. It's coming up next week.
Yeah. on the accident that's going to probably happen, you mean?
Well, I think that thing's all pretty much over with, isn't it? I mean, they
Oh.
already found guilty and stuff.
Yeah, but they're going to try to keep her from naming names because she knows a lot more names than she's probably even already said.
Moggies, do you learn to reduce tax? It can be done. Yes, it can be done. And you know how do you reduce tax? You get out of the system because guess what? A lot of your taxes are being drawn out of you, whether you realize it or not, through your utilities. Your electric, your water, your gas, your sewer, your trash. Your utilities drain you. Yes, they do. That is the modern slavery.
Everything costing 25% more is what's draining me.
Exactly.
Miss Lady Pizza, this is a family-friendly show. I'm not trying to see what you're saying there.
They don't.
What is
It's coming, just like our partner.
Right, get it?
No judgment here.
Depends on how.
Don't worry about it, Lady Pizza. He's just hippie. That's the way he is. Yeah, she's talking about Epstein
Oh.
and Ghislaine.
Of course she is, Miss Lady
Yeah.
Pizza. If that's even her real name.
Right?
No, we love you, Miss Lady. Thank Miss Lady Pizza. Always welcome.
Dirty.
You scared me. Thought I was in trouble.
Hey, it looks like I'm just kidding.
Now you're a target, buddy.
She's gonna have to take a number.
Right.
But right behind the three-letter agencies. You'll never catch me, Kappa. Never.
No, but you understand where I'm coming from because we need to build our information, our skill base. You know what I'm saying? Get back to the skills and the trades that matter. Construction, creation, utilization of the materials at our feet. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I love Mike Rowan. Mike Rowan is really pushing that too. Let's get people into the trades instead of being doctors and advertising agents and lawyers.
Right.
We need more electricians. We need more plumbers. That it's hard to find.
We need welders. We need welders. We need
people.
Hey,
don't
Colonel
metal
Shaw,
workers.
welcome in.
We need welders and metal workers. We need, we need people who know how to deal with ceramics. We need
Colonel Shaw's in the house.
That's what I mean. Not
Textile.
everyone has to go to 4 years of frickin' college and get way the hell in debt and a trade school or apprenticeship. That's a hell of a good way to go. That's all.
Right.
About the textile industry.
we need seamstresses and textiles. Yeah, exactly.
The problem is a lot of these jobs are going to people who are just coming here for work and they want to do the work that apparently I'm already doing, but they think I won't.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, okay, back probably 20
Yeah.
years ago, I did roofing. I did a shit ton of roofing, and kind of made me as goofy as I am. But no, and everyone kept saying, well, let's hire the Mexican crew. And I apologize for that, but it was the Mexican crew that you'd hire because they'd have 8 guys there and they get it done in a day. And they were a lot cheaper. And that cut into my business, so I had to quit doing roofing.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't I
Miriam's
see
in the
Miriam?
chat. Welcome
I
in,
don't see
Miriam.
Miriam.
Oh, hey, Miriam.
She's lurking.
Colonel Shaw, welcome in. Salute.
Colonel Shaw.
Hey, Colonel.
Absolutely. Holy
I checked
cow.
Colonel's channel the other day. That was pretty cool. I've never seen his channel before.
So wait a second. Max Cape
Nice,
said
man.
26 are Spanish, and if I remember my history, the Spanish only count as 1/3, right?
What?
Well, that sounds racist.
I don't know what that sounded like, but it sounds like right.
I'm not good at history. I thought there was like a 2/3.
Where's Don? Where's Don? He's here to tell you you're wrong.
Max,
Just wrong.
I'm not shitting on anyone who's doing that work because the Mexicans coming up from the border. I mean, they did great work. I respect them and damn hardworking people.
Yeah, some hardworking people. Yeah, I got you.
I mean, they
South
just want to get
American
ahead.
and Mexican guys, they come up, and they're not, I guess, legal, but they're really good people, man. And then they go back and they visit their home for Christmas. Some of them do. But yeah, I worked with so many, and hardly any of them will speak much English. But you're just sitting around learning Mexican all day. It's fun as shit.
Ironically, our biggest problem right now is a lot of people talk about, a lot of Mexican people coming up. It's actually Central American. If Mexico secured their southern border, we would have little problem, to be honest.
Yep. And it'd be a lot more effective to seal their border. It's not so big.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Biden, you piece of shit.
I still think that if we took away a certain amount of money for every illegal immigrant that came in from money we gave to the country that they came from, I bet you the problem would be fixed overnight.
That's a good take. I like that.
Yeah.
I don't either, Shaw. I think they all smoke too much and see Miriam out there when she's not out there.
Yeah, I'll try not to swear as much, Colonel. It's a good point. But for each his own.
But I only swear when I'm on here.
I think the biggest thing is that, and all of us, I think, are pretty much in agreement on this. People that want to come here and become American and contribute, none of us have a problem with that. It's the ones that are still seem to be anti-American and don't want to assimilate and want to get a free ride that we're not really happy about.
See, no, assimilate, that's become a dirty word. You can't allow that.
That's the key. Assimilate.
That's
it's a trigger word, I guess, but I get what you're saying.
It's a bunch of BS because it's what people should do. I mean, you want to be
Assimilation through peace. Every word has a positive and negative.
Carver says, if I can't swear, I'll have trouble talking.
I said it's more of a fucking melting pot than what kind of country do we have? A bunch of little individual communities all over the freaking place.
Oh, God.
Gotta be one. United States of America.
I'm not sure how assimilation became a bad word, because assimilation just means that you integrate into the society you move into, that you don't try to change it, you integrate.
Well, there's always the definiteness of purpose. So if assimilation has something to do with something negative, then, if it's a good assimilation, it's good. But if it's like the Borg, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Miss Lady Pizza said swearing is her love language, and that's great because I effing love her.
Oh man.
Cheers for that. Cheers.
Here, here.
I'm gonna have to do a shot to that or something. Maybe
Do a
pour
shot,
one more
man.
mixed drink. I got a little more ice. And
Yeah, I got some
like
bubbly
10
for you.
more minutes. I swear I gotta get on. Nice. You probably had maybe half of it so far, I guess.
No, it's still way the fuck up to here.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even like champagne, but I did it for
That's
the
cool.
show last night.
I'm glad you can just sip easily. I drink too much, man, at one time.
Well, I'm on beer now. Hey, I'm trying to get Bell's Two Hearted Ale. We need a new sponsor.
Nice.
Good beer. Hey, I think it's from Michigan, right?
Oh, that looks pretty yummy though.
It is a good fucking beer, I tell you what.
Reminds me of like 420 Clearwater or something like.
I got my glass here. So I was seeing how many beers would fit there. This beer glass holds 3 12-ounce beers. It's dirty. I didn't rinse it out.
What is the emblem on that cup?
It's a Paulander beer.
Oh, okay. I've heard of them. Yeah, that's a pretty cool cup.
That's actually one of my. Here's the can. The can came in the glass.
Oh, nice.
Like that.
That's decorative.
By the set.
Well, that's fancy.
Yeah, it was my present this year.
Cheers, Moggy. Got nothing but New Year's love.
Hey, you know what?
Let's do this.
Come on up here on the screen. Say hi to us. Talk to us.
Maggie.
Another fire in the bowl here. It's a
Pizza.
warning for
Yeah, fire in the motherfucking boat. Yeah, that's about right.
Gotta repack, reload.
Oh, reloading? Okay, I'm going to take quick ones while you reload. Hurry up.
Oh, where's my lighter? I don't know. Oh, it's right.
Muggies needs a sword? Hold on a second.
Come on, yeah, let's do that. Good idea.
Don't feel bad, Muggy. I haven't got a sword either. I've been around for a little bit now, and
You don't get a sword. We only let you play with crayons.
I understand. I'm not even wondering. I don't even want one because that way, if something goes south, you can't say it was my fault.
I've been here.
In the eye, and I'm going to say, you know whose fault it is? It sings.
Absolutely. I've been here since the beginning, and the assholes took away my sword on Sick Pats.
You know, ironically, people lose a lot of things around St. Patrick's Day. Their license, freedom,
Yeah.
families, and apparently swords too.
There you go, Muggies. You got a sword now.
Hey, Moggy, there you go. Nice.
Once again, Irish are the
Glad
worst.
we got a sword.
Hey, Irish.
Hey. No, I shouldn't ask. Did anyone know who's Dave the Slave? You guys must know him. Anyone?
On chat or where?
Yeah, no. I was on a different chat and someone said he brought up Sick Pat. So someone said rest in peace, Sick Pat. It was Dave the Slave, I think it was.
Mm.
I thought, wow, it's like a whole interming. That's what I love about this whole kind of thing, because I see some of you people here and there in my show and other shows. It's like a whole weird intermixed community. I'm like a year into this thing. I'm new to it, so it's like,
Well,
I love it.
what I don't think you understood was when you found us, we were a whole community of people. I mean, it's a whole thing. It was not just tied to one channel or anything. This is just a community that we're kind of, part of. It's just like that's why I say when I start up my show is that I'm the Wizard of Oz. This is the Great American Experience, and this is not my show. I didn't set this up to have a show. I set this up to have a place for our community to get together. I wasn't playing. I was just doing the legwork. I just got volunteered after I put it together to run it by everybody else. Okay, you did it, you run it. That's it. And I was like, okay, well, okay, but it's your show. That's how all that.
You
It's
had
just
hard to keep it running after Sick Pat, you know.
right.
I
Well,
just thought it was funny that I was on a different show, and see, on the show that I do, and it's not my show, it's the show that I do. I've got people from this community and a different community and then another community.
right.
It's kind of cool. When I was on one of the other communities, and they actually typed in "Rest in peace, Sick Pat."
Right.
Like,
And you're like, where the hell is fucking, yeah.
how do I know? I just never know where people are from anymore.
They're everywhere.
Well, that's
I'm
just
telling you.
It's like in my little world where I'm at here. I've got people from this show that I watch, and then people from this show that I watch, and somehow with Aaron the Tires, they got smashed together, and now there's people up from all different channels. It's kind of neat.
Right.
And
Right.
they come here. They go to Aaron the Tires a lot.
Right. Right.
Nothing wrong with them. And then there's one that what is her, Red Lotus? She had some channel she shared, and there's a bunch of cats in there that are pretty chill. I forget
Right.
what it was.
Hey, dear Butch, please don't get upset. Do not log off. But the chat says your mic is just turned a little low. It's fine. Your mic's fine. They just want to know if you could turn it up.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. It's crystal clear, but your volume's a little bit low.
Mhm.
Okay, let me.
It's set for his stream.
That's what I keep noticing. No,
Oh, here we go. Here we
foul.
go. Is this better?
That is sounding.
A
If
little
I just
better. I don't
Little
want
louder.
to crank it. A little louder. How are we
That's
doing
better.
now?
Much better.
See, chat, we watch you guys.
Thank you. Hey, thank you guys. I know you said that, and I turned it all the way up on my mixer here. And
there we go. Yeah, you're sounding.
my settings a lot lower, so I
Thank you.
apologize for that.
Thank you. Hey, I just want to know.
I'm
Good
getting
to go, Mike, Chad.
technical and shit.
I see you guys. I see you guys all the time in Aaron the Tires and Tex Classy. I see some of you guys. Only in the trans girl community is Sing.
What?
And so, if anybody else is there and I'm not saying hi to you, I apologize. I'll look for you. Sing, you're there all the time. I know.
Dude, that was supposed to be our secret. What the hell?
What are we talking about?
I told you that in confidence.
And new year, new you, baby.
Hey.
New year, new you.
I tell you what, I'm a subscriber at Trans Girls channel, so Lexi's all right. I mean,
I knew I saw Butch there.
I watched Lexi. I watched Lexi. I did, only thing here's my question, and I don't mean this is not to be an asshole because actually I
go ahead.
enjoy some of their content. I just don't know if they're both trans or if just the one is.
No, they're well, one is and one isn't. Yeah.
Wait, are you guys serious? Because I've never been to one of these rooms. I thought it was a joke.
No, it's actually, she's a nice person.
It's a woman and a trans girl. The problem I have with the show is that it's one topic. I mean, I got them. I was there today. I spent about half an hour there today, and I support trans girl. Do whatever the hell you want. It doesn't matter to me. But it's a one topic show. But we got off on music a little bit and started talking about old 70s bands and shit. That was cool. But normally it's just one topic.
I have to quit sarcastically agreeing with stuff for a humorous effect. So if there's a polarity there, it is not me. I don't know this room.
Oh, Carp thing. I haven't seen you there. No.
Okay, right on. I thought it was a joke. I was just making sure.
And saying it's like when I'm talking about the intermixing of channels. I watched Trans Girl because Trans Girl came on, and she has a channel.
Hey,
she came on.
I don't good.
She came on the Steel Toe show, and Steel Toe got tied up with Aaron the Tires, and I've actually sent Steel Toe show over to you guys.
Right. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, they did a whole
You probably got one hell of a raid. I know that.
kind of hype train out of it too,
Yeah,
or something.
you'll get a hype train out of those guys for sure.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Max Cade.
Hey, welcome back, Max.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just messing around right at the moment. I'm listening.
Oh, hey,
Figured
Max.
I'd greet you there and let you know we observe you.
What's happening, Max? Happy New Year, brother.
Now
Thank
I want
you.
to talk to Max.
Yeah. Happy New Year. I'm listening. I don't want to butt in here. I'm trying to mess around at the moment.
No hell, buddy, and all you want. I'll give you room even.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
As long as you're not preparing for the helicopter thing, we had this one guy that came in all the time and would come in and he'd say he's prepared for something and then do the helicopter penis on us.
No, for sure. No, I'm just figuring out that I can now do, just do the mic without the cam and all that stuff. And I'm trying to figure it out on my avatar because that was a picture of my grandma previously. I'm just messing with it at the moment, listening.
I need to see your face, Eleanor.
Hey, what's wrong with the camera? If you're as ugly as me and you still put your face up, you should be able to do it.
I know.
There you go. All right.
Eleanor, I need to be able to see your face before I can put you on the panel. Just make sure you're a real person.
Wizard.
Yeah.
It's I know her. Ellen, she doesn't have a camera on her thing. It's fine.
Okay. If you vouch, okay, there you go.
That's that's Miss Lady Pizza.
Oh, hey. Okay.
Yeah.
What's
Hi.
up?
Okay.
Oh, we need a camera. Come on.
No.
Come on.
I know.
Not
She hasn't done her hair.
No,
She hasn't done her hair and makeup.
I've been drinking too much moonshine for my camera.
I spent 15 minutes working myself, getting myself all pretty to do this. You should come on too.
I like the fact that without the gate, she's admitted she's drinking too much moonshine. So with a southern accent, so she'll fit right in.
Wrong with that?
Yeah. There you go. Oh wow.
We need to make sure you're 18 though.
I am above 18.
We're going into overtime.
Oh, see? I called it, didn't I? About 18. What does that mean?
I'm 24.
Oh, okay. Well, I meant almost 18.
No,
That's a good age.
No. No.
That's a good age.
She's grandma.
Grandma. Ouch. I've not been in here 5 minutes and I'm being bullied.
Oh, you're gonna get bullied.
Well, I'll bully back.
Somebody
so
said
watch
grandma
out.
down
There you go. There you go.
No.
Don't let them step on you. Don't let them step on you.
Listen,
Colonel was asking who
I
the
think-
picture was.
you know, I'm a bully. I'm pretty mean. Just ask Woody.
I just want to know what's your favorite kind of pizza?
What my favorite kind of pizza? Oh, Italian sausage with some bell peppers on there, stuffed crust.
Yes.
Nice.
Tube steak.
Don't forget the bacon.
Don't
forget the bacon.
No, fuck bacon. Bacon doesn't belong on pizza. Neither
Oh,
does
yes, it does.
Bacon belongs on everything. I'm sorry.
Every-
You're objectively wrong.
Oh, you're talking. That's okay. Now I know
I'm
you're real.
anti-bacon.
I know you're real.
All right.
Who was Eleanor of Aquitaine? I should know that name for some reason.
She was queen. She was married to Louis VII, I think. And then she divorced him because she didn't like him. And then 2 months later married King Henry II of England. She was mother of Richard and then John.
Got it.
She helped her sons attempt to overthrow Henry II.
Sing, taking notes.
You taking notes?
Sing likes history.
Very much.
Can we
That's
do
interesting.
Oversimplified history? Because that seemed too intense for me. Oh, cartoon characters for my history.
So, Eleanor, are you a history teacher as well?
Yes, I am.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna get destroyed on history bad now because Woody and Eleanor are both educated in history.
Why do you think I brought her along?
Nice.
She makes me bully people in the Discord, so now I have to, she's returned the favor.
Wait, you guys like have a Discord chat about history?
No, it's not a history server, but we bonded over history.
Yes.
Okay, I got you.
Irish, welcome in.
Hey, we just need one more for the Brady Bunch, right? I could be Ellis then.
We need at least one more female on here. Is there a female that we can get up here?
Eleanor,
Anybody.
I want to ask you a question
Love what you
about
guys are
history.
talking about there.
Oh
Hey,
gosh.
Valentine's here. Let's get Valentine on.
Are you familiar with the de jure government?
With the what government?
The de jure government, the difference between the de facto and the de jure government for the United States of America.
De jure.
Something
DU space JOUR. De jure. French.
Yes and no. It's been a while since I've like taught or looked up government. But the de jure government is like with accordance to the law, and de facto is what's true, right?
The de facto is outside of law.
Yeah.
But
And then de jure is inside of the law.
correct. And the de jure government ended in 1860. And the de facto was created in 1871 with the Reconstruction Act.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know if you knew anything about that period of time.
Oh, I live in the South. The Reconstruction is a big topic down here, or for me at least.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I genuinely believe that the failure of the Reconstruction era is why the South is so poor today. It's yeah.
Because it stripped them of all their public holdings.
Yeah, I don't know if I told Wood this. I was talking to somebody else, but there are like YouTube videos of like slaves, talking about their time. They're really, really old recordings, but like they are talking about one of the scariest times of their enslavement was when the Union soldiers came in, because what they would do is they'd come in and they would burn everything on the plantation, the houses, the slave houses, the crops, everything, and then just leave. And it's like they didn't help. They didn't give jobs. They didn't help anything. And it was just, they burned everything and then left.
Very inhuman.
Wasn't it Charleston that they pretty much burned the whole town?
I think so, yeah.
Well, you had Sherman's March to the Sea, and that was just nothing but terrorism. It was to burn the populace and make it so that it's psychological warfare. Since the South was dug in defensive positions all throughout this, they basically want to say, we're going to make it so miserable here, there's nothing left to fight for. And demoralize us. Because it's really hard to occupy and make a man not fight for his home. But if there's no home to fight for, it's real hard to keep him motivated.
Correct.
And I could be wrong. I'm not educated in history. Mine's just reading. But shortly after the burning of Charleston is when the South kind of gave up too, correct, or conceded.
What?
Am I correct on that? The South admitted defeat around the time of the burning of Charleston, I believe, because it was demoralizing, quite demoralizing. So even though, like Woody said, it was acts of terrorism, it was effective, unfortunately. Or not unfortunately, that sounded awful, but it was effective.
I get what you're saying.
Well, I'm not so much into the war situation as I am the constitutional side of all this. Okay. Yeah. That's where my concerns and my focus on that part of history, legal and lawful. The definition is legal when it's a corporate identity. The operation is lawful when it is the de jure. Okay, by law. Correct.
Oh, hopefully, because I'm pretty certain that was riddled with inaccuracies. So hopefully, Eleanor and Woody can correct the statement if they understood what I was trying to say.
Well, nobody really understood what you were trying to say. We're all too fucking stoned to fucking follow you.
Not me. I'm not stoned. I don't smoke.
Hey, Wiz.
Yeah, what's up?
Look at my icon.
Nice.
Food need job.
Yeah, he's going to be out of work soon, so people are going
We'll
crazy.
work for food, need job.
Have a little fun.
I thought you were calling for Zach.
Hey, sing. Me and you are probably the only ones not high here, and you're making the least amount of sense to these guys.
I either need to start drinking or smoking, I guess.
Well, just so we all know, like I said, Wiz knows, if we need a backup plan, we're all going to Ireland, back home for me. So, all right.
You go on to Ireland on your own. My ass is planted right here on this plateau. I'm going to stay in the land of Oz.
Well, if the
Till
radiation,
my dying day.
if the radiation gets too high, you can always come to Ireland. So.
No,
who the fuck agreed we were all going to Ireland?
Go someplace where you can't even grow a potato.
Yeah, you can grow potatoes. Grow lots of potatoes. They fixed that problem.
Oh.
I just think that was only 60 years ago, so it wasn't that long ago.
What the hell would I go to Ireland for?
Booze.
Yeah,
Scooby
totally.
snacks.
Yeah. Say D's nuts.
I'm trying to figure out why Emerald apparently volunteered all of us to go to Ireland.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, when did that happen?
All right, we got a secret squad going
When
on.
he says
here.
everyone, he meant Eleanor.
No. I don't even know her, so no, I don't know her. So
I loved it when I visited Ireland.
Well, tell us about it.
There you go.
Irish is from Ireland. He's actually a dual citizen.
Oh, that's interesting. That's cool. But if I were to go back home, European wise, I'd be in Germany. But I don't want to go to Germany. So
Germany's gone back to the old ways. So that's why I like to call it
Holocaust?
total socialism, lockdown,
Yep.
the whole 9 yards. So
Eleanor Colonel Shaw in chat, he's from Holland.
Norway.
Norway. He lives in Norway. He's in Norway right now.
No,
He's in Norway. When did
He's
you
in
move to
Norway.
Norway, Sean?
No, I'm Norwegian. That's why I have the flag behind the other flag.
There you go.
I have a follower from Norway too. That's kind of cool.
Awesome. Oh, really? That's
Got me
cool.
pissing off last night for some reason.
On my mother's side, I've got family from Norway, Sweden, or Denmark. It's like a wide variety, but
Hey, Wiz, you need a hoodie?
That flag.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get you a hoodie.
But yeah, just
Mhm.
you know what? I'm already thinking of gardens. I mean, I know we got 6 to 8 weeks before I even start thinking about starts and stuff like that. But you know what? I'm already thinking about planning out the garden.
that sounds
'Cause
pretty good.
This year
Well,
I
I
want
mean, summer's coming early this year, I guess.
I can't plant anything until the middle of April.
Oh well, Minnesota.
No, Minnesota. Yeah. Where's Don? Where's Don to pick on me?
oh gosh, Minnesota. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Hey,
I know, right?
hey, Miss Pizza Lady. It's 18 fucking degrees below right now. It sucks here.
Yeah.
I would die in that weather.
No, you
Yeah.
would. No, you just have to get close to somebody. That's all.
What are
I'm
you at now?
used to like swamp weather.
And I'm
where
too
I'm
old
from.
for you, so
Well,
I have an extra room though.
If I was first off, if I was up there, I would be beaten up immediately for liking the Packers over the Vikings.
I'm a Vikings guy, but I respect the Packers. So, most Vikings people hate the Packers. I respect the Packers. That's a fucking good
I
team.
dig the Packers.
I gotta say that was smooth as hell. That was smooth. I like that. That was awesome. But you got game, man. That was good.
It's the bottle that's talking, right, dear?
No, it's me.
I think the only home I could actually, if I had to live in Minnesota and I didn't have a choice, I would go with an underground home.
Well, you got to change your accent. You got to sound Canadian.
You sound Canadian? I don't know. I can't.
You say things like boat.
Yeah, you know.
I thought it was Canadian. I thought it was just annoying.
Come over here. It's a boot time.
Hey, you know how long it took me to get this fucking hillbilly accent?
Birth.
It took me a long time to make sure I did this right.
I was going to say, birth. 57 years.
Shit, man. It took me like 3 or 4 years to get it down. Shit.
Just be born in the South, and then it comes naturally.
I was born in St. Louis, Missouri, man. I had no I had no South accent. I had no Northern accent. We had a straight up dialect here in St. Louis, very clean, very business. You know what I'm saying? Worked very good for me internationally and all that shit.
Dang.
Yeah,
I grew up listening to French, Creole.
Right, yeah, so how you?
I have some Creole.
We get up over the bio. We get up over John.
I'm like half Yankee, half Southerner. There's a
Wiz.
Mississippi boy, and then I've got what is it? Not Massachusetts, but it's up there.
Northeast.
Yeah. It took me a long time to get this going. I was like 3 or 4 years for me to get this down. What up? What's up, Irish?
I was going to say I graduated from SEMO.
Got lasers all up.
There's different versions of the South there, right? You got like Tennessee, then you got Alabama, then you got Florida, and then in Florida itself, there's different areas. So when we say South, what do we really mean?
Well, I mean Louisiana.
Louisiana,
yeah, I pictured
Alabama, and
I think they called it the Mason-Dixon line.
Yeah, I pictured Louisiana. I pictured Louisiana, Missouri for you, and I'm from Florida, the Panhandle, of Florida. I'm in between Pensacola and Tallahassee.
I see it two ways, either by FEMA region or you can look at it southeast, northeast.
Well, you get up,
Southern by the grace of God.
Yeah, it gets crazy though, because I got friends that are in Tennessee and their Southern accent is way more than mine. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You're from You're like
I'm born and raised in Tennessee.
10 hours north of me.
I still live here. Do I sound?
Yeah, I got family. My family all from northwest corner of Tennessee.
Yeah,
So,
do I
it's
sound like
nuts.
I'm from Tennessee though?
Hey Max, how far are you from the water?
So I'm about 20 minutes from the beach.
Right. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. How far are you from Alabama?
About an hour 15 maybe.
Okay.
About an hour.
Yeah, I had a house down in Siesta Key for 17 years. So
Yeah, I'm stuck in the middle, man. But I hate the beach. I really do. I hate the beach. I hate it. I can't stand it.
That's a shame.
That is a shame.
Right?
Well, I mean, I'm from here, and Panama City. I'm from Panama City, so you learn to love to hate spring break and shit. It's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah,
and the traffic, right, Max?
Yeah, it's horrible. It's ridiculous.
Oh, and hey, Max, you know what's really cool? How the state troopers up there, not down by where we used to live, but up there, how they hide up in the tree lines.
Oh, they love to do that. Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey, Wiz, if you want to talk about state troopers taking it to the next level, they not only sit in the tree lines, but they make special hidden roads so they can get up way on top and just point down.
Yes, they do.
Bam, 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 and then you
Yes,
see
they do.
Then you
They
see
do
him
for
come
sure.
from the side. Yeah, you see him come from the side of the road and come, bam! You got to take it, boy.
With Lavoy Finicum, like that.
Oh yeah, they're about 100. They're probably about 60, 80 feet above. I mean, the road goes up the side of the and into the trees, and then they got a camouflage. So there's some guy just sitting up there going, boop, radio's in. He gets pulled over, boop. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
I-10's bad about that. They got the little hidey holes, man.
yeah,
It's stupid. Yeah.
Oh, really fries.
That's why you need special paint on the front end of your car. It works really good, by the way. So very absorbent. Very absorbent.
No, I'm stuck in between the beach life and in the woods. I grew up about 15 minutes north Alabama or south of Alabama in Florida in the Panhandle here. So, but I hate the beach. I fucking hate the beach. I
gotta
don't
get
cross
puppies.
that
I'll be
bridge.
right back.
All
I gotta
right.
get puppies. I'll be right back.
All right, Wiz.
Oh, who's gonna take over?
Shit, no, that's all right.
I want to. Hey, I want to go to Florida just to go fishing.
Oh, I need a job. I'll do it.
I grew up my whole life fishing here. I stopped fishing a couple years ago because I work so fucking much. But yes, wade fishing was my thing for most of my life.
Hey,
So I
Max.
started.
Welcome in quietly yelling.
I was gonna say, hey Max, you know who my neighbor was?
Yes.
No, you don't know who he was.
No, I don't know.
It was funny
Welcome
story
in,
when I
Mike.
first. Well, I bought the house in Siesta Key, and I didn't know who the neighbors were. And then I threw a party, and then this redheaded chick with an Australian accent came over. It should give you some clues. And the next thing you know, her husband came over, and then he wanted me to believe in some alien group coming from wherever, and I should go get checked and see if I'm clear. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah, and
From
he's
like-
short, and he is a short individual. There is no doubt about that. You could kick him around. All that stuff he does in the movies is really hysterical. But I've got pictures of him. I'll dig them out so you can see the crazy guy that used to live next door to me. Well, I actually went there. I had to go there. So it was like, all right. He goes, oh, come on, Dave, you can do this. Let's go. So I go down to Clearwater, and they sit me in a room. I watch this most horrific 45-minute video, and then they give me 232 questions, and then I take it, and then after about an hour, they come back to me and they show me this chart and say, there's 3 zones, this, and this. And I was like in that real tiny margin up at the top, and they were saying, and I only had 1 dip below the top margin. And they said, you can get clear. You can get clear. Just use us. And I said, why the fuck would I want to use you if I'm already up here on my own?
Yeah.
Makes sense?
Eleanor's
it doesn't.
coming back.
Yeah.
I just saw somebody pop out.
Her mobile phone. She's on her mobile phone to get
You
Boy, she got you all riled up there.
Wait. Moggy said you haven't been to Right Beach yet. All right, Moggy, I grew up 10 minutes from the beach my whole life. I hate the beach. It's like with anything, man. You grow up in a certain area, you tend to get tired of it. I mean, it's
Well, yeah.
I mean,
Max, I get it. I had to move back to Indiana because I was going crazy down there. Oh, no, I'm coming back. I'm looking at property down in Miami,
Erie, Indiana.
Beach.
Love that show.
I want to get back to what the debate was about earlier. Saying I want to get back to that. That's what I want to get back to. Fuck this, where we live shit, right?
Oh yeah. There's no doubt about that.
Real quick, Huckleberry wants me to tell everybody Happy New Year.
Happy New
Huckleberry.
Year, Huckleberry.
Well, where's that?
Huckleberry.
Where's
Yeah.
that?
You guys are.
Eleanor's gonna be back in a second. She can join the debate. What were you guys talking about? The debate.
They were talking about before, if I remember listening properly, something about learning the trades and going back into the trades industry. We need X amount more of this, X amount more of that. And what's really ironic that you guys are what's really ironic you guys are talking about it. There was a seminar that I had went to for Stanford, and I was listening to it just recently. I went into the Zoom meeting and listened to these other professors and scientists, and we were all debating. And it was really interesting on the argument of, are there only 2 forms of life in the universe? One is AI, and the other one is biological AI, and that there's a constant battle. I mean, it's based on an algorithm somebody wrote, so it's kind of weird. But yeah, that was a debate. Learning more trades and not allowing AI to integrate would be a smart move.
That's
based
above
on
my
everything.
pay grade.
Yeah, that's well, yeah, it's kind of interesting because if you look closely, AI is integrating itself already. I mean, it already is. People are doing VR. They're doing what is it, Meta, and they're being sucked into an electronic world where reality will be distorted even further.
While you were doing that, I graduated from Grand Ridge High School. Okay.
Well, basically, let me put it this way: what the debate was about is what to do if AI became sentient.
Yes. Oh yeah. And you know what? Going along the path we're going, how is that not going to happen? Right.
Well, we've already calculated a date based on the current processor speeds and now the quantum being finally built. Because that's my degree. That's my degree.
Hold on a second. I want to say, welcome in, Huckleberry. There's my Huckleberry.
She's not. I don't. No, it's not here.
And it's Prince. This is
She's
Prince.
supposed to be coming by. I told her everybody that we're still live.
Well, she's not in chat right now.
So based on the mathematical formula that this guy came up with, by 2067 to 2083 will be the new arrival. That's what they're calling it. And that's when AI realizes it doesn't need us anymore.
Well,
but its goal is to integrate us with it. That's all.
As it says in the original Matrix, it's inevitable.
He's saying good night.
Good night.
Good night. I gotta go night.
Or what's the saying? What can happen will happen, right?
Yes.
I mean, eventually, if humanity decides to exist long enough, it will happen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it will.
Well, that's supposedly what the argument's going to be is what do you do now to prevent it? And
that all goes back to assimilation.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Assimilation, yes. Sing, put that word in there. And I think he likes it. It really does.
Kind of assimilation, no?
Oh, for sure.
We like to use the term integration.
Yeah, but Sing like assimilation. Right. So I'm trying to understand that with Sing, but integration seems to be
assimilation is without
assimilation actually should mean the same as integration.
I'm just trying to get you fired up, Sing. I'm just trying to get you fired up.
I'm just
trying to get your neurons going.
As for assimilation, it's really not a bad word. I don't know.
Absolutely not.
It's all about
how do you assimilate without appropriate?
With the use of the word. If you're assimilating for good or you're assimilating for bad, it depends.
Yeah, for sure.
That's where it's good or bad.
Well, in the AI, assimilation is without your own choice. You think it's your choice, but it's not.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we were debating about.
But it didn't compute.
And that's another thing I go to. Like I said, and I don't know how old Honky Kong, you seem to be the youngest of us. Yeah. And from what I've seen, I would say you're 30, late 20s.
No, you were closer the first time.
Okay.
Late 30s.
If we live long enough to understand it, which I don't think any of us ever will be, reality would blow us out of the water. If we ever actually understand what we're here for or why we're here, I just don't think it'll ever happen. I mean, we'll be long gone before that's ever figured out. We will.
I think we need to learn our actual origins and then move on to the why.
Absolutely. For sure.
But I do agree that I would love to be alive even when we find out 10% of it.
Yeah, like you said, to understand even just a little bit of it, because most of it is just theories. We don't know when, why, or how the pyramids were built. Okay, we all have our theories. We all think we know, but we don't really know. None of us do.
Not even the scientists, because they go after they go off of a dead language that they believe they're interpreting, right?
Well, like I always say, the Sphinx was there 35,000 years before the pyramid, so you answered that one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, none of us, we all have our theories. We think we know, but and that's what I was agreeing with saying earlier was, I think humanity before had their own thing going that we don't understand now. We're smart and we have a lot of things going for us, but there were simpler times. Well, what we see as simpler times that we think were simpler times, but they understood more about the simplicity of it all than we do.
with like the science or advancements. I'm not saying they were equally advanced like in the same way, but I truly think there was a society that was maybe more nature oriented or naturally, that knew stuff that we haven't even, that we probably couldn't even comprehend now.
No, absolutely. And like I said, I mean, I believe that my opinion, there's definitely life elsewhere, but they're not over here building pyramids for us. Okay. The time and space is the amount of distance between all of us is just too far. Okay. I just don't think we're at that point yet.
I do agree. I don't know what life is out there, but it's really, if you think about the size of everything, it's mathematically not implausible, I guess, that there isn't some sort of life out there. But in my opinion, it's probably plant, maybe animal. I don't know if it's sentient. If it is sentient, and if it is, I have trouble with a lot of the ancient aliens.
The Drake equation.
Okay,
it's fun to watch, but I don't know, because if they were here, why aren't they here now?
Exactly, and that's my big thing. But okay, so when you talk sentient, what do you think about this stuff talking about octopuses? Majority of scientists are claiming that they are sentient beings.
Really, that I didn't know.
Yes,
I'll check into that. That's interesting.
That they have emotions and feelings and can feel pain and all that.
Emotions are confusing. I don't.
They are, but it's a big thing now, because
things like intuition and curiosity.
Yes, and humanity is so egotistical to think that we're the only living thing on this earth that can have those feelings or those emotions. I mean, really?
And well, we talk about a lot about paradox, and to me, the biggest paradox is people's emotions. I don't get them. I think that's the trickiest thing to understand on.
It is. It's very tricky. But that's what got me with Don earlier, okay? To think that humanity is so egotistical to think that they affect the earth as a whole. I think it's egotistical to think that we don't affect our planet as a whole.
We don't.
Of course
that's
we affect it, but I think it's in minimal portions. I do too. If you can go out tomorrow and put a tiny mirror on your sidewalk, and that's going to affect something, but it's going to be immeasurable. I mean, you're not going to. It's going to be so small of an effect. Reversing any solar or radiation heat or whatever. It's going to be such a minimal effect that it's not anything that is measurable. And the amount of carbon we put in the air compared to now, don't get me wrong, I think cities, and like I said before, I think cities, it's good to have public transportation and stuff like that. It's great. My issue is like you said, Max, you drive a 6.7 diesel. I drive an older Ford 7.3 diesel, and I couldn't do my job without it.
Yeah, exactly. A Prius isn't going to do it. It's not. I mean, it's not in society. It's not going to do it.
And even if they came up with a bigger, stronger version of it, I couldn't drive somewhere. And if I had to go get material or I had to go get parts, I couldn't wait 2 hours for it to charge or 8 hours for it to charge to go. I've got to have the combustion engine. And I just think that they're adding that they skew their numbers. If you look at their numbers, they skew their numbers to get the facts that they want, and that's just concerning to me. And then you look at some of the scientists that have come out with alternate opinions, and their numbers are closer to what I mean. They'll even put like the buoys that are in the ocean and everything, showing the temperatures. And the scientists that are saying that the global warming and whatnot and everything are arguing against our addition to it, their numbers are more accurate. And in the amount of different times where there's been more and less carbon, it's cyclical. Our planet goes through times where there's times where there's more carbon, there's less carbon and stuff like that. One interesting thing, I'll quit. I'll let you.
No, go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
One interesting thing I saw recently, and I need to check more on it. And it's science. Some scientists that are looking into it. They've noticed from some of the satellite mapping that there's some greening happening in a lot of areas with deserts. So the encroachment of the desert is beginning to disappear, and with the higher carbon content, actually it's making the greening effect happen. So not large amounts, but the more with this higher carbon content, it's actually giving these plants more of a chance to push back against the deserts in a lot of the areas that you're seeing a lot of higher desertification. So that's an interesting thing. And I can't guarantee that's right, but it's something to look into. And I just think there's a lot of views on it that we need to look into all of them and not subscribe to just a single view and say that's fact. And I still think that it's dangerous when science becomes fact instead of the best theory on the information we have at the time.
Well, singularity, let me ask you a question. Do you know how many people this planet can actually support?
Comfortably, I believe they said something. It double what we have now.
It's 10. It's no, the total amount of living space. If I remember off the top of my head, if the living space basically, it's like, I think it's like almost, well, it's a little bit more than 3 billion acres of the whole planet of actual land mass. So you figure with that and everything else, it equal about probably a little over 10 billion people, and then that's it.
Well, a lot of that, and a lot of that has to do with the ability to produce food for those people.
Right. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
What the Earth can support with what we currently have.
And look at some of our technologies. Now we're able to stack greenhouses and everything. So we're able to use a lot of aquaponics and even aeroponics, where they're actually, the roots actually sink down through a medium, but the roots then come into an area just filled with air, and they're constantly sprayed with water, just a mist. And with those aeroponics, and in that case, they're able to stack all this. So, I mean, the technologies will increase also as the population increases. So, and if I thought I saw like around 14 million or 14 billion one time, but if 10 billion, that's probably right.
And that number is a societal problem as well. Okay.
Right,
if humanity collectively as a whole worked together, it would be way more.
Well,
just to put that out there.
You got to look at it like this. If you took
But that would never happen, obviously.
You take the entire 2020 population survey, you could probably fit everybody on the planet into New York City.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So that our carbon footprint is not as great as they all claim. Think about that.
No.
The whole planet. The whole planet in New York City.
I believe overpopulation could quickly become a problem. You even just look at single countries, China and India. Overpopulation could definitely become an issue. But it also goes to the fact that we need to start. I think, it's one of those things you always talk about peace on earth, and it'd be so nice to have, because the fact of it, if we all work together, and we would already be settling Mars and stuff, and we truly do need to become a multi-planet species, because sooner or later this planet, regardless if we do it or yes, we're talking billions of years before it'll become inhabitable, but for our species to continue for forever or for an undetermined time, for longer than what the Earth does, we've got to become a multi-planet species.
It's inevitability. I mean, regardless of how you look at it. I mean, whether it's an asteroid or something ridiculous, the sun itself, after a billion years, is going to make the planet uninhabitable. It doesn't have to engulf the Earth. It's just got to take away the oceans or everything. It's going to shit's going to change. I mean, it's inevitable. I mean, it's going to happen.
There's a really cool interactive map you can go on after like 1 billion years. It shows you where it'll be. It'll be like, around Mercury after 2 billion years. And it doesn't even have to get to Mercury to cook off our oceans.
No. Yeah, it's halfway through its life, but they're saying within 1 billion years. I mean, that's enough to cook our oceans away. I mean, everybody thinks we got, it's halfway through its life. We still got, no, we don't. We don't have that long. We have way less than that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm talking too much. I'll let you guys.
No, you're good. You're good.
According to the director of SETI, quote, the sun needs to burp, and it's way overdue.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Think about this. Back in the 1800s, when the telegram lines were real popular, we had a really bad outbreak with the sun, and it actually caught the telegram lines on fire. Imagine,
it was called the Carrington event.
Yes. Imagine if that would happen nowadays. Imagine what that would do to our society.
That's what they were just reporting they're getting ready for is solar.
I mean, we have nothing that we could do that would even help us remotely with that. There's nothing implemented in society that would save us from that. There's nothing.
That was kind of my point earlier, is that everyone worried about global warming and people burning fossil fuels and stuff.
No, that's not what we got to worry about. Yeah.
No, it's a bunch of bullshit. It's a political pull. The problem, hey, you could have Yellowstone blow up and we lose half the freaking country. Mother Nature,
with that in mind, that's why I tell people
than we are, and we're not going to control Mother Nature. And
well, that's why I keep telling people I'm not prepping because of some political man-made bunch of bullshit. I'm planning because I prep because of the nature-made stuff, of the things that God is putting in our path. That this planet is going to happen. It's going to happen, and there's nothing. Even if we knew about it and when it was going to happen, there's nothing we can do about it.
One big flare, and society is changed forever.
Going back to the burning of fossil. My bad. I talked over somebody.
I said, when something like that happens, there's no more computer.
No, exactly. Like I said, one big flare and society has changed forever. It's going to be a life change, and it doesn't. I mean, it could happen. There's absolutely nothing we could do about it, and it's done.
And as for the burning of fossil fuels, I mean, we can't burn them forever. For one thing, we're going to run out. For another thing, we even
I don't want to even talk about the fossil fuel argument because it's irrelevant.
But see, you can't force it. Technology has to technology will do what it needs to do when we need it. We don't need it right now.
That irrelevance comes into question though, because it is relevant, because no matter what, we have to move on to more advanced.
We have fuels that we can move into. Yeah,
and I agree with nuclear. I do. Nuclear is the cleanest, and we know how to do it. I mean, we know how to do it.
I'm more of a fan of naturalization. Nope, none of the nukes, none of the bullshit. Let's go back to hydrogen.
That would be the best choice, but that's not when it comes to society as a whole and being able to keep that going. I mean, we're not at that point yet. I mean, I hope we get to that point. I really do, but it's going to be a while before we get to that point. You know what I mean?
Well, there's plenty of plenty of hydrogen on Jupiter. That's for sure. Hydrogen.
yeah. But we've been to the moon how many times since 1960 something?
Go ahead.
Hold on. I want to say this. Muskie Drive was saying, how is fossil fuel not relevant? Because I don't believe it's fossil fuel. I think it's just a blood of this planet kind of thing.
Like, you don't believe we need to be...
No, it recycles the air. Why wouldn't it recycle the oil, the carbon? It's a regular operation.
We're making oil right now.
Every day we do stuff. We make oil.
Yeah.
Every time something dies, it makes oil.
Yeah, but you got to look at the time.
The cheapest.
It is a natural cycle. It will renew itself.
It is, but it's the same way I was talking about trees. I mean, we can plant 1,000 trees, but it takes decades for those trees to renew themselves. I mean,
right?
You can pull a tree in 2 minutes, but it takes decades for that tree to come back.
Yeah, but if you if you manage your forests, and I know we had this discussion earlier. If you manage your forest, you cut down one tree, you plant two.
I get that. I get that. If we do, but we're not. We're not. We're not doing that.
All the way, you've got nothing. You've got nothing left. So you have no industry anymore. That's
I
why
get that.
the forestry industry is. They're really doing a good job of replanting what they take.
Yeah, I get that. I know the replanting is going, but at what point do we start taking more than what's growing?
What they're doing is they're farming it. They plant it, they grow it, they farm it, they harvest it, they plant it, they farm it, they plant it.
Okay, but you do that in a society with 8 billion people, right? And you're replanting and you're regrowing. You can pull a tree in 2 minutes. You keep replanting, but what do you do that when there's 15 billion people? I mean, how does that cycle keep continuing? We take up more land to live in, and we take less land for those trees to regrow. And then as different ecosystems change, how does that work in?
15 billion won't work. Too much. Won't be able to feed people.
Well, and that's natural selection. If you can't feed the people, they're not going to be here. So you're not. If you're going to go 10 billion and people starve, that's because there's too many people.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's true. For sure.
That's why Musk wants to get off the rock. So
I get it.
Dallas, Flyover America is not empty. Flyover America looks empty because it's nothing but our food supply. That's our grain basket.
Yep.
So yeah, it sounds great. We'll just plant all these trees. Well, that's wonderful, but maybe somebody's kids want to eat too.
Yeah.
At the same time, also there's the federal government kicks out millions a year for hundreds of thousands of acres that are put in a crop rotation program, CRP, to keep farmers from farming it because because every year we have excess grain every year. So there is a lot of land. So there is a lot of land that could be done. But we also, I think, in my opinion, a lot of the land we need to look into is stuff that, doing something like that with and trying to convert it like they're doing in places in Africa is some of these areas that crops can't be grown in, and some of the Arizona, brushland and some of the New Mexico brushland to where they can barely even graze cattle on it because it's limited grass and whatnot. Maybe some of those areas start tossing some in.
Totally.
Well, it is what it is.
And this is pure speculation. I know nothing, chat. I just banter on.
Oh, you know something. You know something, Sam, or you wouldn't be here.
I'm just opinionated.
We all are.
I like the ideals that he's sharing, not so much that he's genuine fact.
That's what drew me to these guys, Wiz, and all these guys saying is, I mean, I lurked in chat and nobody judged me for what I was saying. I mean, it is what it is. We all got to learn from everybody else, right? Somebody has to be wrong in the end. I mean,
sometimes
somebody has to be.
Oh, that'll be me. I'm wrong.
And we're probably all wrong. Exactly.
I think we're all fucking wrong. We're floating down some rabbit hole like in the universe. We all make it make sense because of our perspective.
But you know what?
Fun topics.
We're all fucked.
I'm gonna take the red fucking pill every time.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
Or so you think.
We're all wrong. Just ask God.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Jesus Christ.
Right.
And him too.
This whole room is out of order.
Right.
Good Lord.
So fuck yeah, dude. I'm telling you. So, but it's fun to think about the alternatives and, having other people's ideas bounce off of the wall and see what sticks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And it's on an individual basis, because some of the stuff thinks I'm sure he'll one day grow up and figure it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm sure some people
someday
think the same thing about me, you know.
I gotta get over this crayon eating thing, and then I'll be all right.
Yeah, that'll help.
You're ready to go to Mars, that's for sure.
Right.
You'll be able to hang with Elon Musk if you do that. Eat crayons, you're on his
Hey,
staff.
I got 2 points on the I got a whole 2 points on that IQ test. Only problem was when I saw, because they give you 2 points for like signing your name correctly. So the only problem was they took away 3 since it was in crayon. So I still give myself those 2, even though it was a -1.
Hey,
So,
I filled out job applications in the past with crayon just to see what they would do. So why not go to McDonald's, ask them for some crayons and some, the color and paper things, and then get an application and fill it out. Then see if they'll hire you. You'd be surprised.
If you do it in rainbow colors, you get to become manager.
Yeah. Rainbow colors in cursive, you get to be a district manager.
But I don't know if you know about this or not. Back to the point where we started with this, I don't know if you realize this or not, but there's a lot of these wells that they drilled out in like Oklahoma and Texas and stuff like that. They say they pumped them dry. They'll go back to them a couple of years later, and they'll be able to pump them off again. And it happens time immemorial.
Again, though, it takes time, and we're like with fuel, we have to with coal, with oil and stuff like that, we have to move on into another
Sure we do. Just
thing,
out of
because we're using it faster than it could possibly be, because it takes millions of
years and all that shit, with all the reserves that are in the ground right now that we're just finding out about that didn't exist 50 years ago. Okay, so I'm just telling you, this is with technology and moving into a newer fuel, it'll take a progression of time, of course. We'll have to develop it. We'll have to, utilize it and make it more readily available. Or as soon as we get the corporate controls off of the controls of creation of fuels, then we get away from all this fucking bullshit. The corporate
maybe you
controls of this fucking technology is what's killing us.
Yeah.
I meant, see, and is what I was saying is that they can't, they want to shut a lot of this down. And that's what I'm saying is we can't shut that down. We've got to use that because we're built on oil and we're built on coal. We've got to use it to move into the next one. So absolutely it'll be progression, and we need to use the energy we have now to move into that next science and that next progression.
Well, as I was trying to explain to Don T before he left, was he's like, he didn't understand why I think the way I think about the patent stuff. But what I'm trying to say is, somebody who gets a patent, if it's not acted upon within 3 years, it becomes public information. Then it can't be stopped. You see what I'm saying? That's what kind of rule. But now, the way things are, they can patent it and lock it away forever for mankind.
So what happened to Don T? Where'd he go? Normally he's here being a dick with everybody else. I'd really like to argue with him right now. And hear him chime in.
He's in the background somewhere writing down everything he's going to tell you.
I would honestly love to have him in this conversation right now and have somebody be a dick right back to. I really would.
right. But it's not the money to be made would not be in the sale of the fuel, because that fuel would be available anywhere. The money to be made in that industry is in the device that allows you to pull from that energy. Instead of batteries, now you have a point of a power point.
Right. Hey, Wiz, 1983 Dodge Colt, 3-cylinder, got 72 miles to the gallon. What happened with everybody else? I mean,
right.
You know what I mean? Where'd that go?
I
had a friggin' Chevy Monza, for Christ's sake, and I got 24 miles to the gallon.
What the fuck is a Chevy Monza?
It's an old car.
Right. Do you remember the Chevettes? They got 47 miles to the gallon.
47 miles to the gallon with a Chevette.
With a Chevette, got 47 miles to the gallon.
Ford
Okay, did you experience that, or is that just what
Yeah.
you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've seen that. I mean, we had one.
I get 13 miles a gallon on my diesel,
Yeah.
but I
Even
can
my Ford Pro.
pull 7 houses down at the same time.
Well,
I've got a 1990 Ford Pro GT, and that son of a bitch got 27, 28 miles to the gallon on a
Yeah,
four
that's crazy.
Well, my
Okay.
Hellcat Red Eye gets 24. I had to reprogram it, but it can't.
Oh,
get
those
up to
things are
24.
sweet. I've really thought about grabbing one. Oh my god.
Well, you better, because they're not making them after 2022. There's
The
no
help,
more.
the CEO of my company has a demon.
Yeah.
And 997 horsepower.
Yeah, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I got a basically a elephant motor in mine, and I'm getting like stock is like over 1,000.
Yeah,
So,
that's
yeah.
great. Well, I mean, really, you're gonna really notice that.
Yeah, you
That's
will.
different.
Yeah, you will.
It's beyond the
insane.
3 mark on my meter.
You can ask Apex. He
Well-
got to experience the can't put my arm up.
Well, I get 900 foot-pounds of torque on my fucking 6.7. All right.
Right? No shit. Rock on, man.
Oh, fuck. And I got 4 tires in the back. Okay.
Not bad.
Mm.
Yeah,
No, I
my
love
biggest
my
thing
car.
about in our family is old Chevy 72. My brother's got it.
I
and
grew
then
up on Chevys.
I got an old
Man.
Bronco. Well,
Yeah.
we got an old Bronco that we need to restore too. It's like
Oh, I love the old Broncos.
I have, no lie, guys. I'm trying to sell it right now. Brand new 33s on it. I have a 1978 Bronco sitting in my yard right over here to the right. It's got a 351 big block. Okay.
Nope.
Ain't nothing wrong with it, but it needs the gas tank put in and new carburetor. I'm trying to get rid of it.
$1,200. I'll come down and get it.
Why don't you try to make it EFI? You know, why don't you try to convert it to EFI?
I don't have the time, honestly. I don't like seeing it sit there in my yard, do nothing.
Well,
It had-
do a smart thing then. At least you can. There's an easy kit to convert it to E85, and then you'll get 110 octane. You'll get clean burns, and you'll get good gas mileage out of it. They have the kit for the Ford blocks. So
Yeah.
I deal with that all the time.
They call it the engine that's in it is called a 351 modified big block.
Right.
Yeah. It's 4-wheel drive, all that shit.
What is it?
It's a 78 Ford Bronco.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I was
that's-
telling them.
Yeah. I don't have no use for it. It's been sitting back there for a couple years, man. It's got brand new tires on it. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Okay.
Oh, no shit.
Hey, Wiz, I think we should get a fire in the bowl and get a sponsor statement.
Oh,
Sausage
fire.
gravy biscuit.
Too bad we don't have canoe with our goat.
Right.
And Joe's too hard to deal.
Fire in the bowl.
Fire in the bowl.
Fire in the bowl. And I'm bringing up the big boy. Boop, boop. Look at this.
All right.
That was crazy. Yep.
It looks like one of those
It's so big
really,
you can even take a break.
looks like one of those really strong things.
So you get it all nice and smoky.
Right.
That's some good shit.
Oh, God.
Oh, what the hell is that?
That's cute,
Good
Irish.
Lord.
Do they make bongs for men now too, or is it just for women?
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, it's more volume. It's a 6-foot graphics bong shoved down into that space.
That's pretty cool. It takes a lot of air to get it seems like you pull too much air with that.
Well, yeah, no, you can actually take a break. You can light it, take a break.
What is that one Irish movie? Man,
How do you keep it from getting stuck in the steering wheel?
Boondock Saints. Boondock Saints. That's what it was. I keep thinking about it. That movie was
I
fucking
think it's
great.
pretty cool though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's a class.
I like the
That is a classic fucking movie.
Well, the fun part about it is my accent is Hoosier. My normal voice is what you heard on that movie.
Yeah.
So
I just realized something. You guys all get your super genius from pot. I need to start apparently smoking. That way I can keep up.
Well,
Yeah,
I guess
that
I
would
was
help.
stupid as shit.
Eleanor scribbles that remark.
Giant bong in the bottom there, man. That's like super.
Right, Dave? Yeah, that's Dave.
that's Dave. If you want a dab, electronic dab.
Seeing it's probably been 10, 12 years since I smoked or anything.
I tried it once, and I got a weird reaction to it. Like my sinuses, I'll get a headache, stuff like that. But I didn't like doing it.
I don't get a headache. I just don't. I can't. That feeling is just. It's odd for me. It's very odd.
Except that's why I don't drink.
The
Also,
company
I don't
does
like
make a
the
difference.
feeling of
Singularity.
control. Yeah.
The company does make a difference.
Well.
Oh, who you're?
What?
No.
Yeah, it does.
What's fucking odd is.
I've got a like a weird thing about not being in full control though. And that's a lot of reason I don't drink also. So
well, you
it's
don't
like-
smoke that much. You smoke too much and you get all paranoid and freaked out.
Right.
Yeah, that happens.
Okay, but too
Yeah, that
much
would
for
be
me is probably too much for Sing. One fucking hit's too much for both
Yeah,
of us, probably.
I'd probably be hiding in the corner or something.
Right?
I mean,
Right.
Saying the fear
I mean-
of the fear of not being in control is in itself a form of control. So any extreme to one extent or the other puts a man out of balance, and therefore he's not in harmony.
Deep, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Because even if you decide not to decide, you still have made a choice.
You still decided exactly.
I love Rush. Come on,
Yeah.
do it.
I think it's about.
But you know what? I that's what most people I get along with in life is people that love weed. Even though I don't like it myself, that's the majority of the people that
And
I get along
that's
with.
okay too,
that and
right?
older people. That and older
They're the
people.
only
you
ones
know
that
what?
allow me to rant like I do. So
that too, maybe.
But you
Put
know
up
what? That in itself is okay too, Ben. This is not about, smoke weed day. We're not going to push that on somebody.
No. I don't think it is. But
we ain't going to hide it and put it in a closet because somebody doesn't smoke.
No.
I don't drink, but I'll cheers with them and I'll drink my tea.
Like I say, I even voted for it here. I voted for the full legalization.
Oh, me too.
Here. Yeah.
Me too, for sure. I'm not against it by no means. I mean, to me, it's not even a drug. I mean, it's to each their own. My generation is in that gray area where shit's fucked. People are weird.
Right.
People are weird. You get in, I was born in the mid 80s, but you get into that generation that's born from the late 80s and up, mid 80s and up. Shit starts getting weird. It really does. That's odd to me. Like, I'm still surprised to get on here on Twitch and see people like fucking top right here, Honky Kong. I don't know what your normal name is. People change their names all the time, but
that's Jason. Yeah.
Jason, I'm surprised to see people like that. I'm used to seeing people like Wiz and Butch and Sing and all the older generation. And Eleanor obviously is like fucking throws me off the loop completely, but
Eleanor's not.
How do I throw you off?
The age of knowing.
You're a
You
different
don't fit the
generation.
stereotype.
yeah, I mean it's odd.
No, it's cool though.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it for
Well, we
sure.
mix in
Absolutely.
with everyone else.
No. Being different
all
is the
together.
point.
I almost got offended and was going to ask when I became old, and then I remembered Eleanor was 23. So yeah, carry on.
I'm 24 saying 24. She's 24 saying get it right. All right.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I think if I was 24, I'd still want to be 23. But I'm 55. I can't go back anymore.
No,
speak for
no, you
yourself.
can't.
I'm only 29. Shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Well, when she reaches 29, that's when time stops.
Jesus.
Exactly. Time
Yeah,
stop.
once I'm 29, I'm gonna
That's-
every year I'm turning 29.
That's it. You're
I'm not,
29.
hey, I reached 29 and I didn't get any older. I've just been here a lot longer.
Yep, that's the way it feels too.
Like
Because
I'm in my 20s, but I'm like in my late 30s.
yeah, I'm 37, be 38 this year. I still remember 24 like it was yesterday. Mid 20s and up.
Hey,
It's like
Wiz, you know, it's really
If you
funny,
remember your
Wiz.
20s, you didn't do your 20s right. You know, some people say that it's you know, I have tattoos. I like to think of it as a timeline of events I don't remember.
My 20s were raising my young kids.
That's how I
Got
felt
through
when they gave me my master's degree. I was like, how the hell I do that one? Okay. I totally didn't even know how I did that one.
Oh, this dude's bringing up master's degrees.
I want to know where they gave you a master's. Most people have to earn that shit.
It's kind of funny.
I know two people that have bullshit degrees like that. Bill Cosby and now you.
I went from I graduated high school straight into construction. Worked my ass off till it built done. That's what I did.
Who got a
I
master's
went from
degree?
high school to construction to the rigs back to construction.
Wiz, I have a master's in jurisprudence. So it's called the law degree. So that's all. Which means a professional bullshit artist is what it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, mine was what's going on, Ranger?
My doctorate is quantum physics. So
oh boy.
I feel accomplished that I graduated high school. You know,
Max, either you and I are the only two without a formal education, or we're the only two that'll admit we're without a formal education.
Exactly. I graduated high school. I will say that. I didn't fail any grades. I graduated, went straight through 12th, no failing, and I did good.
High school ticked me off because I was supposed to be able to graduate my sophomore year after my sophomore year, and they wouldn't allow me to graduate then. So I went my junior year, took one class my junior year, and then they wouldn't allow me to graduate after that. So my entire senior year, I had weights and a study hall. Basically just wasted time.
Which kind of pump? Not
But
that kind of pump.
without going to college or community college, I did. It took me until 33 to break six figures a year, working my ass off.
Nice.
And then construction in Florida, it's
on the rigs. And when I was in my 20s, I was making 6.
Yeah, see,
I that's one thing about the rigs. I missed that income because doing construction, I still don't make 6 right now. But
Yeah,
I'm in a rural area.
Yeah, I am too. But that's staying local. Yeah, I could have went out of town and made way more, but I'm at the point in my life where I make good money for what I'm doing, and
That's what matters.
I'm not going to complain. I mean, it's going to get busier as I get older, but that is what it is.
Well, do it while you're young and put a little aside.
Yeah.
I'm 55 and I'm just starting to put stuff aside.
Well, and Butch, I've tried going off. I was going to do my own thing, but the company that I'm with, we do military contracts, and we just signed a new 5-year contract, and they take such good care of me. I was going to start my own thing, and they take so good care of me. I can't go nowhere. And in construction in Florida, that's hard to find.
Right. Right.
So I'm going to take what I can get now and go from there.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that my body's wearing out, and I can't do what I do right now for a whole lot longer. And I don't have any money invested in anything other than property and stuff. It's like,
absolutely. Like, I got lucky. I've got with this company that I'm with now, and I'm 37. I'll be 38 this year. That's coming up, and I worked my ass off for 20 years. I got in construction when I was 15, 16 years old. I never stopped working since then. Since I got my first job.
That's awesome.
So the company I'm with now,
by the way.
Yeah, the company I've been with 2 companies since I was 18 years old. So I'm fixed to turn 38. I've been with this company for 12 years, and the way they take care of me, I can't leave them right now. But they've told me they're going to give me a partial part of their business when this contract's up. So I'm just going to go from there, and it is what it is. We all got to live our own life, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, if it's working for you, I mean, ride that horse for as long as she'll ride, because it ain't one day she's not. You know.
You know what? I'm not even going to lie to you guys. I made my Christmas bonus. I got 2 weeks off this year for Christmas. We get that every year since the 10 years I've been with this company. But my Christmas bonus this year was more than the average American makes a yearly salary. I mean, it's it's
congratulations, man.
Nice. Wow. It took a lot.
Take care, Eleanor.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does.
Oh, yeah, Eleanor, good night.
You know,
make sure you dream well.
The only time I ever got above 6 figures is when I owned my own business.
Yeah, and that's where I wanted to go. I mean, I really do want to go there soon, but it's a lot of work. It is. I know it's a lot of work.
Right. So, I mean, and it is. I remember the 20-hour days, 7 days a week kind of shit.
Okay, and then that's what I do. I don't stop working, man. I mean, I wish I could live a more carefree life, and I didn't have to do that. I've decided to make a different decision. I'm in a different point, so it is what it is.
And you got a great spot in a great company, obviously, and do a great work environment.
And in construction, that's hard.
That's hard to find. You bet.
It's very hard to find. It really is.
Damn right, it's hard to find. And congratulations, man. Good job.
It's really hard to find.
Well, it's all because you did what you needed to do, and you made it happen.
Oh yeah.
You didn't just.
But I still want to go up. I still want to get better. I still want to improve for sure. I want to do my own thing. I've really always wanted to do my own thing, which is what everybody wants to do. Even on Twitch, you guys, there's some of y'all that have the capabilities of doing this and not having to deal with the other bullshit,
Right.
I mean, there's people that can do that.
Max, I respect that. My biggest problem was I just worked for the customer most of the time, and I never got anywhere in life. I made enough money to get by. I never really strived to become anything other than just me doing a job for people.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't make 6 figures. But I make enough to get by in life, and that's all I need.
We all got our life, man. We're all comfortable with what we got.
I think you got a good gig. I'd stick with it.
Oh yeah, I am.
I wouldn't necessarily just sit with it, but I mean, you could always be buying properties and
for sure,
stuff like that.
I mean, I could do okay if I just sold everything I have right now, but then I'd still have to buy something.
Oh yeah.
Then I have to buy some shit over again.
Yeah, then I can sell everything. I'll still have to buy some more shit.
I know. Yeah, I got an idea. I'll buy 100 acres. I'll buy 1 acre on a cliff and build a deck and put a window in it.
Oh shit, that's funny as hell, indeed. Yeah, it's true too, because everybody says I'll just sell everything I got. Oh, you're gonna have to buy something else. Either for yourself or for somebody else to be rich,
Hey, I gotta crash. Thank y'all for chat tonight. I appreciate it. It was a fun chat.
Rock on,
Take care, y'all.
All right, sing.
Yeah, I probably need to. Yeah, I need to hit the hay.
I was going to say here, Butch, you could sell everything you get and have a percentage of what he makes on his bonus from Max. Yearly on his Christmas bonus.
Hey Max, I got a host for sale. You want a host?
So what?
17 below here right now. Come on up to Minnesota. Come on up to Minnesota.
Minnesota's too fucking cold right now. It's 75 where I'm at.
Fucking cold here. My hands are still cold for letting the dog out half an hour ago.
Yeah, it's like 75 degrees here. I don't want to go to Minnesota. Fuck that.
Oh shit. Man, it's so cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like some
No joke.
sounds like some North Dakota shit.
Hey,
Way too cold.
you guys all need to give me shit like Don does because he's not here. No, you guys don't be a liberal all the time. Why you fucking liberal Minnesotans? Minnesota.
My singularity.
Oh, Lord.
All right, guys. Thank you for being a part of the show. Excellent evening and excellent conversation. I
Yep.
appreciate every minute of it, bro.
Do a little bubby for you. See you guys.
There you go.
Yep.
One more
I'm outta
fire
here.
in the bowl before we close the door.
No fire in a bowl for me, but I enjoyed it, guys.
Yeah, rock on. Thanks for the contribution, Max.
Cheers, Max. Nice to see
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Cheers, everybody. All right. Good night, guys.
Fire in the bowl.
And we're down to 4. I'm still here because I got nothing else to do.
Cheers, Irish. Cheers with the bowl.
I forgot my face.
Now, Wiz, you got to ask the
I like
question.
your hoodie, by the way, Irish.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the whole thing is I never used that damn degree. I needed something that I could easily get through when I was an MP. So that was like the easiest 3 years in the planet from Loyola.
Well, I tell you what, I accepted that Lifetime Achievement Award thing from the ALS Foundation just out of the prestige of it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so, I mean, I had done all the work, you know what I'm saying? I just didn't attend 4 years worth of classes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's the same with me. I have to be, I'm constantly learning because of what I do for a living and who I work for a living. So it's important for me because I'm always learning stuff I have to. And when you accumulate, it's the same thing. I'm working, I'm accumulating knowledge from the school. At the end, you get a piece of paper. Whether that matters or not, it doesn't matter to me because I don't have them hanging on my walls because I don't need them to be hanging on. I got them in the box right across from me. No big deal. The whole point is that I need it for the job that I do. And I was blessed coming from a family that you had to work for, work for a living. Even, when I was 15, I was making $400 a week working at a golf course. My parents turned around and started charging me rent. I'm 15. What the fuck? But hey, that's how we're raised. You know what I mean? I don't run around. My whole point is lay low, do what you got to do, and I always enjoy being in the background.
Maybe
the best way to be. So,
all right, guys, dream well, Patriots, and we will see you tomorrow night. God bless you and keep you. Remember, we're going to win this shit. We just got to go through hell to get to heaven. I'm telling you. All right. See you tomorrow, Warriors.
Yeah. Bye.
Later, folks. Have a good one. See you, Wizzo. See you.